In this 9-hour course, we're going to cover everything you need to know to produce music as a beginner. We'll go through the basics like navigating a DAW, recording audio, setting up an audio interface, all the way to writing chords, melodies, drum beats, and how to structure and arrange a song. We'll also cover the Let's Start system, which you can use every time you sit down to create a song, and it's going to help you navigate the entire song creation and production process with ease and remove all of the guesswork. By the end of this video, you'll be able to actually create a song and have it sound good. So we'll dive in just a second, but if you're learning to produce a song from scratch, the next phase you're going to need to enter is the mixing and mastering process. So just wanted to let you know we've got a brand new mixing and mastering cheat sheet binder that's got all of our most popular cheat sheets inside. 32 pages, nice thick card, and this is something you can use when you're mixing. It covers EQ, compression, and it's a handy guide, but also a way to just kind of speed up the entire process when it comes to learning mixing. So if you want to grab one of those, there's a link in the description, or you can scan the QR code on screen or go to mastering.com/cheat. That's it from me. I'm going to hand you over to Chris Georgiou now. He's an incredible producer from here in the UK, and he's a great teacher as well, so I think you're going to love him.
Welcome to this course on music production for beginners. We've got a lot to cover here today, but before we get to all the fun, shiny stuff, let's take a moment to zoom out. Let's discuss what music production actually is and where it fits in the song creation process. Let's take a step back in time for a moment to the late 19th century, when inventors began experimenting with ways to capture and reproduce sound. This is the first microphone ever invented in 1877. And if we fast forward to 1898, when the first recorded music on vinyl was made, a rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, which sounded like this.
There's your bright and shiny star, like the traveler in the dark. There I know that what you are, twinkle, twinkle, little star.
So music being readily available for the public using vinyl marked the dawn of the music industry as we know it. So what is music production? At its most fundamental level, music production is the process of creating, capturing, manipulating, and finalizing a piece of music. Now, there are various parts that go into this entire process, so let's break this down to get a clearer picture. Let's look at the full music creation process here. First, we start with the song idea, the chords, melody, and lyrics, as well as the structure of the song. And this can live under the bucket of song composition or composing. Next, we have arranging. What instruments are playing in which parts and where. Then we have recording, where we actually capture the sounds. Now, once we've captured these sounds, we can then edit them to get the best possible representation of what we have captured. We then move into mixing, which is the balancing and enhancement of the song as a whole. Then the final part of the production process is mastering, where we finesse any final tonal or dynamic issues and bring the song up to commercial loudness so it's ready for Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, Amazon Music, etc. Now, once this is finalized, the song is then ready for distribution, and this is where we get it uploaded to all streaming platforms. Now, in this course, we're only going to be focusing on the first 4 stages, because if you get this right, you'll already have a captivating and effective song that people want to listen to on repeat, even before we get to mixing. So if we look at the 4 stages of production in terms of a pyramid, we can see that composition is at the foundation, then we have arranging, then recording, with editing being the smallest part and at the top. Each is equally important, but if we get things right from composition to recording, editing should become relatively easy. Now we have these 4 processes down, let's dive into what we're going to cover within each of these sections. To nail composition, we've got to get to know how to craft compelling chords and voicings. We've also got to have a firm grasp on how to create melodies that resonate with our listeners. Once we've got that down, we can focus on structuring our songs in an effective and engaging way to get listeners loving the whole journey that they're taken on throughout the song. Now our composition is down and we have a successful song idea, we can now dive into arranging the song. So we can split this down into 5 parts. First, we can start off with drums, then bass, then chords, atmos and effects, and finally vocals. This is the simplest way to break up our arrangement for ease and organization. So we'll dive into each of these in detail in section 2 of the course. It's worth mentioning not every arrangement will have all of these elements, but having mastery over each of these is going to give you total freedom to produce varying styles and dynamic arrangements. Now in recording, we're going to cover a simple way to get tight, clean recordings, particularly for vocals, as well as recording home objects and environments to embed in your songs for a more organic and personal touch. Now this is not a comprehensive art of recording course. That deserves a course of its own. But if you need a more comprehensive breakdown of recording and arranging vocals, we have already got a course on that, which you can dive into after watching this course. So finally, we are going to dive into editing, where we will cover both practical editing, like time aligning, pocketing, drums and vocals, as well as creative editing like chopping, stuttering, tape stops, and much more. So don't worry if these terms are unfamiliar to you, we'll cover them in detail throughout this course. So here is the foundational concepts that will have you understanding and putting into practice by the end of this entire course, so you can have a fully produced song that you are proud of. But first, this is all very exciting, but first we need to cover some essential tools you should consider before starting the music creation process. So with that being said, let's move on to lesson 2. In this lesson, we'll dive into the essentials you need to start making high quality music. First off, we need to have a digital audio workstation or DAW, which is essentially the software that will capture your recordings, host your virtual instruments and effects, which will allow you to start composing and arranging your tracks. There are a ton of DAWs on the market. While we will be demonstrating in Logic Pro, everything we teach is DAW agnostic. So you can totally apply this no matter what DAW you are using. Now, every DAW has its strengths and its pitfalls, but what I know for sure is that you can produce world-class music in any commercial DAW. So my advice is to pick one and get to know it inside and out. So here are a few DAWs for you to explore if you don't own one already. From the top left to right, we've got Ableton Live, Logic Pro X and Pro Tools. And the bottom left to right, we've got Cubase, FL Studio and Reaper. Now there are a few more, but just for simplicity, here are a few for you to look into and trial if you don't already own a DAW. So my advice is to just try these and see which feels most natural to you, both on the user interface perspective and just your own personal workflow. Again, all of these DAWs are world class. Don't get too hung up on the minute details here. Pick one and move forward.
Sorry to interrupt, but just quickly, I wanted to let you know that there are a bunch of different resources that go along with this course, like the Let's Start cheat sheet that will help you take the system that you're learning here and implement it, along with a MIDI chord, a melody pack, drum samples, and more. So if you really want to take what you're learning here and implement it, as well as get a head start with some samples and MIDI packs, then check the link in the description and grab those free resources. Back to the video.
Next, we have MIDI controllers. These are not 100% necessary if you are comfortable with programming MIDI within your DAW, but I do highly recommend having one to capture a little more of the human nuance and imperfection. If you play an instrument, these controllers are going to help to bridge the gap between your performance and the digital realm of music capturing and creation. So MIDI controllers come in all shapes and sizes, but for now I want to just focus in on a few types and some considerations. For simplicity, we can break down MIDI controllers into keyboards, which typically allow you to play in chords and melodies like a traditional piano, whereas a MIDI pad is typically used more for rhythmic elements and percussion, but both can also be used interchangeably, as you will see later on. Now, depending on the style you're aiming to work in, you may favor one over the other in your workflow, but I suggest the most budget-friendly option, which is a hybrid MIDI controller. Now, this allows you to program drum patterns as well as chords and melodies with both keys and pads. We also have some assignable knobs as well as a modulation and pitch bend wheel, which is also great to have more expressive synth and virtual instrument parts as you become more advanced in your programming. So it's great to have a controller that has more advanced functionality for you to grow into. So this is just one model, the Akai Professional MPK Mini Plus, which is relatively inexpensive and easily integrated into most commercial DAWs and workflows. So consider saving up for something like this, which is around the $150 mark, if you are serious about progressing in your music programming and production journey. And for any clarification, we're simply plugging our MIDI controller into our computer or laptop as pictured. And oftentimes your computer will instantly recognize the controller via USB. So either USB-A or USB-C, depending on the model. So just look into that and see what is most suitable for your own hardware setup. So now let's move on to audio interfaces. Let's look at what these are and why we should consider investing in one. An audio interface is a device that connects your microphone, instruments, or other audio gear to your computer, allowing you to record and play sound. It improves the sound quality compared to using your computer's built-in microphone or speakers and provides the right connections for professional audio equipment. So in simple terms, once you plug this into your computer, the input lets you plug in things like microphone or instruments. The output sends out to your speakers or headphones. Now, this just helps your recording sound clearer and more professional, to put things as simply as possible. So I do recommend investing in one of these if you are able. So let's take a moment to look at a practical demonstration of connecting our microphones, connecting our audio interface to our computer. So typically you're going to have an interface. This has one input. So we've got one input here, and this is for our microphone. And then we have our headphone out, so we can put our headphones in here. And then on the back, we have got our monitor out. We've got our power, we've got our on switch, and then we have got our USB-C here. So most typically, this is what you're going to use to connect to your speakers. And in this instance, with this particular interface, we have got power as well. So we need to plug both of these in and then turn this on. So the only other thing that we have here is our 48 volts, and then we can turn the volume up and down of our headphones here. And then on the top, we have got the gain. So that's the signal coming in from our microphone. And then we have the volume for our speakers if they're plugged in. And then we just have some metering here that will light up, showing us the level going in. And all we need to do first of all is to plug these into our computer. So for this instance, I don't have my laptop here, but I would plug this into my laptop because it is USB-C only. So it's just an adapter, and then I'm just going to plug each of these in like so. So I will plug this into my computer over here. And now you can see that there's lights on there because we've got our power switched on. And all we need to do now is connect our microphone to our interface. So all we need is a cable, an XLR cable most commonly, which looks like this. We've got two ends that look like this. And then we're going to plug this, the masculine, into the input. We're then going to plug this with these pins like so. And then we've got this connected. But remember, we have a condenser. This is a large diaphragm condenser microphone. So if we pop that there, we just need to turn on our phantom power, and that is 48 volts. And now we can see that it's on. So if I pick that microphone up and I start to speak into it, you can see from this green signal here that we have got some signal coming in. And we're not too hot. We can go a little more. You can see that the green bar is going up further, and then we can take it even further, and we're starting to see that signal coming in even more. And it's as simple as that. You just want to dial that in so that you have a nice healthy amount, but we're not going too far. We're not hitting red on here, which will just create issues for us later on. Now, there will be some times where there is accompanying software that hosts some of the functionality for your interface. That is the case for my own audio interface, but for something like this, you simply just want to plug it in, and more often than not, when you go to your audio settings, your system settings, like so, and then we go to sound, you can see that we have got the Volt 176, and then we can just click on that if we wanted our output and our input to be both coming through the interface. And that would be the same for our DAW. So if we open up Logic, if we open a new project, audio, and then we go to settings, audio, rather than my universal audio device, we would just click Volt for our output and Volt for our input. We'll plug in our headphones or our speakers. We'll turn the volume up on those so that we can hear what's going on. And then we would just click input 1, because as we know, we only have one input here. Of course, there are going to be interfaces where you have multiple inputs, so you may have, up to 16 inputs, and you just have to choose the corresponding input that you have plugged in. And it's as simple as that. So that is how you want to kind of navigate the hardware side and the software side. When buying an audio interface as a beginner, here are some key things for you to consider. The number of inputs and outputs. So think about how many microphones or instruments you want to record at the same time. If you're recording solo, 2 inputs might be enough, but more inputs are needed for recording multiple musicians at the same time, or larger instruments like drum kits and orchestras. Next, we have to think about the connection type. So most interfaces connect to your computer via USB. However, some use Thunderbolt or USB-C for faster data transfer. So don't worry too much about this. Most importantly, just make sure that it's compatible with your computer. Next, we need to think about your budget. There are affordable options that deliver good quality. However, spending a bit more often gets you slightly better preamps, which affect sound quality and more features, which you may want to invest in if you're going to be recording the majority of the elements within your song. So if you're mainly focused on programming instrumental music, this is way less of a concern, and you can just use an interface like the Scarlett 2i2 to just plug into your monitors and use for your headphones just to get a higher quality signal to listen to. Whereas if you're recording live instruments, perhaps you're overdubbing bands, so you're recording a bass, a guitar, you're recording drums, you're recording vocals and some other instruments, you might want to spend just a little bit extra for those higher quality preamps. Next up, we want to think about phantom power. Now, if you plan to use a condenser microphone, which is most commonly used with vocals and non-percussive instruments, make sure that the interface provides phantom power, which is plus 48 volts, which these mics require. And finally, we want to think about any included software. So some interfaces come with free music production software and plugins. Some even come with DAWs, which can be helpful when starting out with your recording and production. Now, finally, we have got our headphones and or monitors. Now, don't get too hung up on this. We'll cover some considerations later down the line, but much like with a DAW, we just want to pick the best option for us in our current situation and get to know it inside and out. So let's look at a few pros and cons of each of these options to evaluate what could be your best option. So again, we want to consider your budget. When looking at monitors, they can be expensive, especially if you want a well-treated room for accurate sound. You may need to invest in acoustic treatment, as well as the monitors, which will very quickly add up. Whereas high-quality studio headphones are generally more affordable than monitors, making them a more budget-friendly option when you're starting out. Secondly, we want to think about your environment. So to get the best out of monitors, you need a well-treated room, as we've already kind of mentioned. So poor acoustics in a home studio will make it almost impossible for your productions to translate, as what you're hearing is colored by your room. Whereas headphones are great if you're in a space that isn't acoustically treated, or if you're producing in a shared space where you need to keep noise to a minimum. We also need to just think about portability. So studio monitors are certainly not portable, so they're better suited for a fixed studio setup, whereas headphones are portable and can be used anywhere, making them ideal for you if you're on the go or working in multiple locations. You also just want to think about hearing fatigue. So it is more common that when you are working with headphones, that very prolonged sessions are going to be quite fatiguing for your ears, whereas you can get away with extended sessions with monitors a lot more easily. With both, I recommend listening at low volumes anyway, but it is just more likely that your ears are going to get fatigued with such a close proximity constantly. So it's just something to think about. And the final thing we need to think about is any future expansion. So if you're serious about developing your skills, you might eventually need to invest in monitors for a more complete studio setup. Headphones are a great starting point, but might need to be supplemented by monitors later down the line when you are taking mixing more seriously. So if you are starting out and working in a small untreated space with a limited budget, headphones might be the best initial investment. However, if you have the budget and space for acoustic treatment, starting with monitors will give you a more professional listening environment from the outset. So to recap, with the 4 C's, what we want to do is choose our DAW and run with it. Consider purchasing a MIDI controller based on your goals. Plug in your interface to your computer or laptop when you have purchased that. Choose the speaker or headphone path, and now you have everything you need to start making steps toward creating professional music. Now let's move on to setting up our space for success. In this lesson, we'll look at some best practices for getting the best out of your space for both practical and creative purposes. So let's go over what we'll be covering in this lesson. First off, we're going to look at choosing the right space. We'll discuss making the most out of what you have available, as well as how to create an inspiring environment that fosters extended creative sessions. Next, we'll go through some basic acoustic treatment to help you get tight, clean recordings. We'll then look at some essential hardware and software setup recommendations, as well as some key terms we need to understand to start producing music. Let's look at choosing our space. If you are limited to a space, don't worry. What we will cover here will still help you make the most out of what you have available. So first off, let's look at room size. So larger rooms can sometimes be more forgiving, while smaller rooms can cause aggressive sound reflections and often muddiness. If you can choose a space that is in between, particularly if you're choosing the speaker path, that will be a really great starting point. Whereas smaller rooms might need more acoustic treatment, for example, panels or bass traps to control reflections and standing waves. Large rooms are going to require diffusers to handle reverberation. Now, these are broad generalizations here, but something for you to just bear in mind when it comes to picking a room. Now, this is less of an issue right now if you are using headphones, but on a more practical level, just make sure that the room size actually accommodates your equipment comfortably without feeling cramped, allowing you to move and work easily. Secondly, we want to consider noise levels. So you ideally want to keep your studio space as quiet as possible. Computers, fans, loud external hard drives can all add unwanted noise. So just choose quieter models if you can, or position them away from the area that you are thinking about recording in. You also just want to consider external noise like traffic, neighbors, household noises that can be disruptive. If the room is close to noisy areas like a kitchen or a playroom, just consider soundproofing options like heavy curtains, carpets, or even ceiling windows and doors if you're able to do that. Or if another room is available further away from those noisy areas, it might just be a better option for you to move to that room. When we reduce ambient noise levels, it's just way easier to capture clean audio, especially when recording vocals and acoustic instruments. Next up, we just want to consider reflectivity. So reflective surfaces like bare walls, floors, and ceilings cause sound to bounce around, leading to a cluttered and incoherent representation of your music. Hardwood floors and bare walls tend to reflect more sound, whereas carpeted floors and soft furnishings are going to help to absorb those reflections. Using acoustic panels on walls and ceilings can help to absorb excessive reflections. Bass traps are useful in corners to help manage low frequency buildup. That's not something you need to worry about right now, but the easiest way to look at it is if we have some way of creating less reflective surfaces, whether that's hanging up comforters or curtains, or we're putting up mattresses when we're recording, that's going to be really helpful to try to get a tighter sound. And finally, we just want to think about nearby distractions. So we want to make sure that we are in a place that is conducive to us being able to focus so that we are not getting easily distracted and out of the flow of actually recording or producing our music. So if there's a way that you can have things set up so that you're away from distractions, away from friends or colleagues that are going to be in other rooms, that's going to be really great. But if you are restricted and you only have one section of a room, just make sure that it's set up in a way that feels conducive to you wanting to sit down. It's presented nicely. It feels like it has its own kind of space for you to be able to focus and sit down and get into some form of flow with your work. Now let's move on to acoustic treatment. Now the purpose of this course isn't to dive into the nuances of acoustics and room treatment. If you want a more comprehensive breakdown, we have got that course for you to dive into later on. I just want to give you the essential information and considerations you can make right now so that you can move on and start making music. With that being said, let's look at some options that you can consider to get started. So first up, we have acoustic panels, which you can hang on hard walls to absorb reflections from your voice. You can see behind me, I have a ton of acoustic panels. I also have some on my ceiling, and I have a ton behind my listening environment as well. Secondly, we have got reflection filters and isolators like the Chaotica Eyeball on the right, and this looks like this. So you've got your microphone, you just put that on top, and then there is a pop filter inbuilt. You can also take that out, and then you can see the capsule of the microphone, and then you can also use your own pop filter like so. And this is a really great way to isolate your vocals to get a really tight, clean recording, even in an environment like this that isn't treated. If we were in a bare room here, this would do a lot of the heavy lifting. And finally, we have a makeshift vocal booth using stands and acoustic blankets. You can use regular thick blankets or large comforters, as we mentioned, as well as prop up a mattress in a similar kind of position to the gobo, either around the microphone like so, or behind the singer like this. So you can actually see on the right, this gobo, this is actually the same gobo, just in a different color. So I can move this around and put it behind a singer when I'm recording as well. So each of these techniques, they can help you to reduce reflections from your room. Now I encourage you to try the DIY route first and then consider making purchases if you get more into production and you're more serious about it, and if there are still issues that you've not been able to mitigate just with the DIY route. So now let's dive into some best practices for setting up your software and hardware for success and get you staying in the creative flow for longer without unnecessary tech issues. We all hate having to get interrupted by issues that happen and not being able to kind of figure out what's going on. So this is going to help to set you up to have a deep understanding of what issues can kind of arise and how to set yourself up for success. So let's look at a few tips to get you started strong before we get into the really fun stuff here. So first off, I recommend getting an external hard drive. Audio projects, especially ones with multiple tracks, high resolution samples and plugins can take up a significant amount of storage. And as you start producing more music, your internal drive can fill up very quickly, and that's going to slow down your system. So by storing your project samples and plugins on an external hard drive, you're going to leave more space on your internal hard drive for your operating system and for your DAW. And this can just improve your computer's overall performance, and it's just going to ensure that there's just smoother operation when producing music. You're going to have less system overloads. You're not going to get frustrated by things slowing down. Next, we have stock plugins. So these are built-in effects and instruments that come bundled with your DAW. Examples include EQs, compressors, reverbs, delays, modulation effects. Don't worry about each of the names of these. We're going to cover these in detail later on. Every major DAW comes with a set of stock plugins, which means that you don't need to spend extra money on third-party plugins when you're starting out. So similarly to plugins, we also have sound libraries. So sound libraries provide you with ready-to-use sounds that can be incorporated into your projects, and this is going to help you to speed up the production process and expand your creative options, particularly if you're not familiar with playing a ton of different instruments. Now finally, we have file organization. Here are a few tips and best practices here. We just want to create a clear folder structure. We want to use a consistent folder hierarchy like this. So we've got music production, then we have our projects, then we have the song name, and then that is where we're going to house the project file, the audio samples, and all the MIDI data. So just make sure that things are labeled in a very easy, understandable way. We just want to be able to recall things as easily as possible and not get frustrated when trying to find our projects later down the line. So let's take a moment to look at stock plugins. So plugins are essentially our audio effects. So we will look at navigating logic later on, but for now, let's just have a look at what these are. So if I click on audio effects here on our track, we have this drop down of all of these things here, and there are all these subfolders that we can open up. So everything bar the UAD stuff here is all stock plugins. So these just come with Logic Pro. So we have got EQ, we've got filters, we've got imaging plugins and metering and modulation. All of this stuff might not mean anything to you, and that's totally fine. But what you will see later on is that we start to experiment with what Logic and any DAW has to offer in terms of its stock plugins. So for instance, if we click on this flanger, we have got this effects plugin, or if we click on dynamics, our compressor, we've got a dynamics plugin here. And then we have these different styles as well that we can flick through, and we've got EQ, so we can affect the tone and we can make things sound darker, we can make things sound thinner, we can start to shape the tone of the audio or MIDI source that we have available. Now don't worry about how these work, that's not the purpose of this particular tutorial, but we have all of these effects available, and we've got specialized stuff, which is fun as well. If we want more rumble, we want more sub, we can start to build that in. If we want some really kind of fun stuff here, we have got fat effects, or we have all these different sound enhancement tools here that we can play around with. Now these are all stock plugins, and you're essentially going to want to grab these when you want to experiment with sound design and also when you're in the mixing phase. Again, this is a production course. We're not going to cover mixing. We have so many valuable resources on mixing and mastering already. We have a whole mixing course, but this is for us to focus on the fundamental concepts that are going to get you making music that sounds professional. So we can add plugins on any channel strip, whether it's audio or MIDI. So if we create a MIDI channel strip, you can see the same principles. We can pull this drop down and then we can just click whatever we want here. At the bottom, we have audio units. We're not going to worry too much about this, but it's just worth mentioning. These are all external plugins. So we call these stock plugins because they come with our DAW. And then these are third-party plugins. So these are plugins that I've paid for, that I've acquired over the years, that are from different plugin developers. And these are something that you might want to look into later down the line in your journey. If you're working in a very specific genre and there are plugins that are very helpful to get you in that ballpark really quickly, that's a great thing to have available. But for now, we can get 90% of the way there with stock plugins and stock instruments. So that's what we are going to do here. And if we do add any external plugins, we're going to make sure that they are free, and we'll point you in the right direction for downloading those as well. So let's move on to sound libraries. So if we open up our library here, we have got a sound library that is inbuilt in Logic. So we have got bass, we've got drum kits, we've got electronic drum kits, we have guitars, keyboards, mallets, orchestral, percussion, etc, etc. You can see all of this stuff. And we can start to cycle through here, and then if we click on, for instance, acoustic guitar, we have our sampler here. We have our acoustic guitar sample, or if we have a drum kit, we can go down. We have got a pretty realistic sounding acoustic drum kit here. And you can see that within our library, we have got some inbuilt effects here as well. So we have these that we can look at, we can tweak when we get more comfortable with how these work and start to dial in the sound to suit what we are working on and also suit our taste as musicians and producers. So you can see that we've got these here, these download buttons. It just means that we can download even more from our library. In this instance, I have a lot of third-party stuff, so I tend to leave what I'm not going to use and then use my third-party instruments instead. And that is just where I'm at in my journey as a producer, and also just helpful for my own personal workflow. But all of these are really, really great sounds that you can dial in. And later on, when we are producing, you may see me download some more of these as well. That is essentially the concept of a sound library. And then if we go within our synthesizer, for example, and we click on Beautiful Sine Harp, we have Alchemy, and this has a library within itself, which is just for these synth sounds. So you can also browse through here. We've got category, subcategory, genre, timbre, and then we have our presets here. And we can go through each of these and click on them and start to look for sounds that we like, and then we can also dial these in to taste. So let's take a look at some examples of essential setup here. So let's take an external hard drive. Now this has got stuff on it, but I'm going to create a folder that we can use as a starting point for how we're going to organize our sessions. So I've got that plugged in now. Just wait for it to pop up. There we go. If we look at creating a new folder, let's call it music production. And now we can start to create our file hierarchy. So we can have our projects, and then within here we can have song 1, and then so on and so forth. And then within here will be where we can save our projects. So we've got our song project, and then here is where we'll have our file that we can open, our audio samples, and our MIDI data. So that is a really nice, easy, simple way to kind of look at it. And if we change our view here like so, we can kind of see this more clearly. So we've got music production, our projects, our songs, and then within our songs will be the files that we need so that we can open our project up, we can look at anything that we have exported, and we can use those files. So that would be how I would start setting up an external hard drive. Now, if we look at one of my own hard drives here and we go to music production here, you can see that I have things even more organized here. So I've got the artists and clients that I work with, content that I make. I also have other kind of content here that is edited, and then images and logos, placement beats, so different goals here. And then we've got remakes and remixes, sync. So this is everything for different genres that I have produced for sync briefs and sync purposes, and that is just TV and film and trailers, that kind of thing, syncing your music to visuals. And then we have got some more stuff going on here, sample packs, editing, some YouTube stuff as well. So what I use most often is artists and clients and sync. So if we click on artists and clients, you can see I have all these names here, different artists that I'm working with. And within there, we have got projects here. And you can see we've got a 70s EP, we've got new songs, we've got remixes. We have another EP here. And then we have vibes, which is what I create when I'm working with an artist to start writing stuff. So very short little snippets that we can start to work from. So if I'm coming into a session, I've got 5 vibes here, 6 vibes that I can sit down with the artist and then just open that project up. And you can see when I click on each of these projects, we've got our audio files and we have our project as well. And then the more complex the file, you can see here that we've got our samples, our audio files, etc. And that is just the easiest, most straightforward way to get your projects saved in a way that makes sense and that is very easy to recall. So let's recap what we discussed in this lesson. We're going to choose our space. We're going to identify if we need any acoustic treatment based on our goals. And if you've chosen the speaker path or the headphone path, then you're going to set up your hard drive with the file structure. And that is it for this lesson. Next up, we're going to dive into the DAW. And we're going to start making steps towards making music. In this lesson, we'll look at an introduction to working in a DAW. And while this is going to be demonstrated in Logic Pro, these concepts apply to any commercial DAW. So we're going to cover navigating the DAW, the basics of recording and editing audio, how to use the arrangement window in a DAW, and how to navigate the mixer window. So first off, let's start with navigating your DAW. First off, we want to get ourselves familiar with the layout so we know where everything is. Next, we want to familiarize ourselves with some staple tools, some common tools that we'll use consistently. And finally, we'll cover creating and deleting MIDI and audio tracks. So let's first look at navigating our DAW. So we have a blank canvas here. We're now going to click our DAW. We're going to wait for it to open. And now we have our choose project view. So we can start a new project like so. We can look at recent projects. There's also live loops, a live loops grid, which we can talk about later on. We've got tutorials, demo projects that we can open up by artists to see how they have actually produced a song, which is really invaluable when you're starting out. Then we also have some project templates. So hip hop, electronic, songwriter, orchestral, multi-track, music for picture if you're scoring, and then my templates. And you can add your own templates. I have a simple mix template here. I have a ton of other templates on another computer as well, which are production templates. We'll talk about that later. But for now, we just want an empty project. So I'm just going to choose empty project. Now we have this view. So we can create a new track. So we can either start with MIDI, so a software instrument, or external MIDI. And that is going to be if you're using a piece of hardware to use MIDI. So for example, if you have a hardware synth, you can route that. That is a little more complex. Then we have patterns. So there's a pattern view where we can create patterns using a software instrument or external MIDI. Again, we can choose that. We have drummer. So this is native to Logic Pro, where we have some AI players. So we have a drummer, we have a bass player and a keyboard player, and then we can choose the style of that, and we'll demonstrate that later on. And then we have audio. So mic or line if you are recording, vocals, and guitar or bass. So if you are looking to record guitar or bass, the actual main difference here is it's just preloaded with some effects here. So we have like amp simulations, which we'll talk about later on. But for now, let's just go back to this, and we're just going to create an audio track. So mic or line, input 1, and this is related to the input that is plugged in my microphone to my interface. So we've got input 1, create. Let's press delete to delete that. And then we can label this vocals. And then if I click R, you'll see that it is picking up my vocals. So this is called arming, record arming. For now, let's just look at our layout. So on the left, we have got some instruments here that we can choose. So drums and percussion, hi-hats, basic hi-hat. If we click that, it's adding effects. Here we have our inspector window, and these are all going to be named slightly differently in the DAW, but what this is what's called a channel strip. So we have got a representation of this one audio track, and this in this instance is routed to our vocals. So if we wanted to record our vocals, we could do that. And then we have some information here that we can bring down, and then we have our input here. So this is telling us what our input is. Input 1 is what is related to my vocal being plugged into input 1. And then here we've got our audio effects, and we can add effects here if we want to. We'll show that in a minute. Then we have got our sends. Then we have our output. This is telling us where the sound is going. And by default in this DAW, it is routed to our stereo out or our master bus. And this is basically the channel where all of our audio at the end is going to go to, so that we can hear it. We can hear it through our speakers. We can hear it through our headphones. Then we have our pan pot, and this allows us to move things from left to right in the stereo field. Then we have our fader, and this affects the volume of our channel. Then we have solo, we have mute, we have record arm, which we spoke about, and then we have input monitoring. And I'm not going to press this because it's going to sound very funny, but it allows you, if you don't have a interface like mine where you're able to have low latency input monitoring by default, which is essentially you just being able to hear yourself in real time as you are recording, as it pertains to you recording through the microphone. So you can put effects on your microphone and have reverb, delay, compression, whatever it is, and then hear yourself with those effects, and that can help with performing. This allows you to do that with any effects that you put on here. We have any quick help, then we have some extended tools here, our controls here, which we'll talk about later on. Then we have our mixer window, then we have our editing, and then we have our control bar. So we have stop, play, record, and then a few other tools here. We have loop, our cycle, so we can cycle through and start where this ends. This will just loop around. As you can see, if I play this, if we do it shorter just to give a demonstration, it will just loop around continuously. And then we have our LCD display, and this just tells us some information here, the BPM, the time signature, the subdivisions that we're working in. Don't worry about this right now. We'll talk about this in more detail. Our sample rate, and then we have some more tools here. We have punch in so that we can just record. For instance, if I wanted to record vocals and then just record a section here that I'm struggling with while leaving everything else alone, what that allows you to do is everything will be unaffected up until this point. Now I can record, and then the rest of it will be left alone. Then we have our count in, so that's going to give us a count of 4 for our metronome if we want that. If we don't want that, then we can turn that off. Then we have our list editor, and this allows us to edit MIDI events, markers, tempo changes, and signature events. This isn't something I personally use in Logic very often. We have notes, so we can write in any notes as the project as a whole or just on each of these tracks. Then we have our Apple loops. Now this is really fun. This allows you to have sounds. You can hear these drums, you can hear these different loops that we can drag in to our project. And you can see that it said import tempo, and it's now changed the tempo from 120 to 90. And we now have some music that we can start playing with. And finally, we have our media library, so we can start to look at files within our project. We can also find files from our hard drive. So this is really important when we spoke about our file hierarchy and putting our samples and any kind of virtual instrument libraries on that hard drive. So it's really easy for you to find that. So for example, if I go to my Extreme SSD here, which is one of my hard drives, I have all these different sample packs and libraries that I can then pull in 808 I can just drag that into here. And then I have a sound for me to be able to start creating. So we have audio. We can also create a software instrument. So this is going to be a MIDI instrument. So these are all of Logic Pro's default instruments here. So for now, I'm just going to click on Alchemy, which is one of their synths. And you can see this is my keyboard typing. So I'm just bringing that up so that I can demonstrate the sound. So I'm just pressing MIDI, my MIDI controller, and sound is playing. And now I can go in here, and then I've got all these different built-in sounds that I can play around with. So this is a really simple way for you to start navigating your DAW. So you're going to have a combination of all of these things. It may be slightly different in terms of how it's named. It might be placed slightly differently in terms of the user interface, but we have each of these areas. And the most important thing that you're going to get really familiar with over time is going to be your arrangement window and your mixer window, which looks like this. So let's talk about some common tools here. So we have some tools that you can see here. So we've got our pointer tool, we've got our pencil tool, our eraser tool, our text tool, our scissors tool, our join tool, our solo tool, our mute tool, our zoom tool, fade tool, automation select tool, automation curve tool. Don't worry about automation right now. Our marquee tool, our flex tool, our gain tool, slip tool, rotate tool. That's a lot of tools. So we've got loads and loads of tools that we can work with. And you can see that we have this, and then we've got this. What is the difference? So we've got our primary tool, and then we have our secondary tool. So in Logic, if you press Command, you can see that this changes. So it just allows you to work very quickly with your primary and secondary tool. And you can also assign a third tool, but we don't need to worry about that right now. So the most common tools you will probably be working with is the pointer, the pencil, the eraser, and the scissor tool. In terms of everything else, these are going to be a lot more specialized. Mute tool, there are more effective ways, both in Logic and other DAWs, to actually use those. And you can see, for example, here, what I can do if I just bring in some audio here. If I wanted to have multiple audio and I just wanted to mute one, I can see up here, I can just mute that one section rather than me going to the mute tool and then clicking and doing that and then unmuting. It's just a lot simpler. It's a lot more straightforward than having to constantly change the tools. And I choose to have the marquee tool as my secondary tool, as this is a really effective and fast moving tool for me in my personal workflow. It allows me to split regions by double clicking. I can also drag up to a certain point and split that, and it's just very effective for me. You can do this differently if you use the scissor tool. You can then do a similar thing here to chop sections up. The pencil tool will be really good for creating MIDI here. So you can see that I'm adding MIDI sections here. And then if I go back to my pointer tool and I click that, this is now going to bring me to my piano roll. And then you can see that I have a pointer and I have a pencil tool. Now this is a lot more effective in this instance where I can press Command, and now I can start to add notes and draw them in, and then I can drag them, and we'll talk about that later on. But the pencil tool is really great for adding MIDI notes and MIDI performances if you're going to do that without playing on a MIDI keyboard. So we have our join tool. We don't need to worry so much about those. There are more effective ways for us to do that. Another important tool is the fade tool, and this is going to allow you to just fade sections. So you can see that there are these little chops of audio, and oftentimes these can create pops and clicks. So a really great way to mitigate that is to just fade our sections together. So for instance, here I could just use our fade tool and crossfade, and you can see it's just essentially gelling these two together without any unnecessary noise, pops, clicks from the audio being chopped. So that's also an effective tool to look at and remember that we have available within each of our DAWs. So now we have some of these common tools down. Let's just talk about the simple act of adding and creating tracks. So we've got this plus button. I can create a MIDI track like so. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. We've got instrument 2. Now I want an audio track, create. And now to delete it, I can either right click and press delete track, or I can just press backspace. And now we have nothing, so we need to create a track again. And it's as simple as that. If you are in Logic, if you press Option Command S, that creates a software instrument, and Option Command A creates an audio track. So that's just a really easy way to very quickly start adding more tracks in if you want to. It's a great shortcut for looking at adding these within Logic itself, but don't worry too much about that. For now, we can just press plus and we can start to add whatever we need to add in the context of our production. Now we can move on to some basic recording and editing. First off, we want to look at how we can capture MIDI and audio performances in the DAW. Next, we can look at how to edit that MIDI or audio data. And finally, we'll look at the power of undoing our choices so that we can experiment without fear. So let's now look at recording and editing. So you can see that I have an audio channel here. All I've done here is press plus. I've clicked audio and I've chosen my audio input. Now remember, earlier on, we spoke about the input being plugged in. This microphone is being plugged into input 1 on my audio interface. So we're just making sure that they both correspond. So we're picking up the right input. So I've clicked create. We can delete that for now. And now I'm just pressing R, record arming it. So it's just telling Logic, okay, we are getting this ready to record. And now I can either press this button or R on my keyboard and it's going to start to record. Now remember, we have got our count in, so it's going to give us a count of 4. You're going to hear a metronome and I'm just going to press R and now I can just speak and turn the metronome on and off. I'm just pressing K and that's just beating to the BPM of 125. And then I can either press stop or the space bar and now I've stopped recording. So that is essentially it. It doesn't matter what it is that you're plugging in, as long as it is corresponding to the right input. That's all you need to worry about. So whether that is a microphone and you're singing, whether you're recording an acoustic guitar, a drum kit, it's just as simple as the corresponding inputs being correct, arming your track, pressing record, and you're done. So let's move on to recording MIDI. So for instance, we'll just click Alchemy again. We've got our instrument now, and it's the same principle. We're going to record, arm it. I've got musical typing here, so I'm just using my keyboard to play notes. And then if I want to record, again, I'm pressing R. Now I'm just going to very randomly just press notes. And now you can see it's recording our MIDI data. So if we double click it, this is our piano roll, which holds the MIDI data that we can now edit. Currently right now, I don't have my MIDI keyboard plugged in. This doesn't have velocity sensitivity. When you actually play a MIDI keyboard, you will see something that looks more like this, depending on how hard or soft you're playing. So that's the hardest we can go. This is the softest we can go. And depending on how hard we are hitting, this is going to represent how it's been recorded in. And of course, you can see that I can edit that after the fact. It's worth mentioning you can record on multiple tracks. So for instance, if I wanted to play this while I'm speaking, I could do that if I wanted to, and then record both those performances together. You can have multiple audio tracks recording together, or multiple MIDI tracks, or a combination of both, as you can see here. Final thing that I want to touch on is the power of undo. So Command Z, as you can see, is just allowing us to undo everything. So you can go as far back as you need to. If you press something by accident, Command Z will help you to do those things and experiment without fear, knowing that you can just undo what you have done. So remember, Command Z is the easiest way to combat that. You can also do that here. So undo history, redo delete tracks. You can see it's just redone what I've undone. So it's very easy for you to get back to where you were at if you make any mistakes. So one final thing that I want to talk about before we wrap up recording and editing is our metronome. So if we go to record and metronome settings, you can just change the tone and volume. You don't really need to worry too much about anything else. Just to demonstrate, we can bring the volume. We can change the tone of it here. And that's just something to bear in mind, to know that you have access to, particularly if you're recording yourself or you're recording someone else. They may have different preferences on how they want to be able to hear the click. More often than not, you will absolutely want to record with a click. So if you feel resistance to it, I know that it can be frustrating, but it's so important to record to a click, both with MIDI performances and with vocal or any kind of recorded performance, so that when it comes to actually arranging, everything has a global timing. So now let's talk about basic editing. So if we now redo our recording, we've now got our audio. So what we can do is, using the tools we mentioned, I'm going to use the marquee tool, is I'm going to zoom in, and you can do that here and here. So I'm going to zoom into our audio, and let's say that I wanted to move this across. So I'm just hovering at the bottom left corner and moving that across, and then I'm going to pull our audio here to start here. And that in itself is a very simple form of editing. And now I can just speak and turn the metronome on and off. So we'll just use this for now. First off, we can cut things like so, and then we can copy things across. So if I hold Option, I can drag this over, and now we have this same audio file playing twice. Can just. So you can use that as a creative tool, or let's say, for instance, maybe there was a section where you've repeated a word and you prefer that. You could just copy that over to the same word, like so, if you wanted to do that. And that's more of a practical editing situation. And we're simply just double clicking and chopping things while holding Command with this marquee tool. You can do the same thing with the scissor tool if you want to in your DAW, and you can move things around like so. You can also loop things. So you can do that by just pressing Command R, or doing what we said, Option, holding Option and then dragging this across. Command R is just the hotkey for this particular DAW and doing that activity. Or what you can actually do is click on this, and then you can press loop, and now you can see that it's looping it, and then I can drag how far I want the loop to be, and it's only going to loop to the next audio region. So if we had that deleted, we could just loop for eternity. And another thing you can do here is, if you click on each of these individual audio regions, it's going to be slightly different from DAW to DAW. In Logic, I'm going to my inspector here, and what I can do is I can bring the gain up. So just for these sections, let's say I wanted that to be louder, I wanted this to be louder, I can just bring these up, and you can see this nice visual representation of the gain coming up. So different to us doing this with our fader, this is actually the chain with which it's going through our channel strip. We're actually bringing the gain up as if we were bringing the gain up in our interface, as opposed to bringing the volume up after any processing. So as this flows, this is the first thing, and that's why it's being represented up here as opposed to down here. This is the last thing. So everything here, apart from panning, which is a little confusing, the panning should essentially be here, is flowing through like so. Skip the stereo out, skip the panning. We're going to our fader, then our pan pot, then our stereo out. So this is a really useful tool if you've recorded something there's slightly varying dynamics. Let's say you shouted a part and then you were softer and you wanted those to be a similar level. You could just go in here and bring the gain up. You can also transpose here. So if we just loop this and press transpose, we transpose this up and down in pitch. So you can do that as a creative effect as well. And then you have your fading, so you can fade in and out like so, and then you can choose the type of fade. So a crossfade or equal power crossfade. These are just slightly different fades, and that's just going to allow us to mitigate any pops and clicks when we chop up our audio. So that is honestly everything you really need to know, apart from time stretching. So we can also do that. So I'm just pressing Option in the bottom right, and I can actually drag this out, and this is called time stretching. And now I just speak and turn, and you can see it's dragged how long I've said that. And I can also time compress, so I can make it even faster. And now I even faster than that. And now so you can also do that. And there are various ways that we can do this. We can do this in flex time. That's a little bit more advanced. Don't worry about that right now. But I just wanted to give you the basic understanding of what editing is. It's just us chopping things up, finessing things for both creative and practical applications. Next up, we have the arrangement view. In this section, we'll look at using the timeline so we can get familiar with arranging. Next, we'll look at the grid so we can keep our performances tight. And finally, we'll look at the concept of quantizing audio and MIDI in the DAW. Let's now look at using the timeline. First of all, we've got two audio tracks here. These are Apple loops that we have pulled in from our loops folder here, and they just sound like this together. So we just have an electric piano loop and we have a drum set loop. And I just want to demonstrate the timeline view. So this is our arrangement window, and this is our timeline view. So you can see that we have measure 1 and then 3, then 5, then 7, then 9, 11, etc, etc, etc. And we can just go through infinitely through our timeline. And you can see here that is 1 minute 50, 2 minutes and 3 seconds, 2 minutes 10, etc. So this is how we actually start to think about structuring our songs. So we can simply create within our timeline by just pointing, and then you can see that our playhead just follows where we click. And then if we press the space bar, there's nothing playing right now, but we can just play from there. So we can drag things around by just clicking them and dragging them. We can loop things as well, like we mentioned in our editing phase, like so, and that's just infinitely loop. That's just going to loop over and over and over in our timeline. Let's say we wanted to put that there. So already you're starting to see that with just two audio loops, we're starting to create music. It's really that simple when we start to understand these tools. So our arrangement window is showing us the timeline from start to finish of our song, and we can start to build arrangements like so. You can see things are coming in and coming out, and then over time we can start to add more elements and start to create a song. But the timeline is essentially just showing us the beginning, the middle, the end, and we can use our playhead to move around to different sections in our arrangement window. So let's talk a little bit more about the grid. So if we zoom in a little bit more here, you can see that we have got our grid, and then we have got our bar. So we've got bar 1, and then we have these tiny little pointers here, these lines in our grid. And if we count, if we put our metronome on, you can see this 1, 3. Why is there a 3 there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can see that that is the 3. That is the middle of our bar. And this is how we think about rhythm and how we think about arranging. And we're going to talk about this in a lot more detail when we talk about rhythm and timing in the language of music, which is coming up next. So we've got bar 1, we've got bar 2, we've got bar 3. And we'll talk about this when we get to our subdivisions here. But we've just got these different markers here within our grid that represent different subdivisions. And if we click on this, look, we've got even more. And then if we go lower, we've got less. And then we can talk about these as bars or measures, measure 1, measure 2, measure 3, or bar 1, bar 2, bar 3. I personally say bar, but I guess the traditional term is measure. And then we have just got the beats within our bar, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is essentially how we think about the grid. So when we think about that, that goes hand in hand with quantization. So quantizing is essentially the concept of using our DAW to digitally snap things to the grid. So let's say, for instance, we've got our drums here. What if we wanted to change the feel of the drums? We can now quantize this to the nearest 8th note or 16th note, and we'll talk about this in more detail, what these actually are. But for now, let's just click on a 30-second note. We don't hear much difference. What happens if we click on a 16th note swing? We have a different feel because it's moving different notes, different hits within our bar, different beats within our bar being snapped to the grid. And that's changing the feel. What happens if we click 16th note swing E? You can see the visual representation of how things are moving. So without, and then with. And we can do the same with our keyboard. What happens if we change it? You can see it's moving now. Doesn't really work rhythmically with what's happening here, but it's just a demonstration of how we can play around with this. So that's essentially what we're doing. We're using quantization to snap things to the grid, to either correct some imperfect timing if we want things to be extremely tight to the grid, or to change the feel rhythmically. And here is where we get the blending. So Q strength here, you can see it's a percentage. And as we move that around, that changes how tightly we are snapping to the grid. 100%, we're 100% snapping to every single one of these beats here. And when we bring the percentage down, we start to have a little bit more flexibility compared to us just snapping 100%. And you can do the exact same thing with MIDI. So if I mute this and then I just play a note, we'll just record. You can see that these are nowhere near 100% at the grid. But if I select these by just dragging like so and press Q, it moves to the nearest 16th note, or the nearest 8th note, or the nearest quarter note. And I can also edit this, I can move this across and copy it. And then the strength is how much we're snapping that to the grid and to that particular subdivision that we're quantizing to. So it's the exact same principle of what we were doing with audio with our Q strength, but we're just doing this in our piano roll with our strength here. So the exact same thing here. You can see there's also scale quantize. So the concept of quantizing the audio from a timing perspective, or the MIDI from a timing perspective, we can do with a scale. So we can quantize this to any scale, and we're going to talk about scales again in the language of music, but we can also use this in our favor to help any mistakes and also as creative decisions to affect the timing and the melodic content that we're working with. Finally, we have the mixer window, where we can balance each of our audio and MIDI tracks. So to start, we'll look at volume and panning and how to affect these two parameters in the mixer window. Next, we'll look at adding effects to an audio and MIDI channel. And finally, we'll look at buses and groups and how to create them and why. So let's look at the mixer window. So we have got 3 tracks here. We've got drums and then we've got 2 pianos. And to pull up our mixer window, we're just going to press this button here and we can pull this up. Or we can also press Command 2 and we can have this in a separate view here. So we can look at it like that or like that. I'm just going to use it like this for now. And let's just have a look. So we can see each of our tracks here, and then we have got our stereo out. So all of these are going to our stereo out, where everything is being sent to, being routed to rather. And we have got our drums, so we can solo those. We can also mute it. We can do the same for each. And then we've got our faders and we've got our pan pots. So we can start to blend these in. So the easiest way to do this is I just like to bring everything down to 0 and then just bring things in. So bring our drums up. And then we can start to blend these in together. We can also pan things from left to right. So let's say, for instance, we would like this to be panned to the right a little. And then this to the left. I'd like to keep my drums in the middle, but I could pan it all the way to the left or all the way to the right if I wanted to. And this is just how much we want it to be panned. So we've got a slightly wider stereo image because we've got these panned out to the left and to the right. And this is a really great way to make space for different elements in your arrangement. Now we'll talk all about that later on, but remember, this isn't a mixing course. This is just about us being able to balance things from an emotional standpoint when it comes to what we want to convey with our music. So we'll talk about that later on in more detail, but understanding these fundamental core principles of volume and panning is really important to get things to mesh really well with each other from the very get-go, even in the production stage. So let's talk a little bit about adding effects. So remember earlier on we have our audio effects here. We can also click on here and then we have all these different effects. For now I'm just going to just click a few. We don't need to worry too much about what they are, but let's say on our drums we'd like to add some modulation. So I'm going to click a flanger. Let's solo this. We've got this washy, watery kind of sound, and we can blend in how much of that we want with this mix. Let's say we want this to live with an echo. We can blend in how much of that echo we want. And let's say we want this side to have some reverb. Again, we can blend in how much of that we want with the wet. Let's turn those off. On. So instantly you can see by just adding some of these effects, these are stock effects that we have within our DAW, we can really start to change the sound. And this isn't even us going very aggressive, but instantly we have a very different sound. We have a slightly different characteristic and slightly different emotion going on here. So we can also start to affect these sounds that we have available within our DAW, and you can start to really make these sounds your own. So let's now talk a little bit about buses and groups. So simply put, what a bus is, or a send, these are both synonymous with each other, is essentially sending a copy of your audio signal or MIDI signal to what's called a bus, and you can send the amount like so. So this is just showing us how much of this copy do we want to send. So we've got our drums, and then we have got our drum send, and by using this right here, we're essentially doing how much of this do I want? How much of this copy do I want? And typically why we do this is when we want to blend in a copy of the signal that has been affected differently. So for example, let's add some overdrive and make it really aggressive. And then let's start to blend this in. Let's take our flanger off. Let's turn this off. I'll send. Now let's turn it on. Things sound a lot more aggressive. There's a lot more gain coming in, and there's also a more distorted characteristic. Let's exaggerate that even more. So I'll send 100%. Without, with. Now, this is just one example. There are 100 million different ways that you can do this, but this is a really, really great way to start adding character to your sounds without having to affect the dry signal on its own. So say you love how these drums sound, but you want to blend in some more character with it. You want to put it in a space, but you don't want it to feel 100% wet in that space. You can use a send. So just to drum that in a little more clearly, we can explain this in another way here. So we've got our drums, and then we have got our drum copy or send, okay? The exact same principle of doing this is doing this, and then the blend amount, if we were to turn this on, is exactly the same as doing this. Now, of course, these are exactly the same right now, but if I put our overdrive on there, now what I can do is blend the two together. So we're doing the exact same thing here. You might be asking, well, why not just do that? You absolutely can do that. But sometimes you may want to send multiple tracks to the same effect. And in that instance, you can just go to each of these and then just click the corresponding bus you want to send it to. And then you can just send all of these to the same bus. Let's make sure there's something on that bus, our overdrive. So that is essentially what a bus or a send is. We very commonly use this for spatial processing like reverb, delay, echo, and it allows us to have our dry signal, our unaffected signal, and then our wet signal 100% wet, and then we can blend that into taste to give it a sense of space and dimension. I finally want to just touch on groups. Now, this is a way to essentially keep organized and also to think about how we want to process sounds as a whole. So let's say, for instance, that we wanted to process our pianos together. In Logic Pro, you can create a summing stack. And to do that, you can right click and click Create Track Stack and then Create. And now you can see that these are grouped together. and I can collapse them so that I can just see it all as one if I want to. And let's just say keys. Now I can affect these all in one go. So if I wanted to make them sound really thin and cut out all of the low end, I could do that. If I wanted to add some kind of effect on there, I can do that as a whole if I want to, and then process everything as one thing rather than an individual part. The same can be done for the drums. There is also another way that we can do this. This is a little bit more complicated, but you may find this helpful if you're working in another DAW that doesn't allow track stacks. Is we essentially want to send, let's collapse our keys, flatten our stack. So let's say we want to do the same thing with our keys. We're gonna route the output, which has already been done, you can see with our track stack, to a certain bus. Now we're not sending a copy, we're now sending the entire signal, the output of that, to this bus 4. So these are all routed to this bus. So rather than a send where we're sending a copy, we're sending the entire signal all together, both of these keyboards, to bus 4. And now bus 4 is our track stack. And this is a similar way that you can do this in other DAWs if you don't have track stacks as a native feature in your DAW. And then that is routed to our stereo out. And it's as simple as that. So I can add an effect like a flanger on there, and it's affecting the entire keys. I can make all the keys as a whole come up and down and pan those right to left as well. So that is another way that you can do that. So this is just a really great foundational concept to have even before we start producing and start arranging and structuring our songs. When we start to bring in these elements, we can think about what's the relationship between each of these, and can they be put together? Can they be processed together in a group? And this is a really great way to do that. So to recap, we learned how to navigate our DAW, how to record MIDI and audio data, as well as how to edit it, how to use the arrangement view, and how to use the mixer window to balance our individual tracks. Next, we're going to dive into the language of music. In this lesson, I want to arm you with the most important concepts you need to know about the language of music to start making more informed and intentional production decisions. Now, if you're not familiar with these concepts already, I encourage you to watch through this lesson a few times to really solidify your understanding. While I understand the idea of learning music theory can be super boring for a lot of people, I personally regret not taking it more seriously earlier on in my music production journey. So don't make the same mistake that I did. If you're wondering why you should bother learning this stuff, well, let's use this analogy. Imagine learning music theory as receiving a set of building blocks and a map. The building blocks represent the basic elements of music theory, which are scales, chords, rhythms, etc. These blocks give you the language to express yourself musically, allowing you to communicate ideas and create musical patterns. The map represents the deeper concepts and structures you learn with theory. It helps you to navigate and understand the bigger picture, guiding you towards making intentional musical decisions instead of simple random ones. You can plan where you want to go musically, and the map gives you a sense of direction. By combining the blocks, language, and the map, concepts, you're better equipped to build meaningful and expressive musical pieces, knowing exactly how to structure and where to take them. So ultimately, the goal is to combine both to create a polished work of art. So let's dive into what we'll be learning. We're going to cover understanding notes and scales, how to create chords, voicings, and inversions, and the fundamentals of rhythm. So let's start off with notes. Now, while this piano roll might look daunting, there are only 12 notes you can create music from. We have 7 notes from C to B, and then we have 5 notes from D flat to B flat. If we play from C to B, then hit the next note, we have an octave. That's the first 7 notes. So it's the same note, it's an octave above, we can go down. So you can now see that each of these 12 notes are just spread up and down the octaves of the keyboard. So now we know this, let's look at scales. So we can start with the C major scale, as this is all of the white notes from C to C, as I just played. That is the C major scale. So remember the numbers from earlier? We can use these in our scale. So this is called the Nashville number system. It's super helpful for both scales and chords. So rather than thinking about each individual note that we're playing, we can play the numbers in the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, the octave. And then we repeat and we go up or down. And the fun thing here is that we have a formula to be able to play this starting at any note. So if we want to be super fancy here, we can add Roman numerals, and this is a lot more common. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. When we talk about the distance between notes, that is referred to as an interval. And we can say the note is a certain amount of steps or a certain amount of tones. I personally like to use steps. Tones and steps are interchangeable. It makes more sense for me in terms of how I perceive the movement of notes. So if we have our home, that's the little red box of our scale. This is our home note. We skip the black note. Then we skip another black note. Go straight to the next note. Then skip a note. Then skip a note. Then skip a note. And then go to the next available note, and that is our C major scale. So the formula for this scale is whole, whole, half, whole, 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 and then we get back to our note. So this is a very, very simple way to be able to memorize the formula without thinking about the note that we start on. So you could take this anywhere up and down keyboard or the piano, and if you use the whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half step system, you can find your way through any major scale starting at any note here. So now you know the major scale, which makes up 50% of popular music. So let's cover the other 50% with the minor scale. All we need to do is shift a few notes, so let's check this out. So let's take a look at the minor scale. So we are starting from our home, then we're skipping, then we're going to the next available note, then we're skipping again, skipping, going to the next available note, skipping, and then skipping again. So that has a very different feel to which is our major scale. So if we look at the formula here, we've got whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole, and then another whole back to our home, the octave above. So you can see now that if we learn this formula of major and minor scales, we can hit any note and know how to create a major or minor scale in any key. And this will give you so much freedom when writing chords and melodies. Now we have this understanding, let's look at chords. Simply put, a chord is a group of 3 or more notes played together. So let's look at our piano again and add our numbers. Now, there are many chords, but for the sake of simplicity, let's start with major and then move on to minor chords. So a major chord has the formula of root, 3 half steps, which is technically our minor third, and 4 half steps, which is a perfect fifth. And that sounds like this. And now let's look at C minor. So all we need to do now is change one note a half step down. So that's our C major. We're simply bringing one note, the 3, down 1. And that is what creates the minor triad. So we can change from a happy to a sad. Now you can play major and minor chords. Let's look at chord progressions. These are what allow us to tell a story in our song and set the mood of a song, letting our listeners know how they should feel. So remember our Roman numerals and our numbers? Well, we're revisiting them again. There is a chord for each of these notes. So in popular music, we can play up to the 6th chord, and most commonly we're going to skip the 7th, which is a diminished chord, and you will very rarely use if ever. So we can play each of these chords up the scale and skip the 7th. And just so you can hear the 7th chord, that is what the 7th sounds like. So we can number them as we play them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So the order of our chords going up the major scale is 1, which is major, our 2, which is minor, our 3 chord, which is also minor, and then our 4, which is major, and then our 5, which is major, and then our 6, which is minor. Now these 6 chords are the foundation to communicate different musical ideas and moods. Now we know this, a chord progression is simply the order in which we play our chords. So here are some popular chord progressions. We've got 1, 5, 6, and 4. So that sounds like this. One of the most popular hit song chord progressions of all time, Let It Be, is but one of them. Then we have 6, 4, 1, 5. That sounds like this. Again, a very, very popular chord progression. Then we have 1, 4, 5, 4. And that sounds like this. Very popular 50s and 60s songs had this chord progression. And finally, we have got 2, 5, 1, 6. And that sounds like this. So each of these tells a different story and sets a different mood. Now let's look at how we can spice up our chords to sound richer and more interesting for our listeners. Using our number system, we can simply add notes. So the most common being the 7 to our simple major or minor triad, which is a fancy word for 3 notes being played at once. So we can play our triad, our 1, our 3, our 5, and then our 7th. And then we have a C major 7th chord. So there are 3 types of 7th chords. We have a major 7th, which was what we just played, and we also have a dominant 7th, which is made up by playing a half step down of our major 7th. So we want to hit that note instead of what we just played. So that's what we just played. And if we go a half step down, so musicians call this a C7. So that's a C7, and this is a C major 7. So dominant 7th chords are really great for creating flavoursome transitions. Finally, we have our minor 7th, and this is made by creating our minor chord. So we have C minor, and because we are in the minor scale, that 7th, which in the major is this note, we're going a half step down because that's the scale of our minor scale. So that's what that sounds like, using the note from our major scale, our 7th, in our major, but we've got to go half step down to make it a minor 7th. So remember, we just want to hit that note a half step down when we want to create a minor 7th. So another easy way to add spice to our chords is to add the 2nd note in your scale to any chord in your progression. So this creates what is called an add 9, because what you're actually doing is adding the 9 within the scale. So we go, but we're bringing that down the octave. So Now we also have suspended chords, we've got augmented chords, 6/9, and the list really is endless, but this is more than enough to focus on from a chord progression standpoint. Now we know how to spice up our chords, let's look at some simple inversions. Inversions are playing the same note of a chord in a different order to create a different feel and bridge the gap between chord changes so your progressions sound smoother. So let's take a final look at our piano and our numbers. We're going to extend this so that we span over 2 octaves, as this will make more sense in just a moment. So we know to make C major, we play the 1st, the 3rd, and the 5th, but we can invert this chord. So we can now play the 3rd, the 5th, and the 1st. So this is our normal C major. This is our inverted C major. So this is called the first inversion. We can also play the 5, the 1, and the 3. This is known as the second inversion. Now this is something you'll see in action when we talk about smoother voice leading, so that our chord changes feel less choppy when we are transitioning. For now, this is everything that you need to know to start composing compelling songs from a harmonic standpoint. Now I've thrown a ton of information at you, so feel free to revisit this section as many times as you need to really start to internalize these ideas and put these concepts into practice. So based on everything that we have covered so far, let's actually get into some fun stuff here. Let's apply this knowledge and let's make some chord progressions. So what I have here is a basic major and minor scale with our chords associated for each one of those numbers. So we've got C major, and you can see that we've got our chords here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then back to the 1. So we've got a basic piano here, and I have just typed the notes in like so. So let's have a listen. So that's our diminished chord here. Remember, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to use that. So let's start to think about creating a chord progression. So I'm going to create one chord progression in major, one in minor, and then we can play around with voicings as well. So the easiest way to do this, if we extend this and zoom in a little more, is we can just simply chop up each one of these chords and then we can rearrange those. So we can just say major progression. So we've got our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's mute our 7 and we can mute our 1 because we've got the 1 from here. So let's just play around. 3, 5, 1, 6. That's quite cool. And that is just simply from me picking some of these chords here. So I've labeled it 3, 5, 1, 6. Now I'm going to join these together by pressing Command Join in Logic. And what I'm going to do is actually extend this out so that it covers more time. So I really like this chord progression. We got lucky with randomly picking these progressions, which you can absolutely do, and then just play around. You can listen to songs that you like and look up those chord progressions as well and borrow from those as well. So first of all, let's start to actually make these sound a little bit more interesting. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring the octave down and layer that. So and then I'm going to do that once again so we can really start to support these chords. So that's just going to make things sound a little fuller, a little richer from the very get-go. So let's start to actually play around with these voicings. So these are not inversions. What we can actually do is bring some of these notes up and down so that we have a smoother leading. So we can mimic how a pianist would play it by minimizing the gap between the different chord changes. So let's bring this down and bring this down. Let's listen to how this sounds. And now we can start to add some extended voices here. So let's add our 7th. And then I'm going to create an add 9. And I'm going to move this note down here and see how that sounds. So we have got a minor 7th. By moving this note here, we've created the 7th. So we've got a E minor 7th, we've got a G add 9, we have got a C major 7th, and then we have got an A minor 7th. So we're just using the voicings that we showed earlier on, and immediately everything sounds a lot richer, a lot fuller. So this is a really great basis for us to start writing and producing a song. So this is an example of a chord progression in the major scale. So just to reiterate how we can change keys here, we're simply transposing things up and down. So if we wanted to go to, for instance, D major, we're going up 2 semitones to get to a different key. So it's as simple as transposing, and you can play around by simply just so we've got A flat major now, and that sounds really nice to me. So I'm going to keep that in this key. So let's now move over to our minor chord progression. Again, do the same thing. We're going to chop things up. So what happens if we start with our 1, our 3, our 6, and our 4? And then we can extend this as well, so it's the same amount of time as our major. And let's get to work. Let's start to make this sound a little more interesting and richer. So again, we're going to fill out the octaves. Now let's bring this down. Perhaps we can bring that down. So we're adding a 6th here. Now, we don't always necessarily have to add 7ths and 9ths and all that kind of thing. Like, we can make things sound a lot fuller and richer by just filling out the octaves. We've done the low octaves. We can also bring these up, or simply do something like this. So we can just fill things out using octaves as well. So just to demonstrate this further, let's go back to our major. Let's create another chord progression here. So I'm going to do 2, 4, 5, and 1. Extend these out. And notice I have a chord progression of 4 chords. So you can do 2 chords, you can do 3 chords, but let's look at filling this out with simply just filling the octaves out and making the voicing a little bit smoother by minimizing the jumps between some of these notes. So first of all, you know the drill. We can also just bring these up. So I'm just messing around with creating a slightly smoother voicing here. And then we can move this around to change the key. So we've got D major, maybe let's go down to G major. Zoom out a little bit here and see all of our notes. We've got our A flat major chord progression, our C minor chord progression here. So you're very quickly starting to see that all of the stuff that we've been talking about can actually be applied here so that we can be a little bit more intentional. We're looking at, okay, within our scale, what are the notes that we can use and what are the chords within that scale? How can I switch those around to start to tell slightly different stories? And also, how can I play around with slightly different voicings to make the transitions more seamless and smoother, to start to create a slightly more sophisticated listening experience and basis for us to actually compose a song. So later on, you're going to see that I'm going to compose chords. I'm going to prepare some chords in the same manner and actually use those as the basis of the entire song that we are going to produce. So it's worth mentioning that if you feel overwhelmed by what we've covered so far in terms of actually composing and creating your own chords, there are some shortcuts just to get you started. I really recommend that you rewatch this and you actually learn how to do it for yourself from scratch. But just so that you can start to celebrate some small wins, let me offer some other options for you to actually get started with creating chords. So what we are going to have attached here is a MIDI pack that I have created, and there are many MIDI packs that you can purchase and download that you can look into based on different genres and your goals. So what these typically look like, if we open this up, is we just have a ton of MIDI files here. So I've got A minor, 100 BPM chords. So let's see, we're not going to import the tempo, and let's just play this. And then you can start to manipulate these. You can change the key. Let's change this to another file. Let's go to these chords here. So we've got these chords, F major chords. So we've got a little bit of movement happening here. Again, mess around with these as well. We can even bring these down. We could get rid of this note if we wanted to. And very quickly, we have this foundation to build from. So if you feel overwhelmed, you can totally just jump to the MIDI pack that we're going to have attached with the resources here, and then use those as the basis to start having some inspiration without having to necessarily do absolutely every single note from scratch. So now we have that understanding, let's move into rhythm. Rhythm is an event that repeats regularly over time. Music happens in time. Unlike other art forms, this is the reason we have a timeline in our arrangement window of our doors. At the heart of rhythm lies beat. So a single beat that repeats at regular time intervals is what we can call a pulse. This is the underlying rhythm that we instinctively tap our feet to when we listen to songs. So think of a clock ticking or the flasher of a car when indicating. At its most fundamental level, this is a rhythmic pulse. To create your own pulse when producing music, we can use a metronome, which is inbuilt within your DAW. So this tool we can use to create a click at regular time intervals, which can be slowed down or sped up at will. On a metronome, speed is measured by beats per minute, or BPM. So going back to our clock pulse, its BPM is 60. Meaning it has 60 beats per minute at 1 second intervals. So it ticks one time every second. To really start internalizing this, let's move into a practical demonstration. So now that we have the basic understanding of beats per minute, of rhythm and pulse, and what that actually means, we can dive into the DAW and we can use this practically. So now we have our metronome playing. And what you'll notice is we have two different hits. We have a higher hit and we have a lower hit in terms of the tone of it. And what that marks is the downbeat. So when we look at 1, we have our higher hit, and that is our downbeat. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can even vocalize that in such a way. So that's essentially what the metronome is doing. And as we start to bring out our bar, you can see 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 1, 4, 2, and 2. So we're just marking the bar, and what that's doing is it's just allowing you to start to pair the sound visually with our bar. So we have one bar here, 1, 2, and then we can start to extend this out. So as we zoom out, we can see this a little more clearly. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have 4 equal parts within one bar, and this is because we are in the time signature of 4, 4. That's exactly what that means. We're splitting our bar into 4 equal segments per bar. Now, for the sake of this course, we're going to work in 4/4. There are some other common time signatures that we can use in popular music, such as 3/4 and 6/8, but we're not going to talk about those right now. That is the very basics and scratching the surface of how deep you can go into different time signatures and that kind of thing. 4/4 is going to get you 95% of the way there most commonly. So we can bring the tempo up and down, our BPM, like so. So I'm just bringing that up and down, dragging it up. It's going to be slightly different in each DAW, but let's go down to 60 beats per minute. And that is half of what we were at before, which was 120. Let's go to 90. So we're changing the speed, the BPM of our project overall, globally, which most commonly you're going to want to do. If you want to change that over time, let's say for instance, we wanted 2 bars to be at 90 and then the other 2 bars to be at 120, we can just go in here like so. Again, it's going to be slightly different depending on the DAW, but most commonly you're going to stick to 1 BPM for the duration of the song. In most modern songs that tends to be the case, but for this instance we're going to just stick to 1 overall tempo and just move it up and down. So let's start to mark the downbeat with some drums. So I'm going to go into our MIDI region here. We've got the same visual representation of our bars here, and we just want to mark the 1 here with our drum, with a kick. As we zoom in, we can start to see the different sounds. We've got our kick, 2, 3, 4. Now in music, rhythmically, what we can do is we can actually subdivide the bar into smaller chunks, and that's what these lines are doing here. So rather than chunking this into only 4, we've got this chunked into 8 subdivisions. Now the reason I can see this is because up here I have my subdivisions at 8. So if I go to 4, you can see that we have those lines removed. We only have 4 lines marking the 4 subdivisions within our 1 bar. Now this might sound overly complicated, but we can really simplify this as we start to demonstrate what this looks like and what this sounds like. If we have 4, that sounds like this. If we have 8 subdivisions, that sounds like this. So the tempo is exactly the same. We're just subdividing how many notes are living within that 1 bar, within that BPM. And we can subdivide this even further. So let's say 16th, and then let's add these notes. Let's double that once more. And finally, let's move up to 32nd notes. So notice that the BPM, the pulse is exactly the same, but we've subdivided even more chunks within there to get 32nd notes within that 1 bar. So these are the main subdivisions that you're going to see: quarter note, 8th note, 16th note, and 32nd note. Let's talk about triplets very briefly. So what triplets are is simply changing how many notes are living within each bar. So rather than having 4 notes, we're going to have 3 notes, hence the word triplet. So if we have 4 notes here, we've got our quarter notes. Let's add a kick on each one of those divisions. Now what we can actually do here, which is really helpful within Logic, but you can do this in any other DAW, is if we go to our metronome settings, we can click division, and what this is going to do is allow us to hear the subdivision being played on our metronome. So if I click 6, and we can hear this triplet rhythm now. So what happens if we use these guiding lines here that have shifted because we've changed it here, as well as listening to the subdivision being played with our metronome? And what happens if we go to 12 and then play our hi-hats on there? And then if we flip back to 8th notes, you can see we've got 3 notes living within this one section, as opposed to the 4 lines that we have here. So let's listen to the difference between our triplet hats versus our 16th note hats. It makes us move slightly differently. Neither one of these is right or wrong. You can use this in your toolkit rhythmically to create different feeling parts within your arrangements. So now that we have that understanding of subdivisions, we can actually start to create our first beat simply with this understanding. So if we go to quarter note subdivision and we click kick on every one of these lines here within our bar, and then we go to eighth note, and then we add a snare on each of these lines. We have so we have a kick playing on every quarter note, we have a snare playing on every eighth note. What happens if we add a hat on every 16th note? We now have a drum beat. We have a very, very simple drum beat based simply on the understanding that we have so far of BPM, pulse, time signature, and subdivisions. So we've got our kick on our quarter, we've got our snare on our eighth note, and we have our hats on our 16th notes. What happens if the downbeat, we add a crash instead of starting with the hats? Now we can go even further here with our 32nd note. What happens if at the end we subdivide this even further here, and we split our mid and low toms into a 32nd note fill? So what can feel really stale in terms of music theory, when actually applied to our music, applied to our beats, we can actually start to see how this crosses over. So we've created our groove and we've got fills, and we're using our downbeat and using different sounds to mark that downbeat, using the simplest forms of sound within our DAW. These are stock sounds, and we're starting to get closer to something that sounds like a drum beat. So notice we are working in one bar now. Now we want to start to extend how many bars we have in each phrase. So here we have one bar. Let's extend that to 4 bars. Now typically we're going to work in chunks of 4 bars or 8 bars to create a musical phrase. And an example of this can be something like this. So I'm just copying this over, and we're going to start to create a drum beat that evolves over time rather than being totally static. And again, all we're doing is using the knowledge that we have acquired over this lesson. And we're going to go in here and we're going to start to make some decisions based on some of the different subdivisions throughout our bars here and see where we're at. Let's perhaps open our hi-hat. Let's copy that over. And now we have our phrase here. Now we feel like we have a phrase that evolves, completes, and repeats. So I'm just going to change this final open hi-hat in the 3rd bar here to a low tom hit, and then add some different snares in a few different parts here to complete our drum beat in this section. So we've just got a 16th note snare happening here. And I'm just changing the view here. Maybe we can add a kick here. Now this is definitely going to be a rhythm you've heard before in some songs. Notice how adding certain notes in different parts creates a slightly different feel rhythmically. When we add those kicks in these parts here, if we listen without those versus with those. So remember, we are learning all of this stuff so that we can be as intentional as possible, so that when we sit down and we go, okay, I want to create something that has more bounce, or I want to create something that feels a little more energetic in this part, I know exactly how to do that and how to manipulate the grid and the placement of the notes within the grid to create that sense of energy. Now we've covered the basics. Let's move into creating our first beat. We're going to look at drum racks, samples, and sequencers within the DAW, as well as build upon some rhythmic concepts like swing and syncopation. First, let's take a moment to look at the 3 ways we can actually create beats within our DAW. We can either use a sampler, where we drag in one-shots, which is simply recorded hits, for example, a kick drum, a snare, or hi-hat, etc., and draw these into our piano roll, or play them in using our MIDI controller, which either way will be recorded in as MIDI data in our piano roll, and then we can edit that. The second way is to use a step sequencer, where we click in different hits at different steps and start to generate a beat. The third way is to simply drag and drop audio within our arrangement window and move it around to start creating a rhythm. So we're going to demonstrate each one of these 3 ways. Neither one is right or wrong, and most commonly each of these techniques can be used together. So first off, let's look at sampling. So if we look at our sampler here, there's nothing loaded, and I'm just going to pull in a sample. So we've just got this clap / snare here, and I can now play this. I'm just hitting my MIDI keyboard. So on the keyboard, I'm just playing like so. So you can do that on here, or you can draw it in, and then you can draw in a pattern and then play around with the length and the placement. So that is it in a nutshell when it comes to a sampler. Most commonly, what you are going to be doing when you are editing is playing around with the release of any sample as well as the attack. So we can either fade in, or we can simply change at what point that starts. So that sounds different to that. There's less attack. And if I want it to swell in, I could do something like that. Most commonly, if we are being really intentional with the samples that we are bringing in, we're gonna have to do a lot less work playing around with these parameters. For now, we don't need to worry about any of this stuff here. We can simply just pull it in, look at the audio, and then play around with any of this stuff to taste. And then we just have our volume as well. So you can bring your fader down, but I like to just bring it down to a nice healthy range around -7 to -10. So now let's look at the drum rack. In Logic, we have the drum machine designer, and this will vary from DAW to DAW, but the principle is the same. We're housing a drum kit, which has multiple sounds that correspond to different notes on our piano roll or our MIDI pads or keyboard. So if I pull up the drum machine designer, you can see that we have these different pads, and these all have different sounds. So if I play, I'm simply just playing my MIDI keyboard here. Different sounds are being triggered. These are inbuilt sounds that come with the DAW, but we can also import our own one-shots. So an example of this is if we pull up this drum rack here, you can see that there is nothing on here. We just have blank pads to do with what we want. Again, if I wanted to just pull in a few random drum hits here, don't worry too much about where these are coming from for now. I now have these different hits. and then I can start to play these in, or I can program them in. And you can also double click and you can rename this. So if we wanted to call that snare, reverb, hit, etc., you can do that as well, just so that you know what everything is and you can easily access it. So as well as using our own one-shots and pulling those in, we can also use our DAW's stock loops to create our own drum racks. So for example, if we like this drum loop, we can drag this down here and you can see we have Drum Machine Designer. So I'm gonna drag it into Drum Machine Designer. Now you can see that we have each of these hits separated out. So it's chopped up each of those hits and we can now play these in. And we can hear that there's a little bit of kind of a click here, and that will be when you can kind of fade in the ends of some of these hits. So that's a really great way to use all of the sounds that you have available within your DAW. So now let's look at the step sequencer. This can be really helpful and a little more forgiving when you're starting out, especially if you are getting overwhelmed by just looking at a blank piano roll and not knowing where to begin. So this will help you to create fast with a simple click and tweak approach. So if we look at the sequencer, I'm going to double click this here. We have our sequencer and I press play. You can see that this is moving already. We have a sequence that is in place. And then if we click different boxes here in these rows, these symbolize different sounds. So we've got a collection of kicks, snares, hats, rides, percussions, a lot of stuff to play around with here. We can just simply click or click again to get rid of it. And then we have our steps. So if I just play and randomly click some of these, very, very random. It doesn't sound particularly musical, but you can really start to just play around and tweak as you go. So if we want to create a shorter or longer sequence, we've got our steps here. So if we get rid of all of this stuff and then just play, we can see how short this sequence is. And then we can extend it out to 16 steps, to 24 steps, 32 steps, which is essentially 2 bars here. So if we look up here as we play through, 48 steps, 3 bars, or 64 steps, which is 4 bars. And we have these different scenes here. So this could be the first part, which is half 2 bars, then the other part, which is another 2 bars, so that we can really start to even think about building in variation by seeing these as slightly contrasted and varying sections. So let's actually have a little play around with the sequencer just to give you a demonstration. So I'll go for 16 steps and I'm going to play my metronome so that I have some kind of pulse for me to get into context with. So very quickly, by simply just playing around, we have this pretty complex sounding beat by simply playing in against the metronome, clicking, unclicking, playing around with different sounds to create something relatively quickly. And then we can always extend this out to create some variation. And you can see within our arrangement window, this is just being copied for the duration of 4 bars. So we would want to create some variation there, but for the sake of demonstration, we can stop doing that now. What I want to draw your attention to is when we actually open up this track stack, we have each of these elements with their own track. So we can bring the volume down, we can pan, we can start adding effects as well. And solo these if we want to. So this is a really great intuitive way to start creating more complex rhythms and beats without necessarily having to think so much about the theory. So I highly recommend playing around with this if you are extremely new to creating beats and rhythms. This will just help you to start experimenting really quickly and fearlessly. So finally, we can simply drag in and chop up pre-recorded loops or one-shots and rearrange them to create our own patterns. So let's have a look at how this would work. So let's mute everything else for now. And I'm just going to go into our Apple loops, Oak folder. Here we've got a pre-recorded loop here of hats. Any one of these Apple loops, when you change the tempo up and down, these will be stretched and compressed to fit perfectly in the BPM that you're working in. So we can simply drop these in, and this is a pre-programmed beat here. With, you know, different pitch, and there's slight different pitch variations here. So this has already been expertly produced. So you can absolutely just bring this in. Let's find a kick here. Do we want this? Maybe we'll bring this one in. So we've already got a great solid beat here, but let's make this our own. We can start to chop things and rearrange things as we so wish. So I'm going to change my view to 8th notes. I'm going to leave our hi-hats for now as is. I want to mute that. And I'm simply pressing Control and M to mute these different audio regions. Maybe we can mute this, create some variation. Got a little bit of a click going on here. Let's get in here and fade that. Actually delete that, I'm going to commit to it. Just zone in here. Chop this over. And I'm going to go up to my snap mode here and change to absolute so that it snaps to these lines very, very easily. So it's going to vary from door to door how you do that, but it's just very helpful, particularly when working with audio, to make sure things are right in the pocket there and as tight to the grid if it needs to be. Go to 16ths here. Maybe we'll go back to our Get in here, pull that in. I want to create a kind of little ghost note. And you can go into the audio here and bring down the gain. So if you want softer hits, you can see that it's bringing those down visually as well. You can go even further there. Maybe bring those down too, or bring the first note down more and then this up a little. So I want to create some stutters here. So we'll change our grid to 30-second notes. And I'm just going to loop this. Maybe here we can do a slightly different thing here with the hats. Maybe we'll do a little something there. And maybe a little something here. So with a little bit of rejigging, chopping, moving things around, we're starting to make things our own, starting from a really solid foundation. These are great sounds. These have been expertly produced. So there's not much we need to do aside from make the rhythm our own, start to add our kind of own finesse to it, and then balance things out in terms of volume. And we have a really solid beat to start from. We can go a lot further here in terms of creating variation. For instance, we could move some of these stutters around and we could perhaps pan one to the left and one to the right here. We could also play around with the pitch of each of those by just going back up to our region information up here, and we can transpose that. So a couple of semitones, and then maybe bring this up a few semitones and see how that sounds. That will change the kind of texture and feel of the sounds. See what's happened here. Maybe we can make that a little louder. So we're barely scratching the surface with how far you can dive into this, and we will talk about sound design and creating contrast as well as layering later on. But we already have a really solid foundation to start working from. So to recap, we can use our drum rack, we can use our step sequencer, we can use our sampler, or we can simply drag in audio, either one shots or audio pre-recorded loops, and start to chop those up to create our own beats. Now, before we dive in and create a beat from scratch, I want to build upon the language that we spoke about in our rhythm section. Now, we understand our subdivisions. Let's look at a few terms that you'll come across when dealing with rhythm, particularly when crafting beats. So before we talk about these concepts, let's talk about the idea of strong versus weak beats. Without weak, we can't have strong, and vice versa. So if we look at our grid and we go to our 8th note display and we really zoom in here, we can pull up our 8th notes here, what we can see is we have a strong and then a weak beat, and then a strong and then a weak beat. And these alternate when we have 8th notes. Now, when we move to 16th notes, so we have our strongest beat here on the 1, and then we have a weaker beat, then a slightly stronger beat again, and then the pattern repeats again. Using a basic beat pattern here, we can look at how structural anchors are mainly using the strong beats, with our hi-hat using the offbeat. So we've got the foundation here, the structural foundation of this beat. So if we go to our quarter note here, you can see that we have each one of these quarter notes being accented, the strong beat, and then we've got the second quarter note here of these claps layered with our kick. So this is our rhythmic anchor. And then when we introduce this hi-hat, this is living in the 8th note subdivision here. But if we look at our 16th note grid, there's nothing structural that is living in this land, because our 16ths are the supporting groove elements to the main meat of the beat. So with that understanding, let's look at what syncopation and swing is. First off, we have swing. So simply put, this is a different type of groove. We have straight grooves and we have swung grooves. Instead of dividing each beat evenly in half, like in straight rhythm, hence straight grooves, the first part of the beat is longer and the second part is shorter. So we delay the weak beat to get a lazy feel. And this is super common in a lot of different genres, lo-fi being one of them. So if we look at a straight 8th note hi-hat here, let's simply play that through and listen to it. So now all we have to do is delay the weak beat. So if we go to our 8th note grid, we know that the weaker beat is every second hit. So if we go here, highlight each of these, and then we delay this, what happens? We have swing. This is a swung rhythm. So straight, swung. Most importantly, notice how this feels and how it feels different, the straight rhythm and the swung rhythm. So that's 8th note. Let's move to a 16th note hat and do the same thing here. So we'll loop this round and we know that we have got, and we know that what we have to do here, if we go to our 16th note subdivision, is we've got strong, weak, weak. We've got strong, weak, slightly stronger, weak. So if we skip and then delay, what happens? We've got that swung rhythm again. And if we look at our piano roll, we have this swing slider, and look at how this actually moves the note around. So 66% swing is technically perfect swing, and most common music will sit between the 50% to 66% scale of swing. So just bear that in mind if you are using this slider. Don't worry too much if this concept hasn't fully been grasped. You can revisit this again if you need to. Most importantly, you just want to dial into how this makes you feel and then play around with that based on the style of music that you're going for and the emotion that you want to create with your beats. Next, we have syncopation. So if swing is about moving the position of the weak beats, syncopation is about accenting them. The actual definition of syncopation is the disturbance or interruption of the regular flow of music. So we can emphasize beats or parts of beats that are normally not accented, creating an unexpected or offbeat feel. And at the most basic level, if we go back to our beat over here, this hi-hat is an example of syncopation. Notice how when we introduce that, we get a different feel and we are prompted to move slightly differently. But we can take this further. So we can take a snare, we've got one here, and we can open up our piano roll and you can see we've got the 16th note grid up. I'm placing these hits strategically on the weaker beats here. So we know this is our strong beat, this is our weak beat. This is a weak beat, but it's a little bit stronger than this one here. And then this is our weak beat again, and then we start our strong beat again. And I'm strategically placing this on different weak beats here. Now listen to how this sounds. Let's get rid of that. So what we're doing is we're strategically emphasizing the weak beats, and there isn't necessarily a rule here. I would go to your 16th note grid when you have the foundation of your beat down, and then play around with placing some percussive elements to create different rhythmic accents. And if you remember what we did with our step sequencer, without necessarily knowing this knowledge, by clicking different parts within our step sequencer, we created some syncopation with our percussive elements. So if we go back to that, we've got our strong, and then we have syncopation. So we've got our 1 and our 3 here, our kick, and then our 3, which is being emphasized by our snare, and in between we have got these different hits coming in that are emphasizing the weaker beats here. So try to key into the 1 and the 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these particular hits, the rim with the hat, is creating some of that syncopation by accenting those weaker beats against the foundational groove that we have going on. So don't worry if you haven't fully grasped this. These concepts are a little bit more intermediate to advanced, so you can rewatch this. You can put it on a shelf for now and stick to simply using some tools available for you to just kind of experiment with, rather than getting hung up on some of these theoretical ideas. It's great to understand this because then you can kind of hear different tracks and start to pick out, oh, why does this beat make me feel this way? Interesting that this certain accent is happening and this is swung and this is making me feel this way. And then you can kind of recreate that from scratch. So the final concept that I want to highlight for now is the idea of velocity. So velocity is simply how loud or soft each note is. When every note is completely the same velocity, our MIDI information can sound mechanical or robotic. So let's look at this example of a drum beat with and without velocity processing. So this is without any velocity processing. We can see everything is the exact same velocity here. And let's have a listen to how this sounds. Now let's have a listen to this same beat, exactly the same, hitting on the same spot. Nothing has changed apart from the velocity. Again, same velocity. Varied velocity. Notice how much more alive and real this feels. It breathes and it feels like things are ebbing and flowing. Earlier on when we were making a beat from audio, remember that I brought the gain down on some certain hits, and this is emulating the same thing. So velocity is particularly used for MIDI and bringing these MIDI notes down. You can see we have this velocity slider, and we simply just adjust that to taste, and we can use this to accent. So you can see that this snare fill, it's softer, then harder, then soft again. So it goes up and then it's soft, and then we start again. And this is a great way to start to accent certain things rhythmically as well. Things are getting very exciting as we are moving into this lesson where we are going to focus on creating melodies and bass lines. So let's first establish what a melody is. It is defined as a succession or sequence of notes that is musically satisfying. So remember our recording of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star from lesson 1? Well, we are going to revisit that. Now that recording didn't actually have a melody, it was more just a spoken poem. But let's revisit one of the arguably most well-known melodies of all time. So that is the first part of the melody. So if we play a sequence of notes in the same rhythm of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, but play in random notes like this, is it still a melody? I would argue it isn't, as it does not fulfill the main goal here, which is to be musically satisfying. A melody is the most recognizable part of music that is both relatable, repeatable, and memorable. Our first example did this, whereas our second example didn't. So melodies typically appear as lead lines, as bass lines, and as the top note of each successive chord. So the top notes of your chords can be a melody or can imply a melody. As simple as it may be, it is a melody nonetheless. So the role of melody is typically to be the focal point or main character in the movie, and other musical elements are typically in support of the melody. So let's look at what makes a successful melody. Notice I'm not saying good or bad, as that's more subjective. This is less about a matter of taste and more about whether a melody achieves its goal to be musically pleasing and memorable. There are no real rules here, only guidelines that you can take into consideration based on your goals, but the main guidelines are that a good melody is first and foremost singable. So this means that more often than not, it's going to contain leaps and steps. So let's cover what those are. Steps are a movement of a melody by steps up and down. So that would be a stepwise motion or movement up and down the melody that we just improvised there. So steps are easy to sing, whereas leaps are movements of a melody by more than a step. So you could jump by thirds, fourths, fifths, etc. So these can be harder to sing for the average person. So that could be something like, so notice that it is a little harder to kind of anticipate where the melody is going. So let's take a look at the lead melody of Blinding Lights to observe how many leaps and steps there are in the melody. So without even going into the piano roll, we can see that we have a combination of stepwise motion going up. These notes are relatively close to each other. Then we have some leaps here. We've got a leap down. Then we've got some stepwise motion, then a leap down again, as things inevitably climax at the second part of the melody. So let's now look at Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. So we have quite a lot of leaps in this particular melody, and then we have a descending stepwise motion down here. So leaps and leaps, then stepwise, then leaps, then stepwise. So you can see that some of these melodies lean one way or the other, but both have both stepwise motion and leaping. But what about a melody that exclusively uses steps? We Will Rock You by Queen. Exclusive stepwise motion. And then that just repeats. So we have a descending stepwise. The whole melody is in stepwise motion descending. And what about a melody with some more leaps? Let's look at Hey Jude by the Beatles. So we go up here and we've got quite a lot of jumps and then a huge leap here, then a little bit of stepwise here, a little bit of stepwise, and then we descend back down. So while we think about steps and leaps, we also have to consider the range of the melody. How far up and down does the melody actually go? So a general guideline is no more than an octave and a half either way, up or down. When you exceed that guideline, this will start to change the singable quality of your melody. It's important to consider climax as well. This will typically be when the melody reaches its highest peak, which normally aligns with the song's climax in terms of the energy arc, and we'll discuss the energy arc in detail when we cover structure and arrangement. If we go back to Hey Jude, we can see this with the highest peaks being our D3 here, and this is just above the octave of where we started our melody. So the range here is within an octave up and down here. Let's now look at writing a melody in major and minor scales. To do this, we're going to learn a new scale, the pentatonic scale. This is exactly the same as our major and minor, we're just skipping notes. So rather than 7 notes in the scale, we have 5. So if we go back to our numbers on the keyboard, starting at C, the formula for a major pentatonic is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 1. So the reason I want you to start with the scale is because it is the easiest to sound good over chords, because there are no dissonant notes in the scale. So to recap, our C major scale sounds like this, and our C major pentatonic sounds like this. And our C minor scale sounds like this. With our C minor pentatonic sounding like this. So let's create a melody with both a minor and major chord progression underneath. So we have our major first, and we have some simple chords here that I've put together. We've got the 2, 4, 6, 1. And that's just repeating. Now let's look at our major pentatonic melody. So off camera, through some improvising on my MIDI keyboard, I came up with this melody. So notice the combination of stepwise motion and leaps, creating the climax of the melody here. And I also broke the rule here of adding 1 note from our major scale, our 7, before going back to our 1, as this helped us to create a little bit more tension before going back to the root note. Now let's look at our minor chords with a pentatonic minor melody on top. So again, we see descending stepwise, leaps, leaps here, then descending, stepwise again. For the same reason, my subjective artistry was craving one of those notes to create that feeling that the note against a chord progression creates there. So you can absolutely break these rules. I played around with trying to keep it in the pentatonic only, but it just felt like that's what this particular melody wanted. So now let's talk about call and response, which is an ancient melodic writing technique similar to a conversation. So the first part of the melody says something while the second part responds, hence call and response. So a great example of this is I Believe in a Thing Called Love by The Darkness. So this is one of the first melodies that came to mind when I was putting this together. So let's have a look at the structure of this melody. We've got call first, and then we've got call again, totally the same, and then we have our responses, and then we have our second response, which has a slight variation that ends the phrase. So we can view different parts of your melody as the call or the response and compose accordingly. Again, this can be a lot to think about and take in starting out, but thankfully we have some tools available within our DAWs, such as Scale Quantize, which is available in most DAWs. So within our piano roll, we can just hit some random notes here. I'm making sure to try to keep this out of the key of anything. So it's just a very random collection of notes. And if I select these notes and then I go to Scale Quantize, I can choose the key that I want them to be in, and then I can also choose the scale. So let's say that we want this to be in C major pentatonic. You can see that it shifted those notes, and now it sounds like this. So before it sounded like this, and then when we quantize it, it sounds way more like a melody. So if you're stuck, what you can actually do is just clap out a rhythm and then put those notes in. Be sure to move the notes around on the piano roll so that it actually creates an ascending and descending melody. And you can think about, I would like some stepwise motion and I would like some leaps. And then you can plan out where you want that to be. And then you can choose the key and the scale that you want it to be in. And you may create some really interesting results by doing that. So you can rely on these tools as well when you're first starting out to even just get the ball rolling. So moving forward, the best way to actually get better at composing melodies is to write a ton of melodies, and also to listen to songs whose melodies you enjoy and also study them. This will help you to internalize the techniques and taste that will characterize your melodic choices moving forward. So now you have this knowledge, let's move into creating your first bass line. Fun fact, did you know that bass frequencies are the earliest sounds we experience in the womb? So bass is deeply ingrained in our biology. And in production, we are usually referring to the lowest part of harmony in a musical composition, such as a bass line or the lowest sounding note in our chords. So the role of bass is to create harmonic context. It's also to add rhythm, to fill out the frequency spectrum, and solidify and add weight to your songs and arrangements. Bass is like a low frequency melody, which is why it's being taught together with our melody lesson. So many of the concepts we've just discussed apply to writing effective bass lines here too. So much like our melody guidelines, generally great bass lines have a balance of leap and stepwise motion, a range of about an octave and a half, and variation and rhythm. They also emphasize the root note of chords in your progression when they change. So for simplicity, we have two types of bass lines. We've got functional bass lines in our chord progression, where the bass line is outlining the changes in chord progressions. So one example of this is Dancing Queen by ABBA. So let's have a listen to this example. So notice how the bass is highlighting the chord changes while adding a rhythmic element to the arrangement. So we've got our chords here, and then we have our bass line starting on the root of each of these chord changes, and then adding some movement by going up and down, then some leaps, some steps, etc. So let's look at another example where the bass is adding rhythm and also supporting the chords. Isn't she lovely? Stevie Wonder. And finally, we have Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. So we have a lot of movement that's being created by this bass line, but at the most fundamental level, so these are the roots of our chord progression, and we're accenting those at every point where the chords change. So you can see that those correspond with where our chords change, and then we have some movement after the fact. The second type of bass line is a riff bass line. So this is an arrangement focal point, which can often be more static from a melodic standpoint. So an example of this is Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. Under Pressure by Queen. So these have a lot less melodic motion, but these are really easy to latch onto and sing along to, and they're also the focal point and the anchor of these arrangements. So a more modern example is Bad Guy by Billie Eilish. And this carries on throughout the whole duration of the song and is one of the main focal points underneath the vocals. So notice how these all share commonalities in terms of how they are composed. So let's look at creating your own bass line. The root note of your chords are going to be the fundamental in starting to create cohesive bass lines when you are starting out. So root notes and their octaves can give the melody and harmony context in your music. So limiting yourself to one note and its octaves means you have to rely more heavily on rhythm to create variation. So let's look at an example of this now. So we have this chord progression. And then we have got this bass line underneath it. So we have the same chord progression repeating twice, the voicings are just slightly different, and our bass starts off with a whole note, then half note, then quarter note, then 8th to 16th, and then we start to break out into some more rhythmic motion here. So we're going to play it again and pay attention to how much movement this creates, simply using our octaves and chopping things up in the subdivisions to create more of this rhythmic motion. So notice by just using a combination of octaves and chopping up the bass into different subdivisions, we can start to create some variation and movement. As a beginner, you can totally limit yourself to composing a bass line only using the root notes of your chords. But if you want to add other notes, here are your next best friends. So the next best bet is to add the 5th note of the chord that is currently being played. So that will change as each chord progression changes. So it's always good to start with the root note of each chord at the beginning of that chord change to center the ear and support those chord changes. Now you can go up or down in fifths, but just remember to keep the movement within a healthy range so the notes are not conflicting with other instruments in your arrangement. So let's look at an example of using roots, octaves, and fifths to create a bass line. So if we pull this up, we have got both our chord progression and our bass together so that you can see the motion here. For the majority, staying on the root note, and then we're jumping up and down. We're using leaps with our fifth notes within each of our chords. Up and down, you can see those. But for the most part, and particularly when the changes start, we're making sure to accent the root note so we can really support those chord changes and keep everything cohesive from a harmonic standpoint. So notice how complementary the bass sounds against each of the chord changes. So if you want to add one more note to your bass lines, to your bass line arsenal, you can add the 3 that corresponds to each chord in your progression. So bear in mind, if it's minor, it's going to be a minor third. If it's major, it's going to be a major third. And again, the guideline is to center the ear by starting the bass line with the root of the chord before adding other notes that can then clutter and confuse. And if you feel more confident with bass lines, you can also play with passing notes. So let's take a look of adding thirds. So we have our chord progression here. Very, very simple. Just got some triads here. And now let's add our bass line. Not much movement going on here, but we have got some thirds in here. So there's a really important point that I want to mention here is the bass note that we have here actually doesn't correspond to the root, because what we're doing is we're actually using this as the root of our chords. So if we pull this in, I'll show you what I mean here. So we have an A minor, but when we add this note here, it actually creates an F major 7. So without that bass note, we've got an A minor. With that, it creates a totally different chord. So as you feel more confident, you can play around with the voicings of your chords on top and not necessarily put the root note in the chords and use the root note in your basses. So you can start to split what each of those different elements are actually covering harmonically within your arrangement. So it's just important to mention that. And we have the same thing here. We've got this G5 going on, but it becomes a C add 9. So you can also start to think about that when you feel more confident in your bass line creation journey. So on that note, if you do feel more confident with bass lines, you can also play with passing notes. So if we revisit Blinding Lights and we now add the bass line to our melody, this is a great example of passing notes. So we have got some passing notes that are happening. So there are notes in here that are not just the third, fifth, or root, and those are helping to create a little bit more tension in these lead downs into the next note here. So we have other notes that are walking up and down the scale of the song, and we're not limiting the amount of notes that we can use. So just an octave or a third or a fifth, etc. So I don't want you to fixate on this. You can totally create great bass lines for now without having to overwhelm yourself with more notes. So much like melody, you're going to gain confidence by studying your favorite song's bass lines and of course making a ton of bass lines yourself. So before we wrap up, I want to demonstrate the power of how a bass can dictate the mood of a song even with no chord progression. So we have a drone in the key of C, and now listen to how the entire feeling of the song shifts and changes by me simply moving the bass notes beneath it. So this is our drone. And I'm just going to start to add in some bass notes here. That doesn't sound as nice. So we can imply chord progressions by choosing our bass notes wisely. This is personally one of my favorite ways to start creating the song idea and really key into how each change in note makes me feel in the context of the song's key. So this is everything you need to know for now to start creating compelling bass lines and melodies. So with that, let's move into the next lesson. Welcome to lesson 3. Now you have the understanding of how to compose compelling chords, create drums, melodies, and bass lines. We essentially have all we need to start arranging a song. So what is arrangement? Think of it as the energy, flow, and structure of a song through space and time. So with everything we've covered so far in terms of space to be filled when creating a song, we have frequency space, the lows to highs, for example, bass all the way up to a soaring string line, the harmonic space, which is the chords, melody, and literal harmonies and how they interact with each other, and the rhythmic space. At the most fundamental level, a song is a story, so you want to structure your song in a way that most effectively tells that story. So here are a few considerations with that in mind. At any given point in the song's journey, you want to have and know what the focal point is. So direct your listener's attention to the most important part of the song, which will most often be the vocal in non-instrumental music. Also remember, more interesting does not necessarily mean adding more stuff for the sake of it. That can lead to clutter and a lack of focus. So just bear that in mind moving forward. So let's look at what makes a successful arrangement. Again, these are simply guidelines, but we want to strive for anticipation, climax, tension, and release. A story that is both relatable and cohesive for the listener. And when starting out, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, and don't be afraid to borrow from those that have gone before. So let's dive deeper into each of the structural components of a song. So first we have our intro and outro. This is the first impression of your song. And in this day and age, impressions are the difference between someone committing to listening to your song or skipping it. An outro can arguably be just as important as the end of a movie, which can make or break how you feel. So the length can vary, but is usually around 4 to 8 bars. It can be a repeat or variation of the intro, chorus, or a new section. All right, so let's have a look at a couple of different intros in different genres. First up, we have got Yellow by Coldplay. super simple intro here. We're just establishing the chord progression. We're layering in another guitar that is supporting it. And then we're staying minimalistic until the chorus comes in, so that when it comes in, it's got a ton of energy and everything kind of explodes. So let's look at another example here. Let's look at Memories by David Guetta. So this is more of a EDM track. So we have this riser coming in here. Again, it's a 4-bar intro, sucking us into it. Then we start with drums, piano, and bass. A vocal ad-lib. Then we swell up and then dip down in energy before we go into verse 1. So this is, again, establishing the idea. It's telling us what realm we're in. We've got a 4 to the floor, punchy kick. We've got a bass that's syncopated. And then we have these pianos that are telling us the realm that we're going to be living in here. So we're, again, just setting the scene. Okay, let's look at Don't Start Now by Dua Lipa. Okay, so we have a 4-bar intro here, and we've got quite a lot going on. So we've got a lot of atmospheric elements. We also foreshadow what's going to happen in the pre-chorus. Then we have a dropout, a bass slide into the first verse. So we drop out, start with vocals, bass slide into here. And then in the pre-chorus, so this has been swung over here, just this part. Everything feels a lot more subdued. All of the percussion and pianos and vocals are filtered so they don't feel as full and as present. And we can see that in terms of the energy here, this is the least energetic and busy part here. And there's a much smaller version of this here. So again, 4 bars, completely different feel, but we're setting the scene. Let's look at Are You Gonna Be My Girl by Jet. So we have a much longer intro here. We've got these tambourines that start us off. Then we have our bass that comes in, creating tension. Then drums come in. It's all building upon each other, creating more tension before everything drops out just for that guitar. So again, when the verse comes in, it's full throttle. We've got a lot of energy here. So similar principles. This is a slightly longer intro, but there's a lot of anticipation that this is creating as elements are starting to build upon each other. Now let's look at Fast Car by Tracy Chapman. Let's listen to the intro.
Get a fast car.
So we've got this slightly longer intro here, and we're cycling through the chord progression twice with slight variations, and nothing much changes here. We start straight away with percussion and guitar, and then the kick and hi-hat is in there as well with a slight variation. And then we go straight into verse 1. Finally, I wanted to show an example of when a song actually doesn't have an intro. So this is Taste by Sabrina Carpenter. Let's have a listen.
Oh, I leave quite an impression. 5 feet to be exact.
We go straight into the song. There's no intro, we simply just start
Oh,
with the verse. And that is a totally valid choice. Not every single song needs an intro. Sometimes you may not want to set the scene. You just want to put the listener directly into the story and action straight away with a verse or with a chorus. So know that you don't always necessarily have to have an intro. Let's move on to a verse. This is where the story begins and the theme of the song develops. The length is typically between 8 to 16 bars for each verse. So compositionally, it tends to be less intense than the chorus, allowing the song to build up and develop. So let's look at a few verse examples. So we left off with Sabrina Carpenter's Taste, which starts with the verse. So let's start with a verse.
oh, I leave quite an impression. 5 feet to be exact. You're wondering why I have his clothes when missing my body's where they're at. Now I'm gone, but you're still laying.
So very minimal here. We've just got a few elements here, and now we're just starting to tell the story.
Oh, I leave quite an impression.
We've got some percussion, we've got the guitars.
Exact. You're wondering why I have his clothes when missing my body's where they're at. Now I'm gone.
So we're simply having those muted guitars and that little simple percussion there just to keep the pulse before we start to build more elements here in the pre-chorus. Now let's look at Yellow. So we actually start with an intro and then a chorus, and then we go into verse 1. And this is a particularly long verse here. We've got 18 bars.
Look at the stars, look how they shine for you. And everything you do, yeah, they were all yellow. I came along, I wrote a song for you. And all the things you do, and it was called Yellow. So then I took my turn. Oh, what a thing to have done. And it was all yellow.
And then we build going into this pre or chorus. You can absolutely label this slightly differently. What's most important is us being able to differentiate the different energy parts within each song. So you could technically mark this as part of verse 1, or you could say that this is a build. So I've kind of put a marker there just as a note to myself that there's a build here going into our pre. So this is pretty minimalistic, and we've come from here
Look at the stars.
so everything is winding down as we're starting to talk. We're starting to add lyrical content, which is what's going to be the driving force in terms of actually conveying the story and the themes of the song. So everything is dropping back so that we have a nice bed for the vocals to start conveying the story. And we have these little flourishes of guitars that start to build. But again, similarly to the other verses that we've listened to so far, it's still pretty subdued overall. So let's look at Don't Start Now. So we go from our dropout.
Did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all.
So we have a verse that has a little bit more contrast compared to what we've listened to so far, which hasn't changed too much. And while this feels similar in the sense that it is stripped back, it feels a little sparser compared to where we're going to go, we actually start to build upon and layer. So if we listen again and I talk through it, we start with drums, vocals and bass. And this carries on. And then now we have more drums that are wider, and we've also got our bass that has been layered as well. So we're starting to build upon these ideas and make them more fleshed out so that we're adding a little bit more energy, and we're also signaling to the listener that more is coming, that we're changing, we're evolving in the story of the song. So this is a very simple structural bass line here. We've got 12 bars here, and then we go into our pre that drops in energy and we pull all the drums out. So now let's look at Are You Gonna Be My Girl by Jet. We've got this break, remember, from our intro, and we go into verse 1.
Take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I say you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey?
So we've got our first verse, and that comes from what we could call our first chorus. So we have this explosion of energy, and then we drop out.
1, 2, 3, take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I say you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey?
So we're borrowing from elements that have come before and then dropping out. So we're using this energy, and you could also do this as kind of a call and response, or you could look at it as an A-B within itself. So we've got this A section,
1, 2, 3, take my hand and come with me because you look so
then this
fine
B
that I really
section,
want to make you mine. I say you look
A,
so fine that I really want to make you mine.
B. So you could look at it like that also, if that makes sense for you in terms of how you can view the structure of it. So this is slightly different. We have real high energy that drops into low energy, that goes back into high energy before we hit it again with the chorus. Now let's look at Fast Car, Tracy Chapman. So we go from this very, very simple intro.
You get a fast car, I want a ticket to anywhere. Maybe we make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove.
Then we go into this instrumental break here before we go into verse 2. So rather than having a chorus, we just have this break, go back into the verse 2.
I got a plan to get us out of here. Been working at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs and finally see what it means to be living.
And then we go back into this break. So what this is kind of structured in a sense is that we're building upon the lyrical content. So we start with the same idea and then we build upon the story within each verse here. So if we listen to the difference between the intro in terms of instrumentation,
you get a fast car.
We've got different sounding guitars here, so we've got contrast.
You get a fast car. I want to
less spacious, it feels more tucked back. And then we have some percussion that's supporting it, but again it's getting out of the way of the vocal so that the verse vocals, the lyrical content can be audible, and that's front and center as the focal point. Now let's look at Memories, David Guetta again. So we go from our intro.
Yeah, all the crazy shit I did tonight. Those will be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me.
We literally just have stripping back of everything. So it's completely in reverse to some of the other songs that we've looked at. We've got more going on in the intro, and then we strip back to one element with a new element, which is the vocals. We have downshifters, and then we just have the piano. So we have downshifters, and then we just have that piano, and then the vocals, and that's it. So that we can start to build before we hit our drop later on. Next, we have a pre-chorus. So the purpose is to build anticipation and lead into the chorus. So the length typically ranges between 4 and 8 bars. So this often contains a different melody to the verse and chorus, and can sometimes have different chords as well. It can intensify in energy or drop in energy to create a more impactful chorus. So let's look at a few examples of pre-choruses. So first and foremost, I want to make a differentiation. In some genres, we call a pre-chorus a build. It's technically kind of the same thing, particularly in electronic dance genres like this. So this is just building up the tension before we hit our chorus or drop. So let's have a listen to this.
All the crazy shit I did tonight, those will be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me.
So we have elements that build upon each other. So remember, we just had our piano here, and then our vocals, and then we have claps that are building more tension. We also have this bass, sustained bass that's moving around. Now we are adding effects to add more tension, signal things are changing. And then we have a dropout that just highlights the vocals, and then we go straight into the drop after a fill. So the big thing that's happening here is the tension effects here, and then we're also using the subdivisions, and we're building to faster subdivisions here to create more of a sense of anticipation and tension. So this is a super common technique in EDM that you will observe in many different builds. So let's now look at a few examples of more traditional pre-choruses. So we're going back to Coldplay's Yellow. So after our build here, which is technically part of the verse,
Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones turn into something beautiful. You know I love you so. You know I love you so.
So we've got more lyrical content, as the chorus is kind of more of an instrumental chorus with just the lyrical content hitting on the one before we go into the rest of it here. So we've got more that's building in terms of energy here. We've got backing vocals. We've changed to the ride on the drums. So we're building in more energy before we drop back down, and then we hit full pelt with our chorus. Let's look at Taste.
Now I'm gone, but you're still laying next to me. 1 degree of separation.
So we've got some really interesting stuff going on here. So we have a few different layers here that are really tucked back. We've got some atmospheric layers that come in. So these muted guitars are carrying on, but there's another guitar layer here. Then there's this vocal effect. And then we have these guitars here that come in. We've got some reverse vocal effects, and then we have a dropout before we do a little fill into the chorus. So similar technique to what we saw in the David Guetta song. We're signaling to the listener that something new is happening, and then we're dropping everything out so that we have more impact going into the chorus. Let's look at Don't Start Now. So let's play a little bit of the verse and then we can go into the pre to hear the contrast.
Where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up.
Same thing here. So we're building and then we're dropping out so that we can have more impact when the chorus comes in here. So we've got a more open, less filtered sound to the intro, but we're using the same vocals and chords from there that we foreshadowed earlier on. And we have our claps,
If you don't wanna see me dancing
keeping our
with
pulse.
somebody,
Then we've got this up, then we've got the strings and pads coming in. And then we have our shaker. And then our shaker's filling the subdivisions to create more movement. Effects, drop out, sucking us up in terms of tension and then dropping everything out. So we feel the stability drop, so that creates more tension. And then when the one comes back in, when we start our chorus, we get that instant satisfaction and dopamine hit. Now let's move on to the chorus. This tends to be the most memorable and repeated part of the song, often containing the main message or hook in the song. So the length of this is usually around 8 to 16 bars, but can be longer. This will tend to have a simpler, more memorable melody compared to the verses, and higher energy overall as the climax of the song. All right, now let's look at choruses. So let's start where we left off. We had Don't Start Now by Dua Lipa. So we have our dropout.
don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who?
So we have a pretty minimalistic chorus. Rather than things ramping up in terms of energy, we actually drop into this very groovy, groove-led, funk-driven kind of feel where everything drops down in energy and gets a little bit more rhythmic. And then if we go to chorus 2, we have a post-chorus here. So let's listen to the difference.
Don't come out.
Same kind of feel here.
Caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now.
We have this vocal chop.
Don't stop now. I'm not where you left me at all.
So we start to build into another section here where we have new elements come in here, the vocal chop, the strings, these little bass fills, these synth stabs. So we're starting to create more energy here. So compared to the pre, again, we have a lot less going on. It feels more sustained as well and atmospheric, so that when this comes in, there's more energy. If we had this kind of funk-driven groove going from the pre to the chorus, we wouldn't feel that sense of contrast. It would just feel like we're going into the same part here. But because we have this break with our pre,
Already so much.
this still has a similar feeling in the verse. If we didn't have this break, things wouldn't feel as impactful going into the chorus. So that just goes to show you how important the structure and thinking about the energy as well can make things contrast and feel more impactful when coming in. So let's look at memories. So we had our build, we have a drop, which is technically a chorus. I'm calling it a drop, but we can view it as our chorus. So we have our dropout. Let's listen to our chorus.
Therapy for me. Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah. All the great.
So we're reintroducing elements from our intro
Yeah,
and some new instruments here. got this very subtle kind of atmospheric drone in the background. We also have hats coming in and our claps. So we've got the full drum beat now. And then things evolve here as we go into a double chorus. We've got our strings being introduced. We've got hi-hats filling up the subdivisions. And then a similar thing going into chorus 3. We actually start with our strings that we introduced in the second half. And then we actually drop things out so we have more contrast here going into a kind of chorus outro here. Okay, let's look at taste here. So we go from our pre.
1 degree of separation. I heard you're back together, and if that's true, you'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you. If you want forever, I bet you do. Just know you'll taste me too. He pins you.
So the difference mainly being we've had no drums full pelt here. We've just had a little bit of hats. But when we actually go into the chorus, we have everything open up. So we hit our crash on the one, and then we're using the entire drum kit. And we're going from a lead vocal in the center to a stack of vocals. We've got doubles and harmonies. And then we go into this turnaround here before we go into verse 2, where we have this little guitar counter melody. And then how do we build into chorus 2? Got some ad-libs in there. And we've got this kind of post-chorus / turnaround similarly to here that we've built upon here. And then we have our stripped chorus. So we're anticipating the chorus to come in, but this is another great way to create tension here. We're anticipating it, but we're not giving it, and it's delayed. So we're getting delayed here with everything stripped back. With another dropout. And then we go into it. We've got a double chorus here. So we've got subtle variation here. We're adding ad-libs. We've got more atmospheric elements that are coming in to build more energy and have more of a sense that things are evolving. Okay, so let's look at Yellow. So this is an example of more of an instrumental led chorus. So we actually have our intro going into our chorus. And then we drop going into our verse, and then our second chorus. Again, same thing here. Very, very similar, but what is being effectively used is the use of dropouts and contrast, so that when these come in, even though they're familiar and essentially pretty much the same, apart from a few subtle variations here. We're managing the energy coming back in.
For you,
Let's
I
drop out.
bleed myself dry.
And then we have got atmospheric elements that come in here. We've got backing vocals. We've got vocals coming in here. And then we've got the tambourine.
Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine. Look at the stars.
And then we've got our outro here / stripped chorus that leads us to the end of the song. So let's look at our chorus in Fast Car here. So you can see normally what we've seen is the chorus coming in around here. We actually delay this to very, very far in the song.
So I remember when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt like I was drunk. City lights day out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone.
So we can see when we talk about this being the climactic element within our song, the most energy, the real climax of the song, we can actually see this in the waveform. These are our most energetic parts here.
You gotta make a decision.
So this is when drums come in. We've just got percussion here.
Tonight, live and die this way.
Very, very simple and subdued. So when these drums come in,
when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt
that really helps things to feel more energetic and more driven. And again, we can see this use where we've essentially copied these ideas over here. It's more subdued and contrasted so that we have more impact when we come in. Same principle here, so that things feel really impactful when they do actually come in, because the section before is more stripped back and intentionally so that we get as much impact as possible. So let's move on to a bridge, sometimes referred to as a middle eight. Typically, the role of a bridge is to provide contrast to the rest of the song, often delivering a change in mood or perspective. This is typically 8 to 16 bars in length. A bridge can feature new chords, melody, or lyrics that differ from the verses and the choruses. This can serve as a climax, a build-up, or breakdown in energy. So let's review some different bridges. So bridges can be really fun as they can create a lot of contrast. Let's look at Taste.
Every time you close your eyes and feel his lips, you're feeling mine. And every time you breathe his air, just know I was already there. You can love him if you like. I've been there, done that once or twice. And singing about it don't mean I care. Yeah, I know I've been known to share.
So we introduce a lot of different elements here, and we also strip it back. So we have very stripped back energy here, and then we start to build up with our drums here, and then we have our nice dropout here, which has some atmospheric elements as well. And we're also introducing a new lyrical theme here, a new hook.
Every time you close your eyes and feel
No
his
drums,
lips, you're feeling mine.
very
And
atmospheric,
every
muted
time you
guitars
breathe his
and
air,
pad.
just know I was already there. You can love
Now we
him
start
if
to
you
build
like.
up
I've been there,
with our
done that
drums.
once or twice, and singing about it don't mean I care. Yeah, I know I've been known to share.
And then we go into our dropout. So very simple here. This particular bridge is really managing the energy really nicely as we drop down, build back up and drop very aggressively before we have the anticipated chorus that isn't meeting our expectations because it's stripped back, and then we get the delayed gratification here. So let's look at our bridge in Don't Start Now.
So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody,
So we've got a bridge here that's doing a similar thing. We've got things really dropping back. We've got some elements here, just the bass that is being highlighted with some percussion and vocals. We're repeating the lyrical content, we're repeating the same melody, which is contrasted to taste, where we're actually creating a whole new lyrical part for the bridge. And this is not doing that. This is just copying over the same idea, but changing the entire instrumentation beneath it. Atmospheric elements, and then dropping back even more. So we have no percussive elements here. Very sustained, and then the filters open up before we go into our final chorus. So again, we're just thinking about how to effectively manage energy and create as much impact at the most important parts of our songs, which tend to be our choruses. So let's look at an example of a bridge here with Jet.
I said, are you gonna be my girl?
So we're stripping back again, building tension. We've got a solo in here. And then we go into our chorus that brings more energy. But this is acting almost as a build back into the chorus. We strip back and then we start to build upon elements, and then we hit our chorus. So this is slightly different to what we've experienced so far, where a lot of elements are actually dropping back and staying subdued or slightly building up. This actually builds up pretty aggressively and then carries on through to the chorus without any dropouts. So you can see how bridges can be completely different. There are some where we actually completely write new parts and we change a lot of the instrumentation, and then there are some where we copy over the lyrical content and the melodic content and then change some of the elements and strip things back. And then we have some parts like this where we're actually stripping and then building and also adding new vocal parts as well. So these are the most important building blocks that will make up an effective song structure. But let me share a few more structural techniques that can help to create more of an ebb and flow of energy. So first up, we have a turnaround, which is a short musical phrase or chord progression, typically at the end of a section, that leads the listener back to the beginning of that section or into a new one. So let's look at a few examples. Next, we have a breakdown, when the music simplifies, usually reducing to just a few instruments or elements. It creates a sense of anticipation, often building up tension before bringing the full arrangement back. It's common in dance, EDM, and rock, giving the listener a breather before the energy picks up again. Finally, we have dropouts. These occur when one or more instruments or elements are suddenly removed from the mix. So this can add drama or emphasize a certain musical idea. For example, removing the drums for a moment and then bringing them back in to make the re-entry feel more powerful. This can happen once or strategically throughout the arrangement. Let's dive into some examples of dropouts. These are some extra techniques to have more control over the listener's sense of tension and release, which typically will serve for a more engaging and satisfying journey through the song. It's worth mentioning there are also A and B structures, which is often the case in hip hop, where rather than a verse chorus, we have two contrasting sections that alternate to make up the duration of the song's structure. Let's look at an example of A and B structures here. So we've got High Power by Kendrick Lamar, and we have our A section. And this whole theme carries through the whole A section, and then we have our B section.
Just call it shit high power. Nigga, nothing less than high power. 5-star dishes, food for thought, bitches. I mean, this shit is Huey Newton going stupid. You can't resist his high power. Throw your hands up for high power.
And then we go
Visions
back
of Martin
into
Luther staring
A.
at me. If I see it how he seen it, that will make my
And then B.
just call it
So that essentially is kind of the hook, and then we've got our verse. And then instead of a bridge, we can have a C section. So this is very common in a lot of hip hop genres as well as jazz. So rather than thinking about it as verse pre, chorus bridge, we simply think A, B, C, D, etc. And then we repeat those variations to create contrasting sections and have different lyrical content, be it a hook, be it a verse that is repeated throughout the duration of the song. Remember our pyramid from section 1? Well, we have now covered the composition part within that pyramid. We have the harmony, rhythm, and structure down. So we can now dive into the nuance of the arrangement. We've now got to pay attention to creating the instrumental arrangement. So let's revisit our 5 key elements again. So remember, we have drums, bass, chords, atmos and effects, and vocals. So we will leave vocals and atmos and effects for now and reintroduce those later on. So from a compositional standpoint, we have all the guidelines and building blocks we need here to start creating drums, bass lines, chords, and even a melody line. But what instruments do we choose? We need to consider which genre we want to work in, as certain genres are defined by the instruments that are used. So let's look at an example here. So we have some chords here and a basic melody living on top here. So let's have a listen to this. Nothing crazy here, but let's listen to how our arrangement and sounds change how we perceive this chord and melody. Let's now look at another example. And finally, we have a third example here. So we can see how much of a difference the instruments we choose affect the song as a whole. Now, of course, we've taken some creative liberties. We've changed the tempo of each of these projects. And in the last example, we actually didn't have any chords. We just had the bass line that was applying the chord progression. And that's totally a valid arrangement decision there. We've got some fuller arrangements and then we've got some sparser arrangements as well. Ultimately, this is subjective, but your choices will mainly be dictated by the genre and style that you want to work in. So what I highly recommend is picking a style and letting that be your guideline. This will help you to filter through instruments and sound choices in a more intentional way, rather than just pulling up every and any sound, which can be a sign of a novice producer where sounds don't really mesh together and feel like they have come from all over the place. So a great way to start arranging is to start with the loop method. So we can create an 8 to 16 bar loop and create a dense part, and then start using the power of subtraction to create a varied arrangement. So let's have a look at an example of this. So we have got all of these stems here. We've got these different tracks that we've created, and we've got a combination of audio loops, and then we've got some MIDI that we've played in as well. And we have this playable instrument called Arcade by Output, and we're going to cover both splice, where we got a lot of these loops from an arcade in a separate video where we actually dive into these. But for now, we're just going to focus on actually demonstrating how to create an arrangement from one 8-bar loop that we've created. So we have this very full sounding arrangement. Loops around. So what we actually have to do now is start thinking about how we can strategically place things so that we actually have an arrangement. Right now we just have this 8-bar loop that just repeats, and it's just going to get boring because it's the same thing over and over again, as kind of full as it already sounds. So we can use the power of subtraction. So we know now that we can have an intro, perhaps we have a 4-bar intro here, then we go into verse 1, and then we do that for 8 bars. And then perhaps we have a pre for 4 bars and then a chorus. So we're just marking this out first and foremost. Then we can have a 8-bar chorus. So let's create our arrangement. So I'm going to copy all of this stuff over to the chorus. And now let's mute things. Let's mute this. Let's mute our bass and our piano for now. Let's just start with this guitar and drums. Just going to unmute some stuff here. Okay, cool. So we can have this in the second part of our verse here. Let's create a intro. So I'm actually going to make the decision to make this a shorter intro here. Then we can swing all of this over here. And then I'm going to copy this over so that we have a 16-bar verse. And this is all just based on what we've studied earlier on now. We've analyzed some of these verses and choruses and pre-choruses and intros. And now we're just applying this knowledge here. So I'm going to bring this over here and we're going to bring our bass in so we have a little bit more variation here. So we can drop down into our pre. Too much. And then we can perhaps do this. And then we drop out. And then let's carry this whole chord progression over. So we've got a longer pre, so we let that ring out a little more. And then let's drop everything out so that we have more impact when the chorus comes in. All of this stuff we've seen in these songs. So we have this blueprint, we have this understanding, and now we're just internalizing it and then applying it to our own arrangement here. So you can see how quickly we've jumped out of the 8-bar loop into creating what can now become a fully fleshed out song. So we can do something here where I'm just going to do a little bit of processing so that we have a tail. So we've got this tail now that is helping this to mesh a little better into this part here. And let's just find a crash so that we've got we can just find a crash with one of our instruments here. Drum kit designer will just hit some crashes. Maybe a different crash. And then we can do something like this. And then we can copy our snare. So we've got some variation here. So we're carrying some new elements that we've introduced through. I want the snare here. And the choir. We've got this loop here, so we've got some subtle variation here. So I've muted these out so that we have somewhere to go when we go into this section here. And then we have a nice skeleton here to work from. We've got a verse 2, we've got another pre, and we've got another chorus here. So just like that, what started out as a 8-bar loop is now the skeleton of an entire song pretty much. Now I would start to think about contrast here in terms of the bridge. Perhaps we could find some different chords so that we actually go into something a little different before revisiting our chorus and then deciding if we want to end with an outro or just end with our final chorus. So there you have it. That is the loop method. So before we wrap up, let's look at the concept of the energy arc. Simply put, this is the idea of visualizing how the energy shifts and changes through the duration of your song. You can literally draw or map this out before you arrange your songs. So let's highlight a few common arcs to get you started. First, we have the crescendo arc. This is where the song gradually builds in intensity from start to finish. It typically starts with a low energy intro, progressively increasing through the verses and pre-choruses, peaking at the chorus or bridge, and often maintaining or slightly decreasing at the outro. So Fix You by Coldplay is a great example of this. The song starts quietly with a simple melody and slowly builds up to a powerful anthemic climax. Next, we have the verse-chorus contrast arc, where the song alternates between low energy verses and higher energy choruses. Verses are more subdued, creating a stark contrast when transitioning to the energetic choruses. So this can be amplified with a pre-chorus that can help to build the tension further. So Rolling in the Deep by Adele is a great example of this. The verses are calm and controlled, while the choruses explode with power and emotion. Next, we have the bridge peak arc, where the song reaches its highest intensity at the bridge before resolving in the final chorus or outro. So verses and choruses build up, but the true climax occurs at the bridge. These can contain key changes, which heighten the emotion, or a new instrumental layer. Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi is a great example of this, where the bridge elevates the song to its peak before leading into the final high energy chorus. And finally, we have the bookend arc, where the song starts and ends with similar sections and energy, with a dynamic peak in the middle. The intro and outro mirror each other in energy and musical themes, creating a sense of symmetry, with the middle of the song reaching the highest intensity. A great example of this is Let It Be by the Beatles. The song starts and ends gently, with the middle section peaking in emotion and musical intensity. Now you can use these or make variations of them in your own song, but the most important concept to take away here is to listen to songs you love and identify their energy arc. Once you've done that, you can apply this to your own music. So remember, a song is a story and we want to treat it as such. And these are the components as well as some concepts that you can run with now to start creating compelling and engaging song arrangements. So we've covered a lot here, but you'll get a deeper understanding of this when you see it in action, and of course, start applying this to your own music. So to recap, we covered the essential building blocks that make up a song's structure, as well as some examples. We highlighted some key considerations you can make to create compelling structures and arrangements, and we covered the energy arc and how you can use it in your own songs. In this lesson, we'll delve into some more creative editing and layering so we can start to fill out and support our elements. As we mentioned in section 1, the main tools you'll be using are the fade tool, which we have here, the scissor tool, the pointer tool, and the pencil tool. Now in Logic Pro, we have a useful tool called the marquee tool, which can do a lot of this together. So I have this as my secondary tool. So if I press Command, you can see that this cross pops up and I can select regions. I can slice them. I can double click to slice spaces, delete. I can also duplicate regions. So if I wanted to duplicate this, I could press Command R and you can see that it copies it over. If I wanted to only copy one part over, if I drag this and hold Option, I can move this around and then I can duplicate that and move it around like so. So let's take a look at our snap grid options. So if we look up here, we have snap and we can turn that on and off. So this will allow you to make precise placements when dragging regions around. So if we go to snap, by default it is on smart, and we have a few options in this drop down. So the most useful ones are smart, so edit operations, snap to the nearest bar, the nearest beat, sub beat, and so on. And this depends on the ruler division and also on the zoom level. So this will depend on the subdivision here and how far zoomed in we are to the grid. Bar just edits operations snapping to the nearest bar. Edit operations just snap to the nearest bar, and beat of course snaps to the nearest beat in a bar, and edit operations in division snaps to the nearest division value, and this depends again on the time signature and on the subdivisions that have been selected. So Smart is the easiest to work with, but you can choose any of these depending on what you're working on and how you want to move your regions. But more importantly, when starting out, you want to snap regions to absolute value. By default, it is to relative value, and this is just going to help you to snap 100% to the grid, so every region that you move over will snap 100%, and there won't be any minor movements that can start to mess with the timing in your arrangements and start to make things sound messy and funky, which we don't want. So for now, the rest of the options here are less important and you can just move on. It's just worth mentioning that more often than not, you're going to want to have snap on so you can very easily move things around. So we have a drum beat that I have made off screen here. Let's now bring in the percussive parts that we recorded in the previous lesson and demonstrate some creative editing and layering techniques. So first, we are going to add a percussive part to the subdivisions with one of our recorded sounds. So let's have a listen to this basic beat that we have put together. So first of all, I want to just mess around with the snare here. I'm going to zoom in. We also have this waveform enlarger here. So if I want to actually just see the waveform being displayed larger or smaller, this doesn't affect the gain, it's just the display itself, and turn that on just so I can more easily see what's going on here. I want to vary these ghost notes here. Perhaps we do the other way around here. So that feels like there's a little bit more variation here. And now let's bring in one of these percussive parts we recorded. Let's have a listen to how it sounds. So I quite like this part here. So I'm going to move this over. We'll keep this for now. Let's mute it. And I'm going to hide it. And I just pressed Control H so that I can hide that. And then if I press this, I've got my hidden tracks in there. So I'm actually going to sample this. So I'm going to drag this down here. I'm going to click Sampler Optimized. And then I'm going to click Slice. And now if I play my MIDI keyboard, so I have these different notes and they are slightly different tonally because we've hit them differently, and they're different velocity wise. So some are harder like this one, and some are softer, and some don't have a long decay, whereas some do have a longer decay. So we can mess around with a combination of these notes to create a rhythm, and there's already baked in variation and texture and imperfection, which is exactly what we want here. So let me just loop this round a few times. I'm going to put low latency monitoring on so that we don't have any latency while I'm playing in these rhythms. We can bring the volume down a little bit, and let's just have a play. So I quite like that. I like accenting that particular note. Let's record that in. I've done something completely different there. I lost it, but that's quite fun. So I've pressed Q to quantize it, but I don't want to quantize it 100%. I still want to leave some of that imperfection. So we'll have it around 85. I can just bring these down just a top. And I may just move a couple of these notes up and down just to create a little bit more variation. And I'm just going to accent this tom hit here. Let's make that more of a moment. Let's have one more listen. I'm going to turn the click off. And who'd have known a pepper shaker would add so much movement and texture? So now let's look at layering a sound. I want to create some more energy and texture with our snare. So we can add multiple sounds that layer with it to achieve this. Layering can be done to any instrument. It doesn't necessarily have to just be percussion. It can be melodic, it can be synths, can be vocals, and it can help to add depth and fullness. The main thing to bear in mind here is that we want to add contrasting layers. Adding two sounds that sound the same or similar isn't quite what we're going for here. We want to create a part that is rich, full, and textured while sounding like one cohesive part. So if I have one element and I want to have a unique kind of texture, impact, fullness, that kind of thing, then I'm thinking about the different sum of its parts. So we may want a textural layer, we may want an attacky layer, thinking about the impact of it. We may want a layer that has a longer release or space to give it a sense of dimension. And we may also want a layer that creates width, just as an example. So for this particular snare, let's actually look at how we can start to enhance it. So I'm just going to solo it, just have a listen to it. So there's a nice texture to it. There's a nice bit of low mid energy and thump that I like, but I want to add a sense of width, and I also want to add some more kind of crisp and top end to it. So I'm simply talking about top end in the sense of the frequency spectrum. You don't need to worry about that too much now. It's just going to give it a sense of energy and excitement. So let's try to find a layer here from what we recorded earlier on. This could definitely be an interesting textural layer here. So I'm just going through here and looking for little parts that I like. This has a nice attack. I think this could work really well. Play around with layering that in. Maybe we can alternate these hits. Get in here, touch over. these are much later. And I'm going to just compress these a touch timing wise so that the tail corresponds with the tail of the snare a little closer. So that definitely adds a sense of texture and a little bit of a lift. Don't worry too much about what I'm doing here. I'm just taking out some of the low end information and low mids. I'm also going to try to move this out so that it's wider. So I'm going to use a sample delay for that. And that is just creating variation from the left to the right. And it gives the perception of width. It moves things out and widens them. You can hear that compared to this. It's down the center. It's living behind and around our main snare. So we've achieved that goal with just one layer now. We've got a little bit of texture, we've got a bit of excitement, and we've also got some width. Maybe we can vary this hit with another sound. Let's move that over a top. This would be nice to just fill out the subdivisions with a straight note. This is also a really fun texture as well. So maybe we can simply use another hit here. So we could totally sample it and do what we did with our pepper shaker, but why not demonstrate using a different technique? Let's see how this sounds. I quite like this kind of lead into the snare, which is interesting. Maybe we can slightly change the pitch so we've got a little bit more variation. Move this down a little. Maybe we can pan this a little to the left. In fact, what I would like to do here is copy the sample delay over and then change the delay to the right so that we perceive it being wider, but on the first hit we're favoring one side a little more, and then the second hit we're favoring the other side a little more in the stereo spectrum. Sounds pretty cool to me. Let's sample this. So I'm going to pitch these drumstick hits down. So they're not fighting with our pepper shaker. Let's have a listen to how this sounds. Again, we can accent this tom hit. So I'm just accentuating the higher mids of this second snare layer to give it a little bit more presence and a little bit more kind of air overall. I can also pitch these snare ghost notes a little differently, so I'll transpose those down a few semitones, and then I can transpose this one up a few, see how that sounds. So a little bit of subtle variation there as well. So I'm pretty happy with how this is panning out, simply limiting ourselves to what we recorded earlier on and using a few different techniques that we outlined in the making a beat lesson. So now let's talk about refining the track. So we just want to check we've faded the starts and ends and cross-faded in between audio cuts, so we can just avoid any digital pops and clicks. And we can see that we have chopped some of this up and we don't have any crossfades. So we can just crossfade like so. In Logic, I have a crossfade parameter up here. If I hover, I can just crossfade, and I can also fade the ends and starts of these audio regions. Move that over here, and then I can just crossfade in between. Same for these, and the same for these. As simple as that. Now we have just tightened everything up here a little. See, I've got some crossfades here. Do done, and I can zoom in here and make those a little less aggressive if I want to, but that's fine. So there's some really cool things we could do here, but for now, let's leave it at that. So we've refined the track. We have made sure that there's no pops and clicks. We've faded those. So we can also adjust the dynamics and panning just to make sure that the relative volume of parts mesh well together, and move some parts left and right in the stereo field to create more space and width if we want that and if that's needed. So let's just have a listen through here and see if we need to refine anything, if we want anything softer or anything louder, and if we want to pan anything else out. So I think I can bring the pepper shaker down a touch. Let me just bring these down and then bring them back up. So we can slightly pan these so that the shaker is living a little bit to the left and the sticks are living a little to the right, so they're kind of living in their own space. We've done a little bit of work here to have them mesh well together by pitching this down a little. We've done a little bit of stereo work here. Everything else is sitting pretty nicely to me for now. Could perhaps bring the kick down just a touch. So that's sitting pretty nicely to me right now. I'm not super worried about mixing in the technical sense. I'm just thinking about how the volume relates to how I'm feeling. And if I lose impact, maybe I bring certain things up. If things are a little overpowering and I want them to be felt rather than heard, I'll bring those down in volume as well. So that's kind of where I feel like we're sitting in a nice spot right now. So let's have a listen to our drums before we did any of this creative editing and layering. And now let's listen to it with the creative editing and layering that we have done. So you can see how much of a difference layering does to create a more interesting and sophisticated sound, no matter the source material. We literally found a few things lying around in the room, recorded them in with clean gain using the techniques we spoke about, and then just added these in, used our sampler and moved audio around, edited it, and played around with some of the pitch of it and the timing of it using the tools that we spoke about earlier on. So that is it for this lesson, and this wraps up section 2. Well done for getting this far and for going through the process. Next, we're going to look at the basics of sound design and working with synths. So I wanted to take a moment to do a demonstration and really talk about how we can start to create and generate ideas. This can be one of the most daunting and frustrating parts of the production process and song creation process as a whole for a lot of people beginning. So I'm going to point you in a few different directions that you can go in. Some of these will be free, some of these will be paid for. You can trial a lot of these options as well, but I just want to arm you with what is available so that you can make informed decisions moving forward based on your goals. So first of all, I just want to talk about loops. And we have a lot of these available, Apple loops, and how these can actually be great starting points for you to create songs. So for instance, let's go to hybrid textures. So I can pull this in, download some additional content here. So here we actually have a pattern, a step sequencer pattern. So you can use a step sequencer for melodic parts as well as rhythmic parts like drums. So I'm not actually going to mess around with this, but what you can see here is we have some chords. So this is kind of more native to Logic. Logic has chord generation here that corresponds to some of the AI assistant players that we have. So this has brought in the chords that are being played here. So I want to create a pad, and I'm going to use our keyboard player, Simple Pad, and that's actually going to follow these chords here. And I would like to have a bass here. I'm going to look for maybe modern R&B, something quite smooth. I'm going to repeat these chords over, be this. I want a little bit more crunch to the bass. That's more of just a taste thing. So we've instantly got this vibe that you can write to. And I'm going to start to bring in some drums here. So there's a Tom Misch pack here. We could find some nice dusty drums. Instantly vibey. I'm going to layer this pad with a different sound. See what we've got here, synth pads. Let's convert this to MIDI. So I just want to convert it so I can actually change the octave of it playing. Change the pad. So I'm going to do something that we will cover later on in the course here. I'm going to do some volume automation so that this pad is kind of moving around a little more throughout the arrangement here. So it's swelling up and down in volume. We're going to discuss this in detail with some practical examples, but for now I'm just kind of instinctually working around here. I'm creating a little bit of panning again. I'm just kind of messing around with tools here to create more of an interesting atmosphere here. We are going to discuss all of this in detail later on as we go through the next section, but this is just me showing you how quickly we can generate ideas by using what we have available. For the most part here, I haven't done anything myself. I haven't had to program anything in. I'm simply just using what we have. I wonder if we can, then we can now copy this over again, and we can start to create some contrast here. We'll copy our chords and add our shaker. So we're just playing around here with some of the different options we have available. And now we can actually even mute this out. So I actually prefer this without this right now. Maybe we can add a piano player here. If we can get a little bit of source here. Not quite sold, I like the idea of it, but... So instantly we have a song idea here. This could be the chorus. We could start to even think about arranging things. So maybe we mute the drums out, have no bass here. Perhaps we bring this melody in here. In this lesson, we're going to move into learning how to create and design sound using synths and samplers. So synthesizers give us easy access to many properties. So synths give us the ability to manipulate any property, which therefore allows us easy access to any imaginable sound. So we just need to learn what some of the knobs and switches do so that we can actually start to create our own sounds. So we will cover the basics to get you started making sounds, and to also allow you to manipulate presets that can fit better in your own productions. So it's important to highlight that sounds can differ in only 5 fundamental ways. So we have pitch, the notes that we hit. We have loudness, how loud or soft we hit the notes. Then we have tone, which is the makeup of the material that creates the instrument. For example, the body of a piano versus a guitar versus an oboe is going to change the tonal makeup of that sound. And then we have duration, so how long each note goes on for. And finally, we have spatial location, where the sound is perceived. And finally, we have spatial location. So that's where the sound is perceived from. So from left to right, front to back, as well as the space we perceive it in. So for example, this sound sounds different. So for example, this sound sounds different to this and to this. They sound like they're in different spaces. Listen again. So nothing has changed apart from the spatial location that we perceive these sounds to live in. So we can also go one step further here. This versus this versus this. So they live in a different space, and some are living to the left, some are living to the right, and some are in the center. In a synth, we can also alter how properties change over time. So the 2 most common tools we can use to do that is called an envelope generator and a low frequency oscillator, known more commonly as an LFO. So we can use an envelope generator when we want to change a property of our sound one time in response to the press of a key, and we can use an LFO when we want to change the property of our sound back and forth repetitively. So it's worth mentioning pitch, loudness, and tone can affect each other and can also affect our perception of the sound's spatial location. So as an example, higher pitches can feel higher up and lower pitches can feel lower down in our spatial perception, and quieter sounds tend to feel further away than louder sounds. Darker sounds feel further away, whereas brighter sounds feel closer. So we'll cover a few parameters you can adjust to quickly create or alter pre-existing synth sounds to fit into the context of your own songs. So I want to touch a little more on samplers and synths. First off, let's understand the key differences here. So synths generate sounds from scratch by combining different audio components that can be manipulated to essentially create any sound you can imagine. So think of a synthesizer as a sound generator. So using our dry sound from earlier, we can very quickly start to transform this. So if I play this note, we can hear that I can very quickly start to change and manipulate that sound. So samplers use recorded audio snippets. Otherwise known as samples, hence the name sampler, which can then be adjusted and manipulated. So a sampler is like a sound recycler rather than a sound generator. So you can take pre-existing sounds and then you can start to modify them. So if we pull in our drums here, we can bring them into our sampler. You can see that I can start to manipulate the pitch. And I can start to use that sampled sound as the basis to start manipulating it and creating a different variation of that sound. So let's now explore the fundamental building blocks of synthesizers. So first up we have oscillators. These are the heart of a synthesizer, generating sound waves in different shapes. So common shapes include a sine wave, a square wave, and a sawtooth wave, with each having its own characteristic sound. So here we have a sine wave, here we have a sawtooth wave, and here we have a square wave. So sine waves are smoother, square waves have more of a kind of hollow sound, and sawtooths have more of an edge to them. So we can already start to think about the emotions that we can create with these fundamental sounds. So next up we have filters, and these shape the tone by cutting or boosting certain frequencies. So the most common type is the low pass filter, which removes high frequencies to make it sound darker. So if I hold this down and then play with our filter cut off, notice that the sound gets darker and feels further away. And we can change these filter types here. So we can either have a low pass, which does that, or we have a high pass, which does the opposite here. So it makes the sound thinner, and so it starts to remove the body and it gets thinner and feels like it has less kind of body and mid-range as we start to cut more of the lows and mids to eventually completely get rid of the sound overall. Now let's move on to envelopes. So we touched on this briefly, but I want to define a term known as ADSR. So envelopes control the shape of a sound over time, usually with 4 stages. So we have ADSR, which stands for attack, decay, sustain, and release. So attack is how quickly the sound starts. So attack is how quickly the sound starts. So we can have a softer attack or a sharper attack. And then decay is how quickly it fades to the sustain level. So if we bring the decay down, Then we have sustain, which is the level the sound holds on. And then we have sustain, which is the level the sound holds until the key is released. So we have nothing. So if we bring our decay up like so, and then we bring our sustain down, we have more of a sustain as we have more sustain, and when we have less of a sustain and more of a kind of plucky, short percussive sound. And then finally we have release. So release is how long the sound takes to fade out after the key is released. So if I press this and bring our release down, as I'm letting go of the key, we have no release. If I elongate this, so we have a longer or shorter release. It can be very abrupt, or it can slowly fade out into a longer release. So it can be a very abrupt release where it just cuts off, or it can swell out into a slow fade out, essentially. So we can create a more percussive sound by bringing our sustain and decay down. Or we can create the opposite. Now let's revisit our LFOs, or low frequency oscillators. These create movement by changing other parameters like pitch or volume, and they can add vibrato, stuttering, or wobble effects. So let's have a look at this at its simplest form. So if we go to here and we click LFO, notice how we're starting to create some pitch variation and vibrato. This is honestly all you need to know starting out, and I recommend first finding presets within your DAW's available synths, and then just remembering to tweak the ADSR here to fit whatever you are going for in terms of your production. So if you like a particular sound but it has too much sustain, you can bring that down. If it has too long a release, or you want to soften the attack, you can just start to play around with that to get closer to the kind of sound that you're thinking of, or that you think will suit an element within your production. So this alone is going to give you the flexibility to mold how those sounds fit into your own production. So let's now revisit our friend the sampler in a little more detail. So we know a sample is a piece of recorded sound, like a drum hit, vocal snippet, or any real world sound that we want to record. So we already know how to load our sampler, and in our demonstrations you've seen me start to tinker with a few parameters. So we can adjust pitch and time, we can also adjust ADSR, and we can adjust the filter as well, similarly to our synth parameters. So if we go back to our sampler here, we've got a filter that we can turn on and off. You saw me play around with that. I played around with the resonance as well. You don't need to worry too much about that right now, but it essentially does something like this, where we are cutting off a certain frequency and then boosting where that cut is. And then as we move around, we get this kind of sweeping effect. That's essentially what we're doing here. So going back to our sampler here, we can change the pitch like we saw here. We have fine pitch, which is less aggressive. And then we have our attack, decay, sustain, and release here. We actually only have, so we've got ADS and then we've got our R here, and we can actually change what we want there. So if I wanted a shorter release, you can see that we can very quickly start to change things here. We also have some different modes here. We've got classic, which actually just plays through. And depending on the note that you hit, it plays it at a different pitch and also at a different speed. We also have one-shot mode. Where we can actually play things through. So it's changing the pitch and the timing depending on the different notes that you hit. And then we have slice mode, which is most commonly used for this form of sampling when you actually want to extract certain sounds and then start to play each of them individually. And then of course finally we've got panning, and we can adjust that on a global level here. We've got some crazy stuff here with LFOs and some modulation you can add. You don't need to worry about that for now. That is more than enough for you to focus on to get you started. So hopefully you're starting to see how these few parameters can give you so much flexibility in shaping your sounds and samples. So let's look at a few examples of creating some basic sounds using a synth. So we're going to create a bass, a pluck, and a pad. So we've got a chord progression here and a bass line, and we're just using Alchemy, which is a stock synth that comes with Logic. So we have got our oscillator here, and we're just playing this with a sine wave. So we can take this a step further and make it a little bit more plucky. And I would like to layer this in with a slightly different sound here, pan it a little to the right, and then change it here. And then we can add some simple effects here. So maybe add a reverb. So it's just sitting that in a space a little bit more. Now let's create a pad. Let's copy our chords over. I'm going to initialize it so that we're starting from scratch again. And then maybe we can add just a little bit of movement here, a little bit of pitch movement. With the pluck, maybe we can add a little bit of a delay here. And finally, we can add a bass line here. Let's initialize the preset. And then we can take this one step further with our pad. We can add an LFO to the cutoff here and create a little bit more movement. So it's worth mentioning that we can also use the power of layering a synth and a sample together to open up a whole new realm of possibilities. Thankfully, a lot of the presets you have available in your DAW's synth may already do some form of this, so don't worry too much about that. It's just something to bear in mind, but just an option for you to consider if you feel a little more confident and want to stretch yourself from a sound design perspective. So if we go back to our pluck here, and then we start to look at some of the presets that we have available, we can find some synths or even some mallets. Really interesting sounds right from the get-go. And then we can go in here and then we can start to mess around with things. Maybe we can just bring the delay down a little bit here. So there was actually some modulation here that was being routed to this. So let's go back. We can start to play around with the volume of certain parts. We can mute certain parts of the sound. So this is the main body here of the sound. And you can actually import your own samples here, which is worth mentioning. So we can use this as a sampler as well. And then we can start to mess around with things. I can turn the effects on and off to taste. I can play around with the ADSR as well, with LFOs, with any kind of routing and that kind of thing. And what's really great with Alchemy is we have this slider here that allows you to change the sounds. Really interesting sounds right off the bat. So don't feel like you have to start learning how to create all of these sounds for yourself. There are professional sound designers that simply spend all day doing that for producers and for music creators. So if you feel overwhelmed by this, you can totally rely on those. It's just great to know how to kind of mess around with these and get them to mesh well with what you already have. In this instance, we don't have anything. We're not working in something contextual. We're just using this as a demonstration. So just bear that in mind. So sound design is a foundational skill in the music production process. And as you keep exploring and practicing, you'll naturally develop your own sound style and preferences. So that's it for this lesson. Let's move on to knowing what sounds to actually choose. In this lesson, we'll look at choosing the right sounds and why it matters. So overall, we're thinking about choosing sounds, samples, synths, drums that work well together and also support the mood, genre, and overall vibe of the track you're trying to create. So intentional sound selection can save so much time in production. It can prevent clashing sounds and create a cohesive track that sounds polished from the start. So in section 1, we spoke about how composition, arrangement, and recording and editing alone can create an exciting and engaging song even before mixing and mastering. And this is a huge part of the puzzle. To move in the right direction, we want to define the track's style and mood before we select sounds. We want to think about the genre we want to produce. Each genre has sound norms, as we saw in our arrangement lesson. We also want to think about mood and emotion, decide on it, and then choose the sounds that help to aid that. So let's move on to building a palette. A sound palette is a set of sounds chosen specifically for a project. So it includes drums, synths, bass, and other elements that will be used consistently throughout the production. So splitting up your music into the 5 elements. First off, we have drums. So we're going to select drum samples, kick, snares, hi-hats, percussion that will complement each other in both texture, tone, and intensity. And then we have bass, and we want those sounds to match the energy level and genre. Then we have our chord and melodic elements like synths, pianos, or other melodic sounds that will align with the track's style, and atmos and effects like ambient sounds or effects that are going to help to fill the space and create a sense of atmosphere. Now let's look at matching your sounds. We have tone or timbre, and we saw this in the last lesson, how sounds have unique tones or colors, and selecting sounds that share tonal characteristics can help to create cohesion if we've got a good balance of high, mid, and low frequencies to avoid overcrowding. So frequency balance is the next part of this. And then the third part of this is texture, which can add interest and unique characteristics to your sounds. So cast your mind back to when we recorded those percussive elements and then we layered those into our drums. That was an example of creating texture and tone, as well as balancing out the frequency spectrum. So we had the shaker we created with our peppercorns, and we also had the sticks that we tapped and the screwdrivers, and we placed those slightly differently in pitch so that we were covering different areas of the frequency spectrum. So an example is that this sound may not pair as nicely with this sound. So let's look at a few tips for consistent sound selection. First, we want to stay consistent with the genre and the mood. So let that be the North Star for every project you work on when you're starting out. The guidelines and limitations will ultimately make it easier for you to not get paralyzed by the infinite possibilities that you have available. Secondly is to use reference tracks. So starting out, listen to tracks in the genre you want to create for sound inspiration and to compare your palette. Finally, we want to experiment, but we also want to be selective. So it's great to play around and absolutely necessary to explore, but try to remain objective and intentional. If you're not sure about your choices, go back to your references to see if you are in the right ballpark. If you can take away only 2 concepts in this course so far, starting with a solid compositional idea and choosing sounds that are high quality and cohesive is the 80-20 for creating effective productions as a beginner. So with that, let's move on to the next lesson. So while we have covered sound selection and we now have a deeper understanding of synthesis and where we can actually go to find sounds, I want to talk about how we can actually expand our sounds as we start to become more confident as producers, as music creators and artists. We have some great sounds available within all of our doors, and there are some great stuff there. But most people at the higher tier of production are using third-party plugins, and particularly third-party samples and virtual instruments. So for now, what I want to focus on is my favorite 2 companies that offer samples and instruments. The first one is Splice. So this is Splice, and as you can see, this is our browser. So there are a ton of sample packs. So we have one-shots, we have loops, and we also have presets, which are essentially patches for third-party synths that you can download. So very specific sounds that you're looking for that have been created with genre in mind. So for example, we have Nashville Essentials, we've got R&B, we've got indie pop. And then what's new? We've got garage, UK garage, melodic techno. And if we click UK garage, here I've downloaded some sounds already here, and I've got 795 credits, and I pay a monthly fee, and I get something like 100 or 300 credits a month. And then I can use those on whatever I want to. And each one of these samples is 1 credit. And then if you want a preset, they're normally 3 credits. So for now, let's just focus on samples. So we've got claps, kicks, melodic loops, tops, all of this stuff here. So what we can also do here is download the app, and this is the desktop app itself. These are my sounds, this is my library, and it's synced, so whenever I download anything from the website, it is here living in this world. But I also pretty much don't ever go on the website because I can just browse through sample packs on here. So let's say, for instance, I wanted a distorted guitar. We've got a ton of distorted guitars here that we can go through. You can also show similar sounds here. You can like these and you can purchase them as well. You can also do a ton of other things here. We have collections. So if you're preparing for a session, you can create a collection. So say for instance, you're working on a track, you can call it the name of the track or the working title, and then you can bring in kicks and snares and melodic loops and Atmos effects, and then you can have them in here. And you can see I've got fave hats, kicks, perks, stuff that I like using a lot, as well as pop punk stuff, song starters, etc, etc. So what's really good here is you have all of these different filtering systems. So genre, key, BPM, if you want just loops or you want just one shots, instruments, and you also have this here. So I could click pop and then you can see that it's filtered it out into pop, hip hop. If I just click plucks, there's only 3 plucks there. So it's a really easy way to start to filter through. It's great if you're working on an existing project and you know the key and BPM, you can also filter it by that to try and get something that's going to really fit well into your existing arrangement. So I want to talk about stacks very briefly. So what this is, if we go to something like let's find out. Let's create a track stack. So this is going to find different loops that are going to fit by default with this particular choice. So I'm going to click create track stack, create track. And then I can refresh that. And we can also select type here. So cinematic, country, EDM, hip hop, lo-fi, pop. So I'm gonna say country. Let's see what happens here. And then I want another guitar. Maybe a synth. Oh, that's nice. Maybe another guitar. And some percussion. Adjust the volume. The drums aren't really doing it for me. Let's perhaps see if we can find some strings. And we can also change the key, we can change the BPM. Let's say we want this to be just a touch faster. We can transpose this down. And then we can save this. And then if we go to our track stacks here, you can see I have so many here. So it's a really easy way to get ideas generated really quickly. So particularly when I'm in the room with people, I love to have this up, particularly to get ideas just flowing. And we may use this, we may not, but it's a great way to just get things going. So I can just play this. Click view samples. This could be such a good song. So we can then just download those, and then it will download it into our drive here. So this is an example here. So these have all been downloaded. You just do this. So you just press export, and you can export it to Ableton Live or Studio One if you have it, stems, or just the original samples. I normally do stems, as it does the time stretching and the pitch that we have changed it to. So that's a really easy way, and then you just bring those into your DAW, and then you can get going. So now I want to talk about another tool that I use constantly, and I cannot encourage it enough. And this is called Arcade by Output. So I have this guitar loop that I've created. I made this in a separate session here, and then I've just done a little bit of sound design. Nothing crazy here, just some muted guitars, and I've just done some audio degradation to make it sound less guitar-y and done some limiting. That's some information for another day. So let's talk about Arcade. So this is Arcade by Output, and this has a ton of playable loops. So these are samples that we can actually play on our keyboard. So if I play my keyboard, these loops are playing. We've got a kick, we've got a snare, we've got hats, and I know we're in E flat minor, so I've locked this. You can see it's locked to the key of E minor. So we have samples, we've got instruments, so these are specific just instruments. So if we wanted a synth bass, for example, we don't have one of those here. Now we do. If I download these, that's a pretty cool little bass. So that's a pretty cool bass here. So we can play the bass in, so it's just a traditional instrument, or we have samples, so it's simple, so it's similar to splice. So we have these samples here, and then we can download these and we can bring them into our project, or we can generate a sampler, and I'll show that in just a second. So I like to use the lines here. So I am here and I can just click this line, and I've got a hi-hat that I've played in here. So I'm just holding the note down and it's playing the entire loop. And if we go in here, you can see that this is playing. It's triggering this loop. And I can also adjust how long I want this to be. So I can play around with offsetting this to create a different rhythm to how this comes out of the box. We also have some effects here that we can play around with: drive, tone swell, echo verb, filter pulse, and we will talk about automation later on. You can automate this so that it changes over time. For example, very subtle here, but we can actually change stuff. So we've got a hat here, and we can bounce this in place and commit to the hat for now. And let's say that we want to create some drums as well using Arcade. So I'm going to change to a different line here. And let's have a listen to this in context with what we've got going on. I'll play it. And again, much like our Apple loops, we can always play around and swap this out. We can change the pattern. And then perhaps we just do this for now. And then I can bounce this in place. Then we can loop that around here. And let's see if we can find something like Atmos, some kind of melodic thing here. And the black notes here, they create different kinds of effects. So if we hold those down whilst playing these, it's creating kind of different rhythmic effects. So we've got this really interesting kind of texture that we can create here. I'm going to swap a few little things out here. Let's have a listen to how this sounds. So we've got this much more interesting, moving, kind of complex sounding texture that would be really tricky to do from scratch, chopping audio up and reversing things and stuttering things. So we can very quickly start to make some interesting choices here. So we can just call this kind of like an Atmos here for now. So now we can start to think about fleshing ideas, and you can see that we are using this dark pop line. There are so many different lines here. So if we go to lines, we've got R&B, we've got these vocal hooks, we've got drill, we've got trap, hip hop, distant voices, Atmos, orchestral stuff, a ton. It just goes on and on and on. And this is so good for adding Atmos, adding texture, adding movement, and also just starting song ideas. So I really encourage you guys to check this out. Check out Splice, check out Arcade. Both of them have free trials, and depending on your goals and depending on how serious you are in progressing in your journey, having great sounds from the very get-go, we've discussed how important that is, and this is going to get you 90% of the way there so that you don't have to worry about necessarily designing all of these top-tier sounds from scratch. You can simply invest in this, and you can use this right off the bat, and you're going to be in a great position to be making professional sounding music. In this lesson, we'll cover the basics of how to use common effects like reverb, delay, and modulation to add space, depth, and character to your sounds. So effects are simply tools used to change and enhance the sound you use in your productions. So they can add space, depth, movement, and much more to make your sounds more engaging. So using effects effectively can make a track sound more professional and polished from the very get-go. So they can help to transform a simple sound into something immersive and dynamic. So first, let's look at reverb. So this simulates the sound of a space, and that could be a room, a hall, a stadium, a cathedral, a canyon, and so on and so forth. This helps to create the impression that a sound is occurring in a physical space. So here are the main parameters you need to start using reverb confidently. First up, we have size and decay. And this controls how long the reverb lasts and how big the simulated space feels. Next, we have the mix or wet slider, and this adjusts the balance between the dry sound and the wet sound. So you can use reverb to add space and depth to sounds, making them sound larger and to create a more immersive sound for ambient elements. So let's have a listen to our drums here, and let's just look at an example of using reverb here. So we've got a room reverb, we have all of these different reverbs we can choose. So I'm going to start adding reverb and then taking it away. So by just using size, decay, and wet, we can totally transform this sound. Let's maybe change this to a chamber and see how that sounds. It now sounds like our drums are living in a space. So that's all you need to do to start playing around with reverb. You can play around with different reverb types here and then start to introduce a space for some of your elements to live in. Next up, we have delay, and this is an effect that repeats the original sound and creates echoes. So the parameters to start playing with is the delay time here, and I recommend, if it isn't already snapped, to have it snapped to the grid in terms of subdivisions rather than milliseconds, so that you can actually just start to play around with quarter notes or eighth notes or 16th notes or half notes, etc. And this is a stereo delay, so we have a delay on this side and on this side, and we can tell our delay how much we want on the left and how much we want on the right. So now there's no delay happening, and we can actually independently have separate rhythms going on, which can create a little bit more interest. So we have delay time, then we've got our mix, much like reverb, and then we have feedback. So feedback is just how long these individual echoes are going to keep going on for. So let's keep these the same for now. let's maybe do an 8th note. Then we can do a half note. And then we can have the feedback go on longer. Let's copy this over to a guitar so that we can hear the difference. So without, with. It's creating a sense of width and a little bit more movement and making it feel a little more atmospheric as well. So delay can add rhythmic interest to sounds and create a bouncing or repeating effect. It can also create a spacious feel to sounds for added depth. So next up, let's look at modulation effects. So these are a little more complex to understand, but the effects they create are very easily identifiable. So first we have chorus, and this can help elements to sound thicker. So it simulates a chorus of sounds by essentially making copies of the main sound and then slightly changing the time and pitch. So imagine 10 people singing together. They would all have slight pitch and timing inconsistencies that makes the entire choir sound larger, richer, and fuller. And this is essentially simulating that kind of idea. So let's put chorus on this guitar. Notice how it adds width and depth, and you can totally play around with some of the presets we have available within these tools as well. So let's look at flangers and phasers. These will be more common in some genres over others. So a flanger creates a sweeping jet-like effect by copying the signal, and it just shifts where that sound wave comes in against the original sound, and this creates what is called phasing. So this sounds like this. Very popular in a lot of 70s music, particularly on guitars. We also have phasers, which are similar but more subtle, and these create a kind of swirling effect by altering the phase relationships. Again, don't worry too much about this. These tools are great for adding movement and unique textures to sound, so you can simply pull them up and play around with a few of those presets. So we're simply just messing around with a few of these presets, then dialing in the feedback, and we can also dial in the intensity. Which is essentially the mix in this sense, much like our chorus mix or our flanger mix. And finally, within the modulation kind of umbrella, we have tremolo, which can create pulsing and rhythmic panning from left to right. So the depth controls the actual effect. Then we have our rate. So first off, starting out, I would snap it to the BPM here. You can see we've got the subdivisions rather than this. And then we can start to hear how this pans from left to right. We can do that at a rate of a half note triplet, a quarter note dotted, and so on and so forth. And we can also go by bars as well. So we pan slowly across 2 bars here. And then the smoothing affects the shape here. So this is going to be more aggressive. And then the phase down here will affect the width. And when you bring that down to 0, this actually will help you to create a volume duck. So we're going to automate ducking rather than any kind of stereo movement here. So as we start to make it faster, it creates kind of more of a glitchy, stuttery effect that we can bear in mind if we ever need that within our productions. So you can experiment with stacking these together to create your own unique effects. So this is simply a matter of experimentation, and if you get stuck, remember you can always use your references to guide you. So the final few tools that I want to touch on are distortion and saturation. So subtly these can add warmth and fullness, and aggressively these can push sounds to break up and distort. So saturation can help to create more presence, fullness and character. So let's use an example of saturation on our drums here. So all we need to think about here is the drive or mix knob here. So we can hear how it's adding a bit more distortion, it's adding more character, and it's also starting to break up the sound. And we have different styles here. As well as some different models of saturation as well. So saturation is a slightly less aggressive form of distortion. Let's actually drive this. So all I'm really thinking about here is actually driving this, and you can see how this kind of shows us how it's affecting the drums and starting to shape the sound and break things up a little bit here. And the tone is just affecting frequency as well. So things sound warmer, further away. And then we've got the whole signal being distorted. And then we can just match the level so things aren't actually getting louder, they're just getting distorted and breaking up. So we're using this as a creative and characteristic effect here. So saturation and distortion can help to create more presence and fullness and character when used more subtly. And when you use that over the duration of loads of different elements, you end up having a much fuller and thicker sounding mix. And when you use saturation and distortion in smaller doses and you kind of sprinkle that over different elements, you start to have a more present and energetic, warmer, thicker and more impactful sounding production overall. So finally we have a bit crusher, and this reduces the bit depth or sample rate, creating a lo-fi gritty kind of effect. And this can help add retro or edgy feelings to sounds in your production. So if we revisit our drums here, we go to distortion and then bit crusher, we can start to down sample. Or add drive. We can also change the resolution here. So it starts to create more of a kind of gritty, lo-fi, retro feel to sounds. Let's add this to the guitar. So it's really starting to break up. then we have our mix here. We can drive this. So we instantly have a completely different feel and emotion by just adding one effect. So listen to the guitar without. So what's so interesting is how very quickly you can start to change how things sound by just tweaking a few different parameters. So we've covered a lot of new tools in this lesson. So here are a few tips for using effects without overloading yourself or your productions. So first off, less can be more. So overusing effects can lead to clutter sometimes and overcrowding. So again, referencing is going to be key here when you're starting out. So reference other songs in the style you're striving to make, and that's going to allow you to make clearer decisions that aid your production. So secondly, we want to stay intentional and remember to choose effects that fit the track's overall mood. And thirdly, we want to experiment with presets. So start with presets as a baseline, then you can tweak them to learn how different parameters change the sound. Again, these have been created by professional sound designers, so we can just flick through these. And it can be as simple as us just choosing something like 4-bit classic and then just dialing in the mix. And remember that creative effects are tools for enhancing sound, not overshadowing it. So when we have really clear compositional ideas, we just simply want to enhance those with the sounds that we're choosing. We don't want to just completely overshadow them with a ton of crazy effects that then end up muddying and clouding our initial compositional idea. So as a starting point, I recommend using 1 or 2 effects at a time to build confidence in these tools. Mastering effects takes time and it takes practice, so experiment with various combinations to find what inspires you. So that's it for this lesson. Next, we're going to move into adding movement and dynamics to your elements. In this lesson, we will cover automation. The goal is to make your productions more engaging and evolving by adding variety and movement over time. Automation is the process of controlling changes in various parameters of your track over time within your DAW. This can include volume, panning, effects, and much more. You can essentially automate anything. So it massively helps you add life and contrast to your music by creating dynamic shifts, smoother transitions, and evolving sounds that hold the listener's attention. So here are some common uses of automation to get you started. First off, we have volume automation. This allows you to create volume changes such as fades, swells, or subtle volume adjustments to highlight or reduce certain elements in your track. So let's look at this in action. First of all, I'm just going to group everything together, and we can just call this music. And then if I press A or click on this icon here, it's going to bring our automation lane up. And here we have volume. So if I wanted to automate this intro to swell up in volume, I can do that. So I'm going to bring this down like so, and then I'm going to have it swell up. So we can play around with that, and we can also play around with the curve as well, which is going to affect how abrupt or smooth that transition is. And I'm holding Shift and Control to drag that up and down. So I'm going to do something like this, and we can hear that we're creating more of a sense of anticipation and tension by simply using volume automation. So without that, It's fine, but let's add that automation again so we can hear the difference. Maybe we can split the difference here, but you get the picture. You can totally transform the sense of tension and movement with a tool as simple as volume. So next we have panning automation. So this allows you to move sounds from left to right or vice versa to create a sense of stereo movement. So let's have a look at our hi-hat here. We can actually automate the panning of this to do something like that. So we can draw that in, but for an instance like this, we can change our mode here. So we've got read, touch, latch, and write. All you really need to focus on is read and touch, and just make sure that once you have actually written in your automation, you go back to read mode, and you'll see this in action now. So I'm going to press touch, and now I'm going to draw in that automation. So you can see that that has recorded that automation in. Now I'm in read mode. It's just going to read that back now. So without that automation, with that automation, and lastly, we've got effects parameter automation, and this allows you to control effects parameters over time. So you can change reverb decays, delay feedbacks, or filter cutoffs to create evolving textures. So let's have a look at this in action. So I'm going to group these drones together, and I'm going to click single band EQ. I'm going to do a high cut. So that is going to simulate our cutoff. So we're essentially just doing this. This is just another EQ, and we're just going to cut off the highs over time and then reintroduce them. So maybe we can go one step further with our automation in the intro. So I'm going to draw that in, and then we're going to open this filter up, not all the way, just a touch, so that we can create more contrast between sections. And then maybe we drop back down here, more subtly like so. Bring that down, so everything drops down when the maybe we can go a step further here. So let's have a listen to how this evolves. First we'll do it in solo. And then we're going to drop back down. So things feel more subdued and further back. So we're starting to create a sense of dimension that moves backwards and forwards and feels further away and closer to the listener. So as you saw, we can access automation like so, and we can also use these different modes here. And for now, I just want you to focus on read and touch. We can also use step changes for more sudden changes in parameters. So what we have demonstrated so far is gradual changes. If we, for instance, wanted to drop a section down really abruptly, we might want to change our smart mode. If we go to automation settings, if we right click here, we can go to snap automation, and this allows us to snap. So you can see that this snaps to each of the lines of our subdivisions really easily, so we can make some more precise adjustments here. So let's say that this section here, we wanted to really aggressively bring that up, we can do something like this. So you can see that it doesn't swell up, it's actually just going to aggressively open up on that downbeat. And then let's get more aggressive just to demonstrate. And then we may want to do something like this again. Now you can hear that there's a little bit of a pop, so we can just do something like that. And you can see that this is snapping like so. So I can get a little bit more granular and really tie this into the subdivisions and the tempo of our project. It's also always super helpful to be able to zoom in like so to make any granular adjustments that you may need to. So we've demonstrated some volume automation, we've demonstrated some panning automation, as well as frequency automation with filter cutoffs. Let's now look at reverb and delays. So we can use these for transitions and as special moments as well. So we can automate the wet dry mix of a reverb or delay effect to build up before sections. So let's have a look at this in action. So let's say that I want to have a reverb swell on my hi-hats. I can draw in a swell up like so, dry, swell up, snap back down to dry. See how this sounds. It's a little bit more subtle and tasteful to me with that reverb change. So we swell up and then we go 100% dry again. We can take this a little further. Maybe ramp up the other way. Maybe we do the same thing again. So these act as risers as well. You can start to create more tension and movement without necessarily having to add stuff like risers. You can just use automation on different elements that you already have available and then maximize them through the transitions and through the different sections here. So we've got this swelling up, this swelling up. Let's maybe create a little delay moment here in this sample with stereo. So I'm going to do something like that. I'm going to touch that in, give ourselves a bit of a lead up. We're going to read. I'm going to bring this down. And then we can also use some gain automation. We could do the same thing with this fader where we automate it up, but I want to leave that for now. So if I want to actually bring the level overall up and down, I'm free to do that. So I just want to accentuate that little moment here like this. And do it a little more gracefully. Just get in here, down. Just smooth that out a little. So we can absolutely finesse these, and it takes a lot of time and detail to do this kind of work as you're producing. And this is a more intermediate to advanced concept, but if you can take this idea and then just do simple forms of automation here, you're going to be way ahead of most people that are learning to produce. So just bear that in mind. If this feels a little overwhelming and like a lot of work, this is a slightly more advanced concept, and I'm showing you a more kind of detailed way of doing this. You absolutely don't have to worry about getting this granular when you're first starting out. So as you're starting to see, we can start to try to combine automation types. So we can use multiple types of automation on the same sound, i.e. volume and panning. We had panning and reverb here to make things sound more dynamic and interesting. So here are a few tips to get you going when you start exploring the concept of automation. So we can use it to highlight key moments, like we just did with the gain, where we did that delay automation and then we brought the gain up to actually accent that for the listener as well. So we can use these kinds of techniques to emphasize certain parts throughout our arrangements. My second tip though is to keep it subtle. So subtle automation often has the most natural and pleasing effect. So overdoing it can make a track feel a little chaotic and cluttered. As we saw when I brought that volume up too much, it was just a little too distracting. So we want things to be felt rather than heard. And all of these tiny little moves over time start to compound and make for a really interesting and immersive experience for the listener. But with that being said, don't be afraid to experiment. So try automating as many parameters as you can and just listen to how it changes the overall sound. And you can rely on visual feedback when you're first starting out. So watching these automation curves and then correlating how it sounds can be really helpful at the beginning so that you can start to match up what you see with what you hear. By now, you can probably see that automation is such a powerful tool to add this level of complexity and detail to your music and to your sounds overall. Now, we are barely scratching the surface here, but most beginners have static arrangements and sounds, but not you, my friend. You're now armed with the power of movement. So start simple, build your skills, and continue experimenting with automation to find what works best for your productions. So that's it for this lesson and wraps up section 3. Well done for sticking with us. Let's move into our fourth and final section. In this lesson, we'll talk about finessing your overall song by creating ear candy, smoother transitions, and enhancing the overall listening experience using everything we've covered in this course so far. So by this point, you're armed with the tools and understanding to start making professional sounding songs. What we're going to cover now would typically happen after you have the basic composition, arrangement, and sound selection down. So let's first look at stitching sections together with transitions. So now we have the energy arc and the structure of our song figured out, we can start to aid the transitions between sections by using sound effect samples like risers, downshifters, and impacts, as well as automation. So we saw in the last lesson how using automation can help to create tension and release by swelling in volume or by shifting from darker to brighter over time or vice versa. These techniques can be used in combination with sound effects to create more interesting transitions and moments overall. So let's look at how we can build some more interesting transitions to stitch our sections together more effectively. So let's take a moment to look at stitching some of these sections together. Let's have a listen up to the chorus and then we can see where we're at.
I thought seeing each other 3 times a week would show you enough of my insecurities, and being together all the time, yeah, it would do it. Yeah, it would ruin what I had in mind, to let this run its course. But of course, just made me want you more. Thought you'd be sick of me, but you keep coming back. It don't make sense to me that we're so attached. It should be over by now. If I'm going by my history, by now you should be sick of me. La 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 la, sick of me. La 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 la, sick of me. La 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 la, oh sick of me. I had no reason.
So this sounds pretty smooth. There are some moments where we can actually try to refine this a little further, but let's have a look at particularly this pre-chorus, verse to pre-chorus transition here. I'm gonna mute the vocals just for now. Even though vocals stitch everything together by default when we have, melodies that are leading us into different sections, etc., I want us to focus more on the instrumental work here so that we can see how much heavy lifting can actually be done in the instrumental arrangement as well. So we've got some tonal risers happening here. We've got this. Just EQ that real quick. Let's just mute that to hear the difference. A little more abrupt in my opinion. So let's take this one step further. I'm going to do a few more things here. Let me reintroduce the vocal and see if there's something fun we could do.
Course, but of course, just made me want you more.
Okay, so I'm going to do a kind of reverse reverb swell kind of thing with the vocal. So I'm going to just take...
But of course,
In fact, let's take this instead. I'm just going to bounce the beginning of that word.
just me. But of course,
Just drench that in reverb. Now I'm just going to use a third-party plugin. This is called Valhalla Vintage Verb. You can absolutely do this with stock reverb. I'm just pulling up the easiest, quickest thing that I'm most used to using for the sake of us moving quickly in this demonstration. So don't feel like you need to go and purchase this. It's just going to be a very long decay. I'm just shaping some of the tone of the reverb as well. Let's make it even crazier. I might go for Cathedral. Now we're going to bounce that in place, drag that out. Look at that lovely tail that we have. Just going to look at my waveform. And then what I can do is I can have this reversed again, swell it up. So I've just reversed this now, and then I'm swelling it up. And then I can maybe blend this in. So I'm going to get rid of the initial hit, turn this delay off, and we can just put another instance of Valhalla Vintage. I'm going to choose a slightly different reverb model, so it's not exactly the same.
but of course, but of course, but of course,
Might pitch this up. I'm just going to bounce this.
but of course, but of course, but of course,
So now I want to pitch this up.
but of course,
And now I'm going to just go nuts with some more kind of spatial effects here and
of course,
some distortion here, saturation rather.
of course,
So we're just thinking about making this stitch together a little bit more kind of seamlessly. I think this is okay as it is,
but of course, just
but I think we could do something a little more to kind of help this out.
do it. Yeah, it would ruin what I had in mind to let this run its course. But of course, just
And then we can really kind of tuck this back here.
do it.
I'm going to use Endless Smile, which is used a lot in EDM for kind of transitions, where you can kind of automate this to create these really cool contrasted transitions so there's more impact when the drop comes in. I like to use this on any kind of transitional parts, any ear candy that I want to push back and have a very kind of atmospheric, ethereal kind of feel to them.
But of course,
So we can barely hear that. Let's bring the volume up.
but of course,
Very, very quiet here now.
but of course, just made me.
So let's listen to it. So we've got that kind of nice tail without that. It's a lot drier. It doesn't kind of seamlessly flow in with the reverb tail as well. So let's push that. I can maybe bring this up a touch.
Course, but of course, just made me want you more. Thought you'd be sick of me, but you keep coming.
So there's a lot of automation happening here as well that we can see. So if we zoom out here and we actually look here, you can see automation happening throughout. In this particular part here, I'm fixating on this reverb swell. So that's acting as a way to transition and stitch a section together as well. So you don't necessarily need to think about perhaps needing to have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 layers. And sometimes that's great and that absolutely works. So particularly in some genres that I work in, like cinematic and cinematic pop music, that's got a lot more kind of leeway for a lot of layers to kind of work together in terms of 5 or 6 risers layered together and impacts and downshifters and down sweeps and all that kind of stuff. In this particular style, I kind of want to be a little bit more minimalistic and have these little moments that kind of swell us into different sections. So that's a very basic kind of example of what you can do here, but you're starting to get a sense for how automation can help, as well as creating kind of little effects here, as well as a little Atmos effect here and our Atmos ARP. So if we mute that, our reverb, reverse, and let's listen to the transition.
I had in mind to let this run its course, but of course just made me want you more.
Now let's have a listen to this transition with the work that we've done to stitch things together. We've only got 3 layers here. We've got the Atmos ARP, this tonal kind of Atmos hit, very subtle there, and then the reverse vocal. Let's have a listen.
Had in mind to let this run its course, but of course just made me want you more.
So a little can go a long way here, but here is an example of how to stitch your sections together. Next, we want to look for opportunities to create ear candy. Ear candy refers to small, subtle details in a song that add excitement, interest, and depth for the listener. These are sounds or effects that catch the listener's ear and make a song more engaging overall, such as short sound effects or one-off vocal chops, unexpected percussive hits, or creative uses of delay, reverb, and or automation. So while not always noticeable on the first listen, ear candy just makes a song feel polished, it feels exciting, it feels saucy and interesting over time. So think of it as the little nuggets in a song that make you want to listen again and again and discover new elements every time you listen. So let's look at some examples of how we can create ear candy. So let's have a look at creating some ear candy. So I want to draw your attention to this chorus, and particularly the ear candy living in the Atmos elements area. So let's listen to the chorus with and without this ear candy. So without the ear candy, and now let's listen with our ear candy in. So that's really helping to elevate and give us a sense that we're lifting from one section to the other. So there's not much going on here. We have a few samples here. We've got this vocal effect. We've done a little bit of pitch shifting here. So I've brought the pitch up an octave and the formant up an octave, and there's a bit of drive built into this pitch shifter. And then I've mixed that in. So without that, so it's a little bit more screechy. It's going to cut through that higher register so that we're getting more of that kind of energy being pushed in the chorus. And then we have this other loop here. And then we have these sonar hits, which sound like this without any processing. It's just a tonal hit, but we've distorted it very, very aggressively. We've got a long reverb decay on there, and it's 100% wet. And then we're using kickstart, which you can use tremolo for to get that kind of pumping at a half note rate. Then we have this drone here. which is just a synth here. I've bounced it to audio, and this drawing in here is the pitch wheel on this Akai MPC 37, and I'm just bringing the pitch wheel up and down. So it's bringing us up a semitone and down a semitone, and as I was playing it in, I was bringing it up and then bringing it down. And then that's been printed in as MIDI with that expression, and then I've just bounced it to audio, and I did quite a lot of post-processing. You don't need to worry about that for now. So just these elements are making a tremendous difference to how we are feeling the sense of energy, and also how complex the soundscape feels to us. And then we have some automation built in here with the filter cut off coming down. So we're swelling down, and then it's feeling like it's being pushed away and more subdued as we go into the bridge. So there are a couple ways that you can create ear candy. The sky really is the limit here. This is an example of me using a lot of atmospheric elements, but ear candy does tend to live in that kind of realm. It's not meant to be in your face at every moment. It's not the focal point. It's just a supportive element that adds a little layer of complexity and kind of sauce to the main event. So kind of think of it as a really tasty side dish as opposed to the main meat of the song. So just as another real quick example, there's ways that we can create ear candy even in our drums as well. So if we look at our percussion here, we've got this hit here. And that comes in only a couple times throughout the song. So 1, 2, 3, 4 times throughout the song. Let's mute that and let's have a listen to it without that.
I thought seeing each other 3 times a week would show you enough of my insecurities, and being together all the time.
And now with.
I thought seeing each other 3 times a week would show you enough of my insecurities, and being together all the time, yeah.
But it's coming on the 4 every so often, and it's very kind of sporadic, and it's a nice kind of unexpected surprise for the listener as well. So I wanted to give you 2 instances of one being more of an atmospheric element and then one being more of a kind of audible sound piece in the song. Now we have our sections flowing and have added ear candy. The final thing we want to do is tidy up individual elements and balance them to get the maximum impact and emotion from each element. So by tidying up, I simply mean crossfading, joining audio and MIDI regions, labeling, deleting unused tracks, and just organizing your session overall so that you have a tidier project. So I wanted to walk you through a real life example of an organized session here. As you've seen earlier on, I like to use track stacks. So I've got my vocals, and these are all living within this track stack here. And this houses my lead vocals as well as supportive elements, reverb swells and delay throws and vocal effects that I've created. And then we've got our drums, and then we've got a kick that has multiple layers in there, a snare that has multiple layers, and then we've got our percussion. You can see all of these different MIDI and audio loops, and then we have our music overall. And I don't always do this, but I do sometimes when I want to get a specific kind of effect overall on the music. It allows me to do kind of automation like so, like you can see here, and it just allows me to create a little bit more movement overall and create some special effects. So within here we have our 808, we've got some synths, and then this is where we would actually want to start cleaning up here. So at the very least, what I would want to do is hide these for now. I can turn this off and I can hide that. I'm not using it. I can also hide this. It's not in use, as well as this, which is our synth MIDI. We've got this that we're not using anymore, so we can turn that off and hide that. And then I can move my drone and my Atmos, but I'm just going to bring these up in volume because I know when I bring those into my Atmos group, that's got -4 dB, so it's going to be -4 dB quieter. and I liked where those were sitting in terms of volume, so I can just push these up a little. So now I have all my Atmos stuff here, and then I've got a vocal chop Atmos. That was a little fun thing that I did where I chopped the artist's vocal up and created these kind of harmonies, so they're living in their own track stack. And then we have all of our effects here, and then we've got a few kind of stragglers that we need to decide what we want to do here. So what is this? Vocal effects. So we can bring those here into our vocal group. Also bring that into our vocal group here. Similar thing here. So I can call that vocal effects 2. I'm gonna name these by our track. So when I look here, they've got the same name. Our strings are here. What is this? Our bridge chords, so I know what that is. So we're just going through and we're just labeling things so that we know what they are. Things feel like they're grouped appropriately and it feels a little bit more organized. Now you can take this as far as you want. What I would actually go and do later on while I'm still working on this, I'm going to leave it as is, but I would actually start to consolidate everything to audio. So I would bounce this kick, for instance, and then either hide it or delete this so that everything is starting to become consolidated. So I would like to do that so that I can start to prepare it for mixing when I'm finalizing my production. Sometimes by just doing this, you get the context on if the song needs anything extra, if you've done too much and it's overcrowded, or if we're in a good ballpark. But of course, don't just rely on that, use your ears and your references as well. So next we can start to refine volume balance after we have everything organized and tidied up. We just want to listen and play with the faders in context with each other and look at the relationships between our focal point and our supportive elements. So this is really important, and while this is often the first step in mixing, it's so important to do this in the production phase so that you can hear how things are working together. If the balance of your elements are totally out of whack, you simply just can't tell what might need revising. So for example, if a vocal is right up front like here, and you've got no atmospheric elements and some drums, and you want to hear whether there's space for that within the production and whether it needs that, you might need to bring that vocal back. You might want to hear whether the space around that vocal sounds full enough and interesting and evolving enough for the listener, depending on your references and the genre that you're working in, or if it needs more work in this area. But you just simply won't be able to tell if everything is just being overcrowded by one element or two elements. How you actually want to balance each element is going to depend on the style, the genre, and the references, and how they are balanced against each other. So for example, a snare in a hip hop track might be louder than the snare in a folk track, and vocals in an EDM track might be quieter than those in a ballad, or vice versa. So bear that in mind and remember that there's no fast track to this stuff. As much as we may want that, it takes time and making thousands of songs, and then you just start to internalize this stuff and you do it instinctively as you go along. So let's look at an example of this in action. So let's take a look at balancing. So as we mentioned, this is something that is part of the mixing phase, but I like to do this in production. It's just as important in the production phase as it is mixing. Everything is volume after you get past the compositional phase. When it comes to mixing, the relative balance between each element is going to create the kind of energy that you want. So I'm thinking about this as a producer even when I am starting to compose. So let's use this as an example. Let's pull our mixer window up. Now, if I pull this open, look at our faders. We have got so many faders at different levels here. This just goes to show how important the volume is. And let's look at our vocals here. Again, same thing here. We've got the focal points that are living in this land. Then we've got supportive elements. Then we have atmospheric elements here that are living further away. And that is what's going to create the perception of front to back depth and things feeling like they're more three-dimensional. If everything is flat and the same, you're going to get just that. You're going to get a flat sounding song that there's no focal point, there's no depth, and there's no sense of immersiveness. So we're thinking about this in the production phase as well. So let's have a look at how we can actually change this. So what would happen if our vocals sounded like this? You can barely hear them. Where's our focal point? Our focal point just sounds like the drums. But if we bring it back to where it was, sounds like we know what we need to focus on. But what if we take this the opposite way?
Take me, but you keep coming back. It don't make sense to me that we're so attached. It should be over by now. If I'm going by my history, by now
everything else is just being overshadowed by our focal point, and we can't hear anything else. So there's a balance to be had here, kind of roughly where we were sitting, and there is always a leeway to sit within that. So, you know, plus 1 to 2 dB either way is kind of a healthy range depending on your references of where your focal point can be sitting. And that's not a hard and fast rule, but it's kind of how I think about things. I have a little bit of leeway to have my vocals feel very upfront or a little more tucked in a way that is still acceptable and feels like it is still the focal point within the song. So let's have a listen to kind of the relative balance of everything right now. I'll just loop this B chorus here. Bring these hats up a touch. Bring our Atmos down just a touch. So I want the Atmos to feel like it's kind of sitting a little further back behind the vocals. It's giving it a little bit more space for the vocal to take that area without it feeling like it's conflicting with all of that energy in the mid-range and high mids. So we can think about that stuff while we're producing as well. And this is a relative kind of ballpark balance here. By no means are we actually mixing this now. We're just kind of getting a balance based on the emotion, based on the impact of which elements we want to feel are at the forefront and which we want to be supportive. So we're always thinking about the role of each of these elements as well, as we've mentioned earlier on, and that allows us to be intentional with all of these moves. So you would simply just go through and do that. And again, this all just comes with time and listening to your references to get this in a relatively good ballpark. You can see how quiet a lot of these effects are because they're just supportive. And then we would just go through and do that for the entire duration, take a break, come back, listen to it, take notes, move things around until it feels like it's in a good kind of ballpark. And then we can start to move into the mixing phase. So we've covered some new ground here. So here are a couple of tips to bear in mind when in this refining phase of your productions. First, keep it subtle. So subtle changes often have the most significant impact. Don't be afraid to push these tools and ideas when learning, but in the practical execution of an entire song, a lot of these little nuances are totally supportive. So remember, we want the listener to potentially miss these the first time round. Secondly, listen in context. It's so important. Listen to your elements in the context of the full track to make sure that they contribute positively to the overall arrangement and any changes you're making are actually enhancing. Thirdly, use reference tracks. Compare your track to the references in the style you're aiming to create, listening specifically to the balance of each element against each other, as well as the transitions and the ear candy. This will aid you in your production decisions, and you'll feel a lot more confident in having a kind of blueprint and roadmap in terms of where you can go. Now that you have all this information, I want to share a formula or blueprint that you can follow to make sure that you're covering the most important concepts that we've discussed in this course so far. So we're going to dive into the Let's Start formula. We can start with let's, and this is the foundational preparation for your song. So first we want to listen to references to decide what style of song we want to create. With that context, we can then establish an idea. So this is going to be the foundational idea that will start the song. So it could be chords, it could be a bass line, could be a drum beat, a melody, a combination of those things. So we're talking about the idea itself. So this is before we're actually going to put this into the door. So next we are going to establish our tempo. So based on the genre conventions and your references, and then you can lay down these ideas, whether it's a 4, 8 or 16 bar loop. This is what is going to help us to start the loop method. And then from this point onwards, we're going to select sounds. So based on our references and our ideas, we can go through some virtual instruments and loops. And if you have third-party sample libraries like Splice or Arcade, you can dig through there and start to prepare under the 5 elements of drums, bass, chords, Atmos, effects, and vocals. So remember, sound selection and composition go hand in hand. So while you're doing this, you can actually start to add more parts to your 8 or 16 bar loop. So now you're actually ready to create a song. So now that we have got the loop, we can start to structure it. And this is where we're going to start to move sections around once you feel you've added enough parts to make muting effective. If you don't have very much going on, there's not going to be that much of a dynamic journey because we won't have much contrast to go between. So what I would suggest is push it further than you think you need to, add more layers than you think you need, add more elements than you think you need, and then you can always mute them if it gets too busy later on. So we're simply going to use the same principles that we demonstrated in the loop method section. So you can always revisit that if you get stuck. Now we can arrange with the energy arc in mind. So do you want a bookend arc, a chorus contrast? The answers are probably going to lie in your references and the genre that you've decided to explore. So if you get stuck, lean on your references and also listen to more songs in the genre that you're trying to create. And then you can always bring these into the session itself. And you can also mark down how the relationships between the different sections actually mesh together and whether things build up or they go down in terms of energy. So now we've got the arrangement, we want to go ahead and start to add effects. So remember, this really is the difference between being beginner and intermediate. So we want to help with transitions, using automation, adding effects, adding ear candy and Atmos to start creating a more immersive experience for the listener. And then at this point is when you're going to want to record and edit your vocals. We've got a song that will feel powerful and evolving, and this is going to help to influence your performance. So once you've recorded your vocals, you will then move into editing and tuning them. Now, we haven't touched on vocals in much detail here because we have an entire 12-hour vocal production course, which covers everything you need in detail. So finally, we want to just make any final tweaks to the arrangement, and then we want to repeat the process. So at this point is when you are going to have a song that feels like a record. It should feel at this point like you have an entire song that is engaging, interesting, feels cohesive, and also takes you on a journey. If that hasn't been done, if it's not quite where you want it to be compared to your references and the idea that you have in your head, that's where we just want to tweak things. We may want to add sections, we may want to layer things in, we may want to remove elements and refine our structure and arrangement overall, and then we just want to repeat the process. So if we go back to the 4 stages of production. Again, this formula will help make sure that you're giving each stage its due attention. As you become more experienced, you won't necessarily need to go in this order every time, but this is a great reference for you to have as a step-by-step process to flow through creating an entire song without feeling stuck. In this lesson, we'll go through one of the most invaluable techniques you can practice to grow rapidly in your production journey. We're going to learn how to study our favorite songs, break them down, and remake them. So this technique is the biggest growth switch I've experienced in my own production journey. And if you adopt this as a routine in your music creation, I guarantee you will see huge leaps in the quality of your music in a very short period of time. So we can break this down into 3 steps. Step 1 is studying. This is where we actually look at the compositional choices, like the key, the chords, BPM, and structure. Step 2 is where we actually break down the song into the 5 elements of drums, bass, chords, atmos and effects, and vocals. And step 3 is when we now go ahead and remake the song, recreating the instrument choices, the sounds, so we actually go through the process of recreating it. So this is how I like to think of it as an analogy. Think of it as being an author who wants to write a timeless novel. To internalize the form, language, and storytelling tactics of a timeless novel, you can first actually read it, and then you can learn and study that. But if you went through and wrote out a chapter, word for word, of that novel, you're training your mind and body to actually start to internalize what it feels like to write a novel of that caliber. So the same principle applies here. If you want to create songs that incorporate choices like your favorite artists, actually recreate them. So let's look at an example of each one of these steps. We're going to first go to hook theory and type in the name of the song. As a demo, we'll do this song to go through the process. We have some of the elements transcribed from our earlier lesson, but let's look at the chords here as well as the melody. So this is our moment to study and look at how some of the concepts of our composition part of the course relate to how this was written and created. So we can see we're in the key of A minor. So we have our chords here. We've got D minor 7, E minor 7, A minor C, and then we repeat. We can play this. And we're also seeing how these chords are changing rhythmically as well. And we can look at our melody. Again, we've got a combination of leaping motion. Then we've got stepwise, descending stepwise motion. We can also look at some metrics here, the melodic complexity, chord melody tension, chord bass melody, chord progression novelty. And then we get these kind of interesting insights here, as well as genres, and so on and so forth. So we can start to look at this and make some observations. So now we can actually break this down. So I'm actually breaking this into stems. Some DAWs like Logic allow you to do this, but I've actually used a site called Fader. This is Fader here, and there's actually a free service. I pay for an extended service where I can separate stems out into drum hits, and different melodies are separated out as well. So just bear that in mind. You don't necessarily need that starting out. I just like to have that kind of flexibility. It also allows me to sample drums a little more effectively as well from songs that I love. So we'll listen through, and first we can mark the structure, then we can observe the arrangement here. So I'm going to use my markers here.
I can't relate.
we've marked the structure. We can now observe the arrangement. Now, just remember when you're doing this as an exercise to have the correct tempo of the track, the right BPM. So just double check that before you start making markers. So I've gone through and looked through the structure, and we have a 4-bar intro, 8-bar chorus, 8-bar verse, 8-bar pre, then back into an 8-bar chorus, 8-bar verse, 8-bar pre, 16-bar chorus, and then a 4-bar outro. So we have the formula for this entire song, and you could make 100 songs using this structure and they would sound like completely different songs. So let's now make an observation about the arrangement. So we have contrast here. Listen to the drums versus the drums in the chorus, and overall how this feels tonally compared to chorus 1. So we can learn so much here. We've got drums that are filtered. We've taken the top end off. So we have drums and overall instrumentation that feels darker, and then it's gently coming up. So to aggressively accentuate this, we can do an exaggerated version of this. So you can see all of this information comes in the chorus, and we have none of that information here. What else can we observe from what we've learned in this course? We've got a reversed vocal effect here. Let's mute that and see how the tension changes. We have less of a sense of anticipation. What else can we observe? We have a dropout here. Bass. Bass stops. So a lot of elements drop out here. We have our kick and our bass that stop, and then our drums here are no longer there. Our bass is no longer there. It's giving space to this riser, and it's also lifting the stability from our feet so that we feel a little bit more tension going into the chorus. Then everything opens up. So listen to the drums here versus the drums in the chorus. We've got no hi-hats and everything is darker. Then everything opens up. We've got our percussion, we've got our hats. Everything feels a lot more energetic. And we're filling out the subdivisions with those hats. Then we have a fill going into the verse. And we carry on those rhythmic elements to move it forward in verse 1. So we can start to go through this entire song in this fashion, and we've split this up. So we've got our drums, we've got our bass, we've got our chords here, we've got our atmos, and we've got our vocals. So we can also solo these and then start to listen to how these are interacting with each other, and also how this is evolving over time. So you can very quickly start to see how invaluable this practice can be for you to start to internalize and learn from songs that you want to emulate. And we're seeing all of these different elements that we have spoken about in this course cropping up in this song. Finally, we can go ahead and remake this. So I'll create a verse to chorus section so I can internalize some of these sounds and transitions. So off camera, I have gone ahead and gone through the verse to chorus section of Espresso and analyzed the sounds and different techniques that are happening in the arrangement that we can break down now. So let's have a listen to it all together. I'm going to put the vocals in there as well.
I can't relate to desperation. Might give a fuck. Are on vacation. And I got this one boy, and he won't stop calling when they act this way.
So let's dive right into it. So we have got a lot going on here in what is a pretty minimalistic sounding track. So first and foremost, we've broken everything down into our elements, drums, bass, chords, Atmos, and then we've got our synth lead here, which is acting as a lead element in that section as the vocals drop out. So let's mute these vocals now. So what I've gone and done is simply just soloed out each of these stem splitted regions here from the track, and Logic allows stem splitting, and you can split these into 4 elements: vocals, bass, drums, and other. And then I've just gone through and listened to the song as a whole, like so here. And then I've also soloed out some parts here just to get a little bit more granular. For example, in the drums, there's a vocal hit that I otherwise wouldn't have heard if I didn't solo out the drums. So there's these little details. So I want to go as granular as I can, and you can really take this as far as you want. I got to a point where I was like, this is good enough, and it's great for the teaching purposes, but I could go even further here and really try to get this as close as possible to really start to internalize this stuff. So we've got our kick, and we've just used sampling here. So I took out a kick from a drum loop from Splice, and then we've got our snare. So I did cheat here a little bit, but I wanted to also show the process of sampling from a song. So I found the snare within the drums here, and if we zoom in, here's the snare. I chopped that out, I brought it into our sampler, and then I made it sound as close to it within the mix as possible by doing a little bit of work here. So I added some reverb, I added a transient shaper, which is just affecting the attack and sustain, so less sustain, more attack, so it's punchier. And then I EQ'd this out a little. We wanted a little bit more of this kind of body compared to the reference. And a strange thing here that I can't quite put my finger on, I haven't done enough digging, but when we actually stem split in Logic, it does change the sound and balance overall. So I had to make those tweaks where you would otherwise assume it would sound exactly the same in the context of the song itself. So we still needed to do a bit of sound shaping. This is what I was doing before. I had a ton of layers here. So this is a great example of layering. And then I just boosted a lot more of this to get this kind of woof kind of sound. So it doesn't sound bad, but isn't quite the same as sampling the snare itself. And what I noticed as well listening to the reference is there's another hit with a snare tail with kind of a reverb tail in there. So I found a sample here. You can see it had a really long tail. It was kind of a synthwave kind of 80s vintage snare with a really long decay. I shaped the attack and release here using our sampling region here. And then I just layered this in. You can see every other hit. Very subtle, but it does add that tail, and we can totally hear that when it's not there. Without, with. We get a little bit of subtle variation here. I also shifted the pitch down considerably to have it sit within the context of the reference and the mix overall. And then I just shaped some of the tone of it as well. So we've also got our hats here. So we've got 8th note hats with a little 16th note kind of grace thing going on. And then I used a third-party plugin called Kickstart. You can use Tremolo for this, and it's creating this rhythm. So that's what it sounds like without it, with. So it's accenting the and more. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So that offbeat feel is going to create more of this rhythm that we want. Without that, it still kind of works, but it feels a lot tighter, a lot more grooving with that on. And then I've gone and layered some tops here. So this is super common. You can create the main meat of your beat from scratch, and then you can go ahead and start to layer some top loops, which will have texture and groove to them that is a little bit more kind of human, and it just adds more of a sense of depth and fullness overall. So this is just another example of layering here. So we've got this top loop that I just chopped up. So it just sounds like that. And so it just sounds like this. Just hats with a snare and then layered in without it. Totally transforms it, gives it more of a sense of texture, which is really nice here. There's also this clave here. Again, another splice sample. I pulled this in here. It was actually a loop, and then I put it into slice mode. I changed the pitch so that it fits, and then I chose a few different notes here, slightly different velocity and tone, and then I just played those in. And then we have this other loop here. So all together with these loops, let's have a listen to how this sounds. And then we've just got this whoop here as well, this little vocal hit. Again, similar thing. I just found a whoop on Splice. I typed in woo and found this. I just brought the volume down on there, didn't do anything else other than the ADSR on here. It was trailing out too long, so I just wanted a very quick woo. You can see it's a lot longer here. And then I just did a little bit of reverb on here, a little bit of saturation and drive, and then panned it a touch to the left. And then if we mute these tops in this whoop, let's listen to the difference. Sounds fine, there's still that groove there, but what happens when we reintroduce all of that texture? Sounds way more interesting, way fuller, way more professional in my opinion. So next up, we just have some tom fills here. Let's turn this one off. I used a sample originally, and then I decided to go for our drum kit designer. And then I just A-B'd some different toms. We've just got this tom fill. And then we've just got Decapitator, which is adding saturation here. So again, you can use any form of saturation here. It doesn't have to be this third-party plugin. I'm just using all the tools that I am used to using and that I know I will get a certain sound from. So it's super important that as you start to acquire third-party plugins, you really get familiar with them. You get familiar with how they sound, what they're good for, what their use cases are, and then you can draw to them every single time and not have to get hung up on, what shall I use today? So I like to kind of just grab things quickly, grab the low-hanging fruit, the easiest kind of thing that I'm going to get the best result from. Then we've got some crashes, another splice loop, and that is it for the drums, I think. We just have two more top loops here. So I found a shaker that I just chopped up to just create that accent, and then this. So we're just accenting that offbeat and creating a little bit more movement here. So these are our tops all together. So everything sounds a little bit more realistic, definitely way more texture as well. So that's our drums overall. Let's move on to our bass. So our bass has two layers here. So we've got our classic bass here. This is just our stock Logic bass. We've got some more drive here. And then we've got some other stuff here that actually just came with the bass itself. So I didn't do any of the tweaking here. It just came as is. And I thought, this could do with a bit more drive based on the reference. Added that. Then we've just got this attack layer, which is a synth. So let's listen to that without that attack layer. Adds width, adds more definition, makes it sound more interesting overall. And then we've also just got Devil Lock and Decapitator on the bass group all together. So these are both forms of distortion and compression. Let's turn these off. Adding way more grit to it, making it sound more exciting, more present and fuller overall. So drums and bass. So that is it, that's the main foundation here. So moving on to chords, the song is actually based around this guitar loop on Splice. So I did a bit of digging and I found the exact loop that I'm assuming Sabrina Carpenter and the other writers within the room wrote the song off of here. So it's just that, there's a lot of good stuff in there, and they obviously wrote the song around it and then built the arrangement using this. So this is a great example. This is a #1 hit song that has done extremely well and is all based around a splice loop. So there's no shame in using these loops. It's why they exist, so that we can get inspired and then we can start to create from those. So let's talk about how we create contrast. So there's various different versions of this loop. We've got that one, we've got this one here with the bass in there, which we haven't used and I don't believe is in the song itself. And then we've got this one that doesn't have the counter melody in there. And what we've actually gone ahead and done here is I've created some contrast with a filter. So listening to the track, we can barely kind of hear the top end here in our guitars in the first part of the verse, and then in the pre, it starts to open up. So let's listen to the difference here. You can see the automation here. And then it really opens up here, pretty aggressive. And then we have a drop out. So we're creating contrast here, and then of course we're creating more contrast as this opens up completely here, and we've also got a different loop that has more going on. And then we just have an electric piano here that's just holding down the chords, and then a pad. So this is just a stock E piano with Logic, and then we have a Jupiter, which is a really famous analog synth that had this kind of feel that Espresso has, and it's got this very kind of 80s feel to it. So I just found a preset within here, did a little bit of work here, added some chorus, and then a little bit of stereo imaging here. So let's turn that stuff off. And then on. It's wider, it's more out to the sides, and it's just a little more kind of washy and atmospheric, which is absolutely what we want here. So again, we're thinking, what's the focal point? What's supportive? How can we shape things in such a way so that it moves out of the way of the focal point and supports? And then finally, we have got some Atmos here. So we've got this bell synth that is creating the counter melody. You can see leaps, stepwise motion, ascending stepwise. We can even just see it here. So we can even start to internalize this even more. Even though we've studied this, we're looking and we're going, oh yes, leaps and stepwise. It's so common. Let's study it. Let's apply this to our own music. So I'm using Omnisphere for this. This is a pretty expensive third-party synth here, but we've got this vintage 1985 bell. And then I have taken some of the top end off to make it feel more atmospheric, and then put a little bit of chorus. This is just an analog chorus. You can absolutely use this with a Logic chorus. You don't need to worry too much about having to acquire these. You could probably find a bell sound overall in Logic. This was a sound that I'm familiar with, that I knew would fit well, and just went straight for that. And then finally, we've got a couple Atmos loops here. So I found these on Splice, and when I listen to the reference, you can hear these kind of choirs that are pumping. So they've got this movement, and they're sitting very, very far back. So very wet, very far back in the mix, and almost inaudible. So a little bit of ear candy and Atmos. So we've got this one. So without the processing, it sounds like this. And then with the processing, so we've got some reverb, 100% wet with a really long decay, kickstart, which is creating that pumping, shaping some of this build up here and taking a bit of the top end off, and then using this very specific plugin, which is called Dark Sky, and this creates granular effects. So it essentially takes the audio, it chops it up into tiny little grains, and then it oscillates between those different grains here. And we've got speed, which is affecting the speed and the pitch. So without that on, it doesn't have the octave above. So this is just a preset here called Dreamscape, and then I dialed in the octave above and then the mix of it as well. And that's creating a little bit more shimmer. Then we have this choir that I found on Splice. It sounds like this. And then I just repeat it. And then I just shape the tone. I use some pitch shifting here. So we've got the octave above and I'm blending that in. Again, a little bit more shimmer. And then kickstart to create that pumping. So that's just filling everything out as we're going into the chorus here. So let's listen to this with and without the Atmos. Everything drops out. Everything feels way less energetic, way less full, way less immersive. And finally, my favorite sound of the entire song. I was super excited to figure out how to get something close to this. We've got our synth lead that comes in here. So let's talk about this. So I went to a third-party plugin here. This is the Mini V by Arturia. So these are pretty pricey plugins here. So don't feel like you need to absolutely go ahead and buy this. You could probably find a similar sound with Retro Synth, but we went to Leads here. We've got Lead, and it's actually the first sound there. I played it in, I went, wow, this sounds really close. So you can absolutely look at this here, take a screenshot if you want to, and you can see what the oscillators are, the frequency, cut off, the attack, decay, sustain here, volume, etc. And then we've got chorus that I added. There was some delay on here that I wanted to turn off as it wasn't quite in line with the sound in the reference. And then I added distortion, more distortion, kickstart, and then reverb. And what's interesting here is I believe that there's a little bit of automation going on with the reverb here. So you can see the reverb is 23% wet. And then it cuts off so that the tail doesn't blend into the vocals. So let's turn all of this stuff off post-processing and let's just hear the sound. Still sounds pretty close, but with that processing, more grit, more energy, more movement. And the final part of this is there's actually some vibrato built in here. So this here is our modulation wheel, and that's creating the vibrato here on this note. So that's creating that with an LFO, and that's just built into the sound. And on our keyboard over here, we just ramped this up and down to accent certain notes with that vibrato and give it a little bit more character. So that is pretty much the entire basis of the song. Some things that I observed later on is that we have a slightly different bass sound here, and then things start to build up a little more with some newer elements. But based on this, you could simply copy and paste this over and then start to create contrast and variation, and then you essentially have the entire song here. So this is how important it is to be able to sit down, analyze, and remake your favorite songs. There's so much I've learned by doing this. There's sounds that I really love, like this synth lead that I'm now going to save as a channel strip setting. I'm going to call it Espresso Lead. And then this could be the basis for a lead in another song that I'm working on that I can make tweaks to sound different. I'm of course going to play a different melody, so it's going to have this leaning towards this sound, but I can also add and change different parameters here to make the sound my own. So there you have it. You could absolutely go way deeper here. If I had more time, I'd pay attention to the drums a little bit more, particularly wanting to nail that snare and actually make it entirely from scratch. But for the sake of this video and for us not making this 3 hours long, that is how I've gone through and remade this track. So hopefully you're starting to see how helpful this is to your music production skills. So if you can remake a song a week like this, you'll become a music production machine. So that concludes this lesson. Let's move on to lesson 3, where we will look at developing a signature sound. In this lesson, let's look at what it means to be unique as a music producer or artist. And this isn't something that every producer and artist has to worry about. This is a lot more dependent on your goals. But if having a signature sound is something that you are interested in, let's cover that now. So we can break down uniqueness and what you can be unique in into 4 components. So the first is composition and songwriting. So the structural, harmonic, melodic, and rhythmic choices that you make. The second is sound design. So the sounds you choose and create and blend together. Third is mixing and mastering, which is an art form in itself. We have a whole course on that, which you can check out after this. The fourth is marketing and brand. So how you present yourself and how you're perceived by others. So think of Marshmello or Adele or Billie Eilish or The Weeknd or Sabrina Carpenter. All of these different artists have a different brand and sound associated with them. So for this lesson, we'll hone into the production portion that go into creating a signature sound, which are composition and sound design choices. So we can first establish who your influences are and listen to those artists and unpick what it is that you love about their music and how it makes you feel. Now we know how to break down and remake songs, we can really start to pinpoint this in more detail. Secondly, you can focus on creating a certain type of style of music that you love so that you can get really good at the nuances of it. So you can look at it as seasons. You have a season where you're working on one specific style that you really enjoy, so you can start to internalize that and then incorporate those influences in the songs that you're making. So for example, if you love a certain artist's sound, you can practice remaking 2 of your favorite songs of theirs and then making 3 to 5 original pieces inspired by what you've learned. Next, you want to combine what you like from your influences and styles that you enjoy into more of your own original music. It's important to stretch your comfort zone in this phase, and this is what's going to help you to explore and experiment with different tools and techniques. So the little steps that you make and how you manipulate sound eventually add up to an identifiable sound that listeners associate with you. I want to highlight that there is a very deep connection between sonics, the sound choices that you make and how you shape them, and composition. And it's important to know that and spend more time focusing in on dialing in harmonic, rhythmic, and melodic work that feels authentic to you, whilst also being accessible and relatable to listeners. So revisit our composition part of the course and dive deeper into that when you feel more comfortable. But with that in mind, here are a few tips to work on this relationship between sonics and composition in the pursuit of figuring out your own signature sound. So what I recommend is to pick sounds first, sound design first, then write composition ideas. So you want to choose sounds that inspire you first and foremost, and then start to write chords and melodies from that. The choices that you make are very much going to be dictated by the sounds and how they are reacting to the melodic and harmonic content. So secondly, we want to think about movement early in the process of creating your chords and melodic elements. And a lot of movement can come with presets. So we might have an LFO that is creating movement, and that is going to affect how that chord progression or how that melody actually feels to the listener. And thirdly, know that this work is going to be a cycle of finding inspiring sounds, playing compositional ideas, and then tweaking and repeating the cycle for each of your different elements. So I highly recommend working with presets and tweaking these as your starting point as a beginner. You can ask yourself if you want to be known for your sounds or for your songs. And this will dictate the direction you go in terms of your production choices and style. If you love the nuances of sound design, then perhaps you're going to lean more heavily into the sounds that you use to create rather than the song as a whole. And you may even go so far as falling in love with that process that you actually become a sound designer as opposed to a producer. Whereas if you're more focused on the song and the journey and everything as a whole, then relying on presets and then tweaking those is going to lean more heavily into that production side and songwriting side. Now, of course, every person is going to lean on a different scale of that slider. But ultimately, you have to be making music you love. That'll be the fuel that pushes you through the learning curve of navigating this lifelong craft. It's worth mentioning as well that part of this just comes with time. As you make more songs, you get more familiar with picking sounds and working with different instruments, you'll start to develop a taste that affects and informs your production decisions. This is the work of a lifetime, so be patient with yourself. Now let's look at this particular workflow in action. I'm going to look through some sounds and create an 8-bar loop based on some presets that inspire me. Okay, so let's have some fun. Let's go in here and build out an 8-bar loop based on some inspiring sounds. So I'm going to use Alchemy for now, and let's see if we can find something that inspires us. Maybe let's look at Mallet. Quite like that. What if we bring that down the octave? I quite like that. Perhaps we can layer that. Let's look at this. Oh, I quite like that. And then I'm going to add a kind of atmospheric element like a drone. Ooh. Almost piano arpeggiation. Not quite what I was hoping. So I'm going to have this droning down. So we're starting to build out these compositional ideas based on these sounds. I'm going to play around with a little bit of automation here as well. So this is just the same as our filter cutoff, and I'm going to have it building up over time. So it's a little more subdued. And now we can add a bass. We'll click bass, maybe layered. Let's add an arpeggiator here. Okay. Let's record that in. So we've got our chord progression being implied here. So 1, 3, 2, 6. So we've got 1, 3, 2, 6. I believe, or in F major. Just tighten up these notes here. I'm going to layer this so that we've got the octave above as well. Just changing it slightly. So I want this to feel a little more subdued overall right now where we are in this particular kind of stage. Can add another layer of movement here, I think. That has a really interesting movement to it. Quite liked that. Let's have a little play again. Just a subtle bit of motion here, and it's just adding another layer of voicing to the harmonic content. Let's add some drums here. That in our sampler. Maybe we can go a little, there is an 80s. I like the clap of that. I'm going to layer that with something else. This is part of the process, is just finding what you're looking for as well. There we go. So we'll establish Fan, so we can use those hats, and then we can use this for our snare. So I can hear a kick in there. So I'm going to use our filter to cut out some of the thump. That's fine. Thank God for quantizing. So I want this to be pretty consistent dynamically, so I'm going to make sure that it is with our velocity. And then I'm going to layer that with a clap. Let's just find the right note here. Again, that has our kick in there, so I'll do the same thing. Not quite doing what I want there. So a lot of this just comes with experimenting as well. So we can use our pattern region here. That's a slightly stronger hit there, so I can accent. And then I can play around with our velocity as well here. I'm going to bring that up on these particular hits. And I'll convert that to MIDI. So I can go in here and I wonder if we can make it a little more swung. We can swing the bass line as well with our ARP. Maybe we do perhaps we can actually double this over. So just experimenting here. Not quite. We'll go back to what we had before. Bring that velocity up. Just fade that. We've got a click at the end of that tom. Quantize that to 16th, 8th note triplet. We want it to have a little bit more of a kind of human feel in these moments here. And I'm going to bring the velocity of the kick down when the snare comes in so that we can let the snare breathe. I can break that tom out here. Maybe make a little kind of moment. Gonna add some saturation to it with Chroma Glow, break it up a little bit. sounds a little more cohesive rhythmically to me. Then we can add a variation here. Real simple fill there. Now we can just layer these drums a little with some percussive loops just to give it a little bit more life. Got a nice dusty feel. It's quite nice. I want it to feel a little more cohesive, so I'm just taking some of the kind of top end energy down. I'm panning it slightly, so it's kind of moving out of the way of the other hats. Maybe we can layer this pad with something else for texture and movement. So kind of more attack. Gonna add some saturation to it, some delay. So it's panning from left to right, it's ping-ponging the delay, just shaping the tone. So without that, sounds like that. With that, it's giving a bit more width and movement. Add a crash. What if we layer these together and pitch one down? Maybe the other way around. Sucks us back in. I'll transpose that down so it's a little more subdued. here. So we're already thinking about all of these different elements and how they interact and what role they have. So we've got our Atmos, we've got our plucks, which is kind of more of a melodic focal point. Got our bass, which is implying the chord progression, but right now we don't have any chords, but we may want to think about adding those in the next section, so we're not giving everything all at once. So let's listen to it without Atmos. It feels more sparse. Maybe that's a moment where we might drop things out, or we may have an even sparser section than this. Maybe the second verse comes a little sparser, and then we build upon that. So we've got some material here that we can start to play around with, but you're very quickly starting to see how I'm going backwards and forwards between different sounds. I'm tweaking them, I'm layering them, I'm making different choices in terms of the composition. Sometimes I'm muting kicks because I think it's too busy. I want a little bit more variation. I'm going in and I'm playing around with some of the different parameters that we have available with these presets as well, with this performance mode, which changes how it sounds. And I'm just starting to kind of feel what this vibe is and start to key into how the composition and the sounds work together to create this kind of vibe that we've got going. So this is a great way to start working with sounds first and then getting inspired and then working from there. So that's it for this lesson. Let's move on to our fourth and final lesson on continuing your journey in music production. So we're going to switch things up from this point on in the course. We're going to share a replay from one of our member events. This was Behind the Brief, and the goal was to create an entire song within a few hours following a specific brief. So you're going to see me produce an entire song from scratch, and while I may not be talking through the exact same concepts we've spoken about here, notice if you can start to pick those out while I'm working through it. So without further ado, let's dive right into it. Cool. So I've got my brief here. So this is my anchoring of objectivity in the right. So as I'm going to be starting to do all of this stuff, I'm going to constantly be checking, is it retro? Is it dreamy? Does it feel energetic? Is it hitting all of these points throughout the duration? And how can I create contrast throughout while still emphasizing different parts of this emotional tone throughout? So that's kind of how I'm going to be looking at it. I may be jumping every so often to the playlist as well, just to get inspiration as I'm going. So I've got a couple of chord progressions that I just worked on, 20-30 minutes before the session now, so that you don't have to see me plonking around on the keys. So I'm going to play those to you, and this is just on a piano. See which ones we resonate with the most. We've got 3 options, and then we're going to start to focus on how we can get the aesthetic of each of those things with sound selection. So first off, here's our first chord progression. So I was thinking from a basic compositional standpoint, how can I try to capture this retro dreamy feeling, right? So that's my first attempt. This is my second attempt. And then third attempt. These are all kind of iterations of the same kind of chord progression. And then a slight variation on the end with a bit of syncopation. So whichever one you guys are feeling and people in chat are feeling, we will go with. So Rob, your thoughts, people in chat, your thoughts, what's hitting you guys the most? And then we can start to build off of this.
Caleb, are we able to do a poll? Let's see if we can do a poll.
Chords 1, 2, or 3,
so
guys.
We'll hang on. Oh wait. I can do a
you
poll.
can make a poll.
I think. No, I can't. Can I?
Got a lot of ones.
Okay, a lot of ones. So my choice is number 3.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Number 3 to me kept the kind of dreamy and nostalgic piece. Nostalgia really stuck out at me. And Chris, you can please push back on me. My thought is the dreamy element we can kind of dial in a little bit more with some sound selection and some production
100%.
choices.
100%.
The chords definitely have that nostalgic feel to me. And the thing that pushed it over the edge for me is the fact that, remember, it's asking for music that should feel nostalgic and retro, but with a modern twist.
Mm-hmm.
Something about this chord progression feels very modern to me. It feels very pop accessible. It feels like this could be just a massive EDM remix if it wanted to be, right? That's what jumps out at me about those chords.
Yeah, so chord 3, this progression.
That is for me. Let me see
Sweet.
if I can make a poll. I don't know if I can.
Well, it's between 1 and 3, and you've tipped me over the edge. My thoughts on chord 1, which was, interestingly enough, when we were talking about keeping the chain going, trying, failing, and then iterating, this is the order in which I did the chords, right? So I sat down, I did 1, took a second, listened to it, went, okay, these are my thoughts on it. Let me try a second go. Let me try a third go. And it feels like we evolved into the best compositional foundation in the third iteration. So let's go for that. My thoughts on chords 1 is it sounds a little bit too 1975 compared to what we're going for here. A little bit 1975, a little bit more kind of indie pop leaning, which would make sense based on some of the genres that I work in predominantly.
Right.
So, you know, I want to lean more into something that is going to give me a solid leg up from the very get-go. So let's go with chords 3.
Sick.
And the magic of sound selection, we've got piano. What happens if we copy that over and just change the sound?
Wizardry, says Jacob, right? Can you put it back to piano really quickly? I want everybody, it seems very simple. Just really allow yourself to feel the difference here. I mean, wild.
You know, it could be a nice, cute little ballad.
Totally.
We're instantly like, oh, okay, I know where I am now, right? Yeah. So we say bye-bye. We say bye-bye piano, and then we start off with our chords, right? So this is going to be the foundation from which we build our arrangement. And I'm going to show you kind of different ways that you can kind of tease these chords without necessarily giving everyone everything at once, right? So first of all, I'm just going to get to it, guys, and I'm just going to start, and then I will talk through some ideas as we go.
Nice.
So I want an ARP as my intro, and we'll just start to finesse things as we go.
There we are.
So I've got a couple of all my plugins are up there. So I've got a few different ideas here for me to start playing around with. I'm gonna start to play around already with filtering things. This is the intro. This is the beginning. We want to start to, from the very beginning, start to have things feeling like they're evolving into something rather than just going, here's an up, and then we'll just jump into the verse or the chorus.
And as Chris starts getting into this, I just want everybody, it's going to go fast. We work fast in sync, and it's important to know, but just keep an eye on, he's got the tools that he feels like he's going to need ready, right? So he just started this session before the call. He's like, okay, I know we're doing a synthwave track. I know these are some of the tools I'm going to use. And now he's going to start to dial them in. Don't worry if you don't understand how to use these tools or what these tools are right away. Just focus in on how he's manipulating the emotion. Okay, let's just focus on that. For those who might feel a little overwhelmed, A-okay. Just really just watch as this evolves and really allow yourself to feel what it does emotionally. Right, and he's just playing with the different parameters and seeing how it feels, seeing what feels right.
Maybe a little too much for intro. So I'm just playing around with the wet and dry of the reverb, and that's going to help do this for the listener. So we're here, and then we're getting closer and closer to the listener, and it's just an easy way to start to signal, oh, something's coming, we're moving into something.
Right, that's woo.
Yeah, we need an extra bar.
Do you guys hear how he does that? Like Chris was saying, creating a feeling that it's coming towards you, just using the reverb. And it could be any reverb. It doesn't have to be this one. Baby audio is awesome.
Absolutely. Don't worry about these tools here. The concepts you can dial in with any plugin, right? So it's just a dry wet on a reverb. Any reverb will do. This has more of a kind of retro aesthetic, so I'm using it for that reason. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Move that in. What happens if...
Creating atmosphere. He's just playing with things, layering. You guys hear that? How the filter is opening up and just creating more of that sense of movement and coming into it, like Chris was talking about? It's awesome.
So while I'm doing this, I'm starting to think about, I've got two hats on, well, three in fact. So I've got my emotional intent hat on, which is tied to the structure and the arrangement. And then I've also got my sound selection hat on. So I'm thinking about the sounds, and all of these coexist and relate with each other. It's not like one thing is exclusive to one, it's just sound selection. All of these things work in tandem with each other. But I'm starting to think, okay, how do I aid the emotion? How do I capture the aesthetic? And also, how do I get the song moving, right? I'm not going to spend an hour finessing this intro. We've got to move, right? bass fart.
There you go.
Hang on, I've gotten rid of the wrong note there.
All right.
We're all good. We're all good.
There we go.
Oh, that's what I've done. It's like, what on earth has happened here? I just completely chopped off the first.
The first measure
I
of
was
it.
like, this sounds wrong.
There you go. But see, figuring it all out, right? There's a solution.
Now that sounds a bit more like it.
All right.
Okay, make sure that we were in the right. Okay, cool.
All right.
So I can kind of hear rhythmically what I want. So I'm just going to start to build out some drums, and then I will work everything out from there.
Awesome. And feel free to talk and produce over me, Chris. Keep you out of the
Yeah,
flow.
yeah.
Like you guys,
Absolutely.
a lot of people were noticing in the chat, right? Where it's like, oh, I could imagine this kind of top line, or I could hear this. That's what this stuff is supposed to do. It inspires you. And that's when we're talking about like having this North Star can be really inspirational creatively. We know what we're going after, and we start hearing these things like, oh, we could do that. And that's what sound selection, playing with sound selection does as well. When you dial in the right sound, you're like, oh, I know what the drum tone could sound like. Oh, right. If you noticed Chris kind of like talking, like thinking about where the fills are going to be coming in, what's it going to feel like? So that's like just harnessing that inspiration and using that as gas to keep it moving forward.
100%, 100%. Yeah, yeah. So let's start with some punchy drums, shall we?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice,
Oh.
isn't it?
Hello.
Let's start dragging some things in.
Ooh.
Punchy.
Punchy.
Okay. So let's pull that in. So I'm thinking with the end in mind here, I'm not going to pull in a random snare or a random kick and go, oh, I'll try and make it sound retro. I'm going, find me the punchiest retro aesthetic that will suit this track that needs very minimal work, that sounds, you know, right there from the very get-go, and then I can finesse that as I need to. But I want to celebrate fast wins here. I don't want to be rabbit holing and, you know, going backwards and forwards. I may, you know, change a sound here and there, but I've built my palette for the session, and, you know, this is the palette from which I'm going to start to build my drums off of. So I know that I'm in 80s realm right now. Couple top loops here. Lovely. Sure. We can make that work. Lovely. And you're going to see how I start to manipulate some of these loops to create our own kind of texture as well. So first of all, just want to kind of get a kind of general groove here. Okay. This is just to inspire me to start getting that kick and snare groove going, rather than pulling kick and snare out of the ether. Okay, we definitely want our oof, so punchy.
Right, and just again think about that idea of picking versus choosing. Chris is choosing what's going to go where, what's helping to enhance the sound the most. Dial in that vibe, that feel that he's looking for.
Totally. So let's see if this is close to what I was envisioning as a transition here.
Did you notice that sample is called Phil Collins? Fill Collins.
Love it.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that, but that's made it all the more enticing to use.
Right? Oh, that's amazing. Right, and just something else I want to point out. Notice how Chris is, as he's going, he's balancing the sounds. Does the fill sound too loud? Is it sitting on top? He's sitting everything in. And it takes some practice. Don't worry if at first you kind of, I don't know how loud this should be. That's when you go back to using references more, right? Chris is expert at this, so he gets it. You start to get a feel for it the more you do it. But just watch as he's dialing all of that in. It's a huge part of it.
Yeah, 100%. And that's kind of the concept of we just balance as we go.
Yeah.
And that, because that's a big part of the emotional intent as well.
Yes.
How loud the drums are versus how loud the synths are versus how loud the arps are is going to have a different emotional impact on the listener. So we're kind of thinking about that as well. Not quite. Okay. Not quite what I'm looking for there. That's very loud. Okay, that needs some 80s reverb.
What made you reach for the reverb? What were you hearing that you wanted
So
to kind of work on?
the transition between this clap into this section needs more of a sustain so that it gels the two worlds together. Right now it's so abrupt that it feels choppy, and there's other work to be done here so that they blend together, and it's a nice, easy and engaging transition. So I'm just thinking maybe we need, we want this 80s aesthetic. It might not quite give us the tail that we want, but I want to try it first and see if it works. So I quite like where that's putting that from a textural standpoint.
Nice.
But what I can just do here is just create the tail, right? Just have a layer that creates the tail that I want.
Nice.
Right?
Yeah.
And then I also have the manipulation of, oh, maybe I can pitch that differently. Maybe I pitch that up an octave, see how that sounds. Right? We can do that. This is, very, very small details here.
Right.
Okay, let me...
You guys hearing that and feeling how different it is, right? And Chris works super fast, and it's important to work fast for sync, yes. But these are all things that we were talking about earlier. Play with your sounds, play around with things. Just notice what the emotion is and spend the time. It's okay if you're not fast at first. Spend the time to dial this stuff in. It matters. This is how you level up. This is how you get your music sounding premium.
100%. I'm going to do a 4 to the floor for the verses.
Nice.
Cool. I'm just thinking out loud while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
So I want contrast.
Hey.
Quiet, Mr. Clap. Okay, a bit more modern, right? They want a modern touch to it. These are the little things that we can do to add that. There we go. Let's create a little moment here. Okay.
Love that little piece, yeah. And just to point out to you guys while Chris is doing this, we started with just a couple of chords, right? Chris put together some chords, and we've already been able to create this intro and this verse that feels special, that feel unique, that have these moments just by dialing in little pieces, and paying attention to the detail, by being choosers, choosing the types of sound, choosing how they're going to bloom and evolve and create this lush atmosphere. Right?
100%.
So you don't have to just be like, well, I got to compose all of these different pieces, and I need to modulate and I need key changes, and I need all these crazy things. It's just doing this intentionally and thinking about how it's impacting it emotionally. What is the emotional storyline that we're weaving here, and how do we tell that with our choices and sound selection?
For sure. And also the other part of it is when we have the extremes of modulation, which are totally valid in a composition. We can have key changes and, changes in tempo and whatever, jumping to completely different realms from start to finish, and that's all totally valid, but it's also a lot of work, right? So when you've got those time constraints, you're thinking, how can I maximize an entire arrangement with an 8-bar chord progression? How can I squeeze as much juice out of that so that it feels evolving, it feels different, but from a compositional harmonic standpoint, I'm not actually changing anything. I'm just looking at contrast. I'm changing my arrangement. I'm making additive and subtractive choices so that we take the listener on a journey, but the core foundation is the same throughout. It's just a lot easier. And there's, millions of hit songs that are, as it was, same chord progression from start to finish, as an example, right? And it's just going to make it easier and faster to get an entire song done in a few hours rather than a few weeks or a few months,
Right. Someone asked, what's our time duration goal? We don't really have one necessarily, right? We just want to be able, are we hitting all of the emotional pieces that we need to within this brief? And does it feel like it creates enough moments that we're like, yeah, this feels unique and it feels expressive?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Bring that back up.
Pete asks, what's a way to take something from the 80s, make it more modern? Like some of the tools that Chris is using, right? Side chaining, some of the sound selection that he's using, the way things are compressed, the way they sound, the syncopation of instruments, the different moments he's creating, right? He uses reference tracks and his knowledge of certain genres to kind of pull those pieces in. So it's just listening and picking up on what you notice.
Yeah, and I'm also, if we've got time later on as we're working through the chorus, I'm going to start to introduce a few more kind of modern little pieces of ear candy and atmos that just brings it into, a 2020s realm. Bring that up an octave. I'm not a massive fan of this thing. Let's use that somewhere else.
So again, being choosy of what he likes, what he doesn't like, what emotion it's creating for him.
Yeah, it's too dark and cinematic for this, personally. Okay. Let's add a reverb tail to that so it's less abrupt. Cut those lows out. So I'm just thinking about also technical stuff that could become problematic later down the line if I don't think about those now. I'm just gonna have to go and cut them later. Let's bring it to the 1980s.
Hey.
Okay. Let's go a bit further with this. Too high. So I'm just trying to get a basic structural skeleton now, and then I can go back and start to finesse everything.
Right. So even though Chris is just playing around, he's just building this out, right? We go from this more fleshed out moment to something that's more sparse. Just notice, right? Make a mental note of what that emotion feels like. And that's something that we can work in later, right? That could be a special moment where it's like, oh, wow, that feels really cool when that, you know, when everything drops out except for those chords and the hi-hats. Love that feel, right? So you just like mentally log, that could be a really special moment.
Yeah, 100%. And what I like to, particularly, I mean, in any song, but as Rob's mentioned in Sync as well, is we kind of want to think about creating moments, creating little stories within the story itself that a supervisor can go, this bit would be perfect, right? Within this entire song, there's this one section that is just perfect for this media that I need it to work with. And then there could be, you know, another section that's great for another thing, right? Or, oh, I like this bit, and then I can have a break here, and then I've got this bit. And when those tie together as two moments, that also works, right? So I'm giving people options rather than just going, I will have a kick and snare and bass throughout the entire duration of the song. I'm just having different emotional moments that I'm highlighting so that people can choose what they want and what would be of service to their media, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Right. So you hear Chris starting to think of some ideas and starting to feel what this is evolving into.
I've got to, it's time to introduce a counter melody.
Hey. Counter melodies are great for sync, right? It helps just like create something additional that can enhance emotion and also just like really embed itself in your mind.
I'm gonna draw this in for the sake of latency.
Pew pew.
Pew pew pew.
Nice.
I'm not feeling that sound.
What is it about it that's kind of rubbing you?
I want more of a bell sound, right? So based on the references, I want something that feels a little bit more attacky, just feels more in that kind of aesthetic. Has a little bit more shimmer to it. Maybe not that much shimmer. Oh, that's why. Not quite the vibe. Maybe. There we go.
Right?
Lovely.
That you guys see though how Chris is like, maybe, and just playing around, and then when that sound comes in, it just feels different. It just sits in. You're like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, it's also like so much of the way things interact with each other in my experience, like in terms of things fitting together from a mix perspective, comes for me from a sound selection standpoint. Like if I'm adding a ton of sounds that are in the same frequency range, they've got a same kind of attack and release. I'm not thinking about like where they're placed in the stereo image, if they feel far or close. Everything will start to very quickly get messy, and I want to save myself a ton of work later down the line by picking good sounds, hopefully, where I don't need to do much carving and cutting up. I don't want to make this Swiss cheese. I want it to feel pretty well. I want it to feel like a record by the end of the production, essentially, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Do. Okay, and our chorus would come in here. Let's dress this up a little bit. Let's start to think about.
And to Chris's point, as he's searching, right? Notice that he's searching synth wave, putting us in that genre. He's not just searching like bass and then trying to see like or effects. He's dialing this stuff in. He's being choosy about it. And he's using high quality sounds. Like he was saying, save your future you will thank you when you use high quality sounds. Right? He doesn't have to say like, oh, I guess I can make this snare work and I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it super punchy. He's like, whoa, we're there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be, ripping my cap up and then pulling my hair out,
Right.
Let me just go, oh, the drums sound great, from the very get-go, and then, oh, I can have a little bit of fun enhancing if I want to, but we're not trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. That's the main thing here. Interesting. And the thing that's fun here as well is, as I'm listening through these sounds, I'm thinking, oh, I could add this at this section, right? So I'm also kind of thinking about where these, if these sounds are appropriate, where I can fit them in the arrangement.
And he's just using his ears and his feeling. This sounds inspiring to him. It sounds interesting to him. So he's pulling it. If he never uses it, no problem. But it's there. It spoke to him and he feels something about it. So he's going to use it.
Totally. I like to kind of do this as well. I just have them in the session, and then if they work, they work. If they don't, we go back to the drawing board. No thanks. No twinkles.
Chimes, get those chimes.
No chimes today, Rob.
Fine.
No chimes.
Whatever.
Maybe in the next one, okay?
Yeah, whatever.
Maybe a cheeky bit of Atmos.
Nice.
Rob's like, you're not going to use that melodic loop, are you?
That one I'm good with. I'm good with that. As long as it's not like a lead or like fully melodic. That's like the atmosphere, the pulse, all good. All good.
I
Some
could
questions
feel,
come up about that.
I could feel Rob going,
Right. And this is a really good tip. Again, just like he's pulling them, he's just going based on inspiration, what feels good right now, and putting them into the session. Important that you're organized, but he doesn't have to then go looking for them. Oh, wait, which one did I download? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Wait, did I download that today? I think I did. I'm not sure. Bring them in. If they work, they work. If they continue to inspire, awesome. If not, cool. No worries. Onward and upward.
yeah, I think we've got enough to work with here.
Hey.
That's going to blast someone's ears. So let's sort that out. Look at that.
Hey.
Okay, too long.
So you guys notice how just playing with the EQ a little bit, taking some of those highs out, taking some of the resonant stuff in the mids, what that does to the emotion of it, how it helps it sit in there, how it helps enhance this kind of nostalgic and kind of dreamy vibe.
Totally. And we're thinking about, we talk about this in the reverse engineer, the concept of the cube and, where things fit in from a three-dimensional standpoint within our song, right? And not everything, it wants to be right at the front of the cube. Sometimes we just want things to be felt, I'm not expecting someone to go, Chris, I particularly love that, this sirening drop down in the pre, oh, I love that tinkly thing that you put there. Like, I don't care, I don't want them to be focusing on that.
Your wind chimes are pristine.
Exactly, yeah. Okay. Well, that was a happy accident with this downer.
Ah.
I like that little bit of Atmos there. And then we will, there is a Phil I brought in somewhere. Mr. Phil Collins.
Phil Collins? Oh.
Yeah. He'll be joining us today.
Joining us live is Phil, F-I-L-L, Collins. What do you have to say, Mr. Collins? Did you ever see the video of the deer that climbs up a kid's slide and then the hooves make the sound of the Phil Collins film?
No, I haven't.
I'll find it for
I
you.
I have to see that.
It's wild. I'll find it.
That's going to make me very happy. Have that build here, bring that down.
Okay.
So that's the general sketch of that. Let's get to the chorus, shall we?
Let's do it.
didn't think I'd be using vinyl today, but
Is it even a complete day if you don't use vinyl?
Yeah, good point.
Right, and the vinyl is a kind of on the nose way to create that nostalgia and that kind of retro feel, but combined with all of the other pieces, all of the choices Chris has been making so far, it doesn't feel too kind of on the
Cheesy.
nose or cheesy,
Yeah.
right? It works in there, and the way he has it tucked in, it just enhances the vibe and the emotion that he's going for.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things, it shouldn't be hard. It should just be something that is felt in the context of the whole layer of all of the kind of instrumentation. If it is being hard, I'm either going to mute it or turn it down. And it's also just, that's like an experimentation piece right now. So, okay, what happens if we add that? Does it add? Does it hurt? Does it help, or does it hinder?
Yeah. And these are important questions that you ask yourself throughout. And that's a great way to do it. I'm a huge fan of like mnemonic devices. Help or hinder. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's not going to be an 80s song without some form of gated snare at some point.
That's right.
And it's contrast, right? I'm not just going to bring the same snare over and go, yeah, that'll do. Everything needs to feel like it's built up. It's a new iteration of this idea. I need a crash.
Nice. Right? And just like putting all the pieces together so it's cohesive, so it has all of these elements, and just, I mean, calling it for what it is, right? Just not being lazy about production. And I think that I could speak for myself personally, is sometimes I need to be conscious about not being lazy about production, right? And that's part of that objective interaction that I was talking about earlier, where it's hard to have that objective conversation with yourself. It's so much easier to just copy and paste everything and be like, cool, done.
Yeah. Totally. And that's just not going to cut it. If we're being brutally honest, it's not going to cut it.
Totally. Right. You can do that.
Yeah.
It's just you're not going to stand out. And this is about making yourself stand out.
So I'm just processing it differently. It's a little bit more subdued. A bit more mid-range, a bit more bite, a bit more grit, and I'm gonna add another layer in here. Make it sound super 80s. Super 80s.
Super 8. Meow. There we go.
And we're gonna get rid of those.
I love that. And you guys feel how introducing that new sound, right, brings us back to the reference tracks that we heard. We have that kind of vibe and just like the energy that punches in there, and kind of just like this swagger, 80s swagger kind of feel.
Let's sort this attack out.
Yeah. And guys, you don't have to understand synthesis and be an expert at it. Just notice he's just playing around with it. Something didn't feel right. The attack was off. So he's just playing with it so that it doesn't feel jarring, so that it feels like it's enhancing the emotion. And he's just playing around with the cutoff frequency, right? Noticing what it does. So again, you don't have to be a synthesis expert. You don't have to understand what every single knob does. Just play with them and notice what it does emotionally.
Yeah, I'm just using my ears. Like, I'm not like, oh, I need this is routed to this and this is, and I no, like, I'm not thinking about that. I'm just like, nah, doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
Let me figure it out. Hopefully, if I turn this knob, it will fix it. That's what I'm doing.
Right.
Okay, sparkly chords coming up.
Nice. Yeah.
Change this fill, because we've heard this fill. We don't want it to be the same. Maybe bring the cut off. Can make it a bit more aggressive.
Right. And again, just notice how Chris is using what he's got here, right? The same, the melodies and the chords, but making it special. He has what he has in front of him, but he's being choosy about how he's processing them to create special moments.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about special moments. Once you've got the foundations, honestly, it's just special moments. And it's
Yeah.
something that I'm always, with all the students that come in, bringing their tracks for feedback, a lot of the time from a production standpoint, that's a lot. Once the fundamental stuff is down from a composition standpoint, when they're nailing that, it's okay, where are the special moments? Like, where are these little nuggets for the listener? Where are these, little kind of emotional, impactful nuggets that bring people back, have them wanting to listen to the song again or go, oh, I loved that moment when that came in. I want to listen to that again, right?
Totally. Totally. Love that. Yeah.
But where is our kick?
Hey.
Energy, right? We want things to feel more energetic. How can we differentiate it? How can we make it feel more energetic? By changing the kick up so that it's more bouncy, right? Compared to the stability of the verse.
Nice.
Yeah, I know what I want to do there. Where is that clap that I muted earlier on?
Clap
Here it
searching.
is.
Right, a phrase you hear used in sync a lot is linear. You don't want things to sound linear, meaning you just kind of press play and it goes throughout. One thing I do when I'm music supervising is I listen through a track. If I hear the same element, no matter where I scrub to, if I'm just like here, and I hear the same thing, it's going to be likely too linear for me. It's not going to like have these special moments like Chris is talking about, right? So we want to create special moments. We want to create versatility and something that feels a little different. We want our emotional connection to evolve. We're still in the same ballpark, right? We're in this, using the brief as our reference, we're in this nostalgic world. We have these lush pads. We have all of these things, these punchy drums. Now all we are doing is kind of dialing in our relationship and what is that journey of the emotion. And that's what these moments are helping to create.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey. Putting a little delay on it, right? Again, just creating these special little moments. Well, how do we make the transitions feel special and unique and exciting?
There we go.
Yeah.
Where's my man Phil at?
Way Phil. APB out on Phil, paging Mr. Phil Collins.
So I, ordinarily, if I had more time, would probably sit here and recreate these fills. I'd find a tom patch.
Yep.
I'd put a gated reverb on it. I'd maybe add some saturation, and then I'd, program this in. But for the sake of time, I'm just even when you're starting out in this phase, like I just encourage to do this to mark things out, so you can come back and go, okay, here are where the fills come in. and then I can start to finesse them later on. Maybe we move this over so that, you know, we don't have two fills fighting each other. I want some room for that bass fill to shine. So I don't want to.
It's a great call. Hey, squeaky, squeaky.
Again, it's just, you know, thinking about relationships while I'm in the production phase. Where was it? Oh, there we go.
So one thing to point out, like Chris was talking about, he would, you know, if we had more time, probably dial in the tom fills, recreate them using one shots or other sounds that he loves and gets the right emotion. But what he's doing here, he's thinking about how do I work quickly, but make sure I'm capturing the emotion I want. So these toms give him the emotion that gives him the emotion he's looking for, puts him in that ballpark, and then he's building the rest around it to make sure we're enhancing it, keeping us in that keeping that emotional North Star in front of us, understanding that I got to work quick. Could I enhance this a little bit more? Yes. But making that decision and being confident and saying, like, I'm getting the right emotion, I'm good to move on.
Totally. Yeah, that's already got some panning baked in, which is good. I was going to do that, but it's already there.
How you guys feel about a little bio break? What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, definitely. Let's do it.
Do a little 5-minute bio break, clean our ears, give them a chance to rest.
Yeah.
Come back and bring this bad boy home.
Let's do it.
Sick. All right, guys. Well, let's take a quick 5.
Put up a timer.
Yes. Aaron's got it.
It's not letting. Oh, there we go. What kind of a timer is this? There we go, guys.
The Googs. All right, everybody. See you back in 5. What's up, everybody? I'm back a little early. You guys enjoying the masterclass here from Chris? Yes. Nice, Bradley. Awesome. Yeah, it's great to see a producer like Chris work, because yes, it's incredibly impressive and potentially overwhelming to watch someone who works so quickly, but it's great to see, right? And again, the mindset shift of seeing this is really inspirational, that you can still be objective, you can still be thoughtful and have all of the emotional pieces in mind as you're working. When you start to get to know your tools, when you start to understand and start to have clarity around where you're producing to, that's how you start getting quicker. So remember, a big piece of this is mindset stuff. Try not to focus on, oh man, I have so much further to go before I'm as fast or as good with sound selection and production as Chris. And try to see it for the gain, the progress that you've made by saying, like, look, I'm going to jump on this webinar and I'm going to take the time to learn how I can get better, how I can level up, and feel good about yourself while you're playing with your tools, while you're getting to know your tools. Like, okay, I'm putting in the work to get to know these things better. It's not going to be an instantaneous thing. is take some time, but evolve with it. And try not to let that fear of like, man, I have a ways to go. Try not to let that prohibit you from taking the steps necessary to get there. Lean into it. Go for it. How long are we going for today? I don't know. We'll probably go another, what do you think? 30 minutes, an hour or so?
Yeah, totally. I'm happy to keep going.
Sweet. Our pleasure. Like Caleb was saying, we do this kind of stuff usually at least once a month, and we just love doing it, right? We really love talking about this stuff and teaching and helping people to realize that all of this stuff is attainable, and you can get that sound out of your head. You can practice. You can take the steps necessary to start to really master your tools and understand how you can create with emotional intention and really just allow yourself the opportunity to interact with music in a way that I'm assuming all of you have always wanted to.
100%. It's such a blast getting to just make music and hang out and answer questions and kind of talk through it, because a lot of, obviously we are educators, but a lot of the process, oftentimes you're just doing it, right? So being able to verbalize it and kind of reverse engineer the process and talk through that is really helpful as well for us and for you. So that's also a win-win.
It is, and it's just fun. We had a live event in Nashville a couple months ago, and Chris and I got to hang out, and everyone, a lot of people from the Reverse Engineer. We'd never really spent time together in real life. We spent all of this time together in our community and teaching. And it was funny, like obviously great to get to hang, but the conversations, in line with what Chris was just saying, the conversations were basically like conversations we have doing these things, where it's like, dude, what do you think about like this kind of fill, or doing this, or like what are you working on? What are you excited about? Oh, dude, I tried this thing producing the other day. It was wild. Yeah,
it's dope. Let's dive back into some drums, shall we? Shall we, Rob?
Yeah, let's do it.
I wanna just hone in on the drums in the chorus.
Cool.
And then just start layering some stuff, create some atmos, and then just look at the energy arc and see where we're at.
Love it.
Gonna just find some kind of textural loops. Not these. We're not going to be adding a guitar today.
No wind chimes, no guitar.
No guitars. No guitars, Rob.
What is this?
Not even a live bass, and I know that's tough for you.
Oh.
If anyone doesn't know, Rob is an insane bassist, and he didn't tell us until he picked a bass up and then just started doing some Victor Wooten stuff, and I was like, whoa.
Insane is a very generous word, but thank you.
Rob is also very humble, so. I could screw with this a little. See how that sounds. I'm going to quickly listen to some of the references.
Something to belong to.
Bring that in the second half. Tap, tap. I'm going to pitch these down a little. They were just a bit too harsh. They were poking out for me. An easy way to fix that is just to pitch them down, right? And just make them feel a little darker, sit a little further back in the context of everything. I'm going to do that for now. Gonna try something. I do this sometimes. When I'm just working on drums, I'll show you a little trick that I play around with. Cool. So I bounce everything but the kick, and then I play around with half time.
Really cool.
And then see if that adds kind of like a little sense of fullness and texture.
Super cool. I love that.
And what could be really fun here is like a bridge. This could be really fun as a layer in our bridge, or kind of like a turnaround from our chorus to
love that
a verse or something like that, you know. So we could like carry this idea on and then do some modulation to it, right, and then go into verse 2 or whatever.
How cool is that, right? Creating these moments. Keep going. Go, go, go. Super cool. Love that.
Let's get rid of that stuff.
Right. Just notice the emotion that helps to add, the different energy, the special moments, the uniqueness of it. Right? Just by being thoughtful, by being intentional about what he's doing. Love that melody.
Thanks. I just want to add a bit of processing as a whole here.
Right? Notice how it's just adding different layers to make it unique, to make it feel a little different.
I won't loop over and over again and drive you crazy.
Something I want to point out there, notice how when Chris is going through and he's thinking about his sound selection, he's also thinking about how does it play with the other instrumentation that he has? What areas of the sonic spectrum does he need to fill in order to enhance this emotion? And like he said, keeping in mind, does this sound help or hinder? Does it make things feel muddier and less exciting, or does it make it feel more exciting? Right? Again, keeping the brief in mind, keeping the emotional intention in mind.
100%. Just want to hone into our pads and stuff here.
Can you solo that second pad, please, Chris? The one underneath chords. Right? And do you guys hear that? And more importantly, feel that with that layered with the original pad, what that adds?
Yeah, let's listen to it without that and then with. And then with this layer.
I mean, what do you guys notice? Put in the chat what kind of emotion, what vibe, specifically from the brief, like what comes out? It brightens it up. What emotionally happens when he layers it like that? Feels a little wider, okay? More excitement, totally. Uplifting, yeah, absolutely. Mark said the heartstrings, right? It feels more emotional. You dial in that nostalgia, more dreamy, immersive. These are great words, great ways to describe this.
Totally.
Right? Uplifting, building, more dynamic, opens it up, right? Yeah.
Save your project.
Save your sessions.
I can't believe I've gone 2 hours without saving it. That's wild.
Dude, my first like production projects, we always joke, my production partners would be like, we should start a label called Never Save Records, because we would be like 2 hours into it and be like, did anyone save? No.
It's when it crashes and you go, oh no.
Yeah, exactly.
I go, thank God for autosave in Logic.
Totally.
So I'm just thinking about adding some contrast here. I'm going to change this ARP. I'm going to introduce like an ARP in the second half, but I want it to be something completely new, right? And I may not even follow the chords. I might just add like a kind of pedal thing.
Cool.
I think this is an effect I made. That could work.
That's tasty.
As like a transitional thing, maybe.
Tasty.
Analog ARP transition. That's what that is. Atmos ARP. What's this? Pretty dreamy, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Try that. See how it fits in context. Yeah, I love that as like an atmospheric element.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put that here.
Can you do a quick mute with that just so we can feel the difference? Because this is more of like Chris is saying, felt.
Totally. It's just adding for me, it's adding a bit of movement. where everything is moving and driving, but there isn't this sense of like things evolving and coming in and out right now. And this is the first instance of that for me.
It's with it out.
Yeah. Like so
super subtle stuff, right? But for me, it adds like a little more depth, a little more dimension, and like Chris said, that sense of movement, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, it's just helping things to feel a little bit more fluid rather than one-dimensional, I guess, would be the best way
Yeah.
I would express it. And we've got these little things that we can start to experiment with as well.
Sweet. There you go.
Like that, Rob?
I do.
So let's go a step further with this.
Yeah.
Again, just moving things, evolving things.
Yeah.
And then things are kind of moving further back, smearing into the ether, and you know we may break things out here, so there'll be a nice tail there. Well, not if I gate it. So things are kind of smushing into each other now, which will help with its kind of transitioning.
Yeah.
We've got
right.
a final.
And what Chris was talking about, something earlier about contrast, right? This is setting him up so that when he drops back into kind of a fully realized part with the kick and the snare, the punchy drums that we've got, they're going to feel even more punchy because it contrasts with this really dreamy kind of part that he's creating here.
Totally. And again, we're thinking about these things, right?
Yep.
Can I hit each of these things? And this is the climax. So we want a little bit of each of these things being hit for our chorus. And then throughout the duration, we're going to start to lean towards different parts of this spectrum, right? And this is helping with the dreamy element of it. Might not work.
Mm.
No, not gonna work. It's already got some tonal stuff in there that's gonna conflict. So I will make something of my own. Oh, there's that warbling.
All right. That's a nice one.
So I could drone it, you know, just in the like the tonic of the key. Or I
That
could,
works. The what you were doing before.
yeah.
Right. And the reason I'm saying that, everybody, is not just because, like, oh, you know, subjectively, I kind of like that better. The objective piece to that is, and one's in chat if you felt the same way, while he was playing that, it felt like I just like my body, my ears understood that melody and like was expecting what was coming next. And I was like wanted to sing along, even though it's the first time I heard it. One's in chat if you had a similar experience with like that. Right. And that's just like, yeah, like that just feels good. The tonic, like just holding that out to drone, that's
It's
cool
fine,
too.
yeah, yeah. But we could use another layer to do that as well.
Totally. Right.
Warble
And
synth.
when we're thinking about the warble, like just understanding that's just modulation, right? It's just moving, and how we can connect that to a feeling of dreaminess or nostalgia, and just logging that in our mental bank of like, cool, here's some tools I can use to help dial this stuff in. And then you have to drill down and find the right sound, like Chris has been doing, but just logging those overarching tools that we can use.
Totally.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to still have it syncopated or not. What do you think?
I like the syncopation.
Yeah.
I do.
I'm just gonna play it in then.
And syncopation, for those not familiar, it's just like it's just not playing everything on the downbeat.
Yeah.
Right. And that creates an additional sense of movement, an additional sense of rhythm and vibe and pocket.
Rob's having a little sing along. Have you got another melodic idea?
Oh, man.
Go on then.
With that turnaround, we could do a little walk down.
Yes. There.
Yeah. Yeah.
like that kind of rhythm? Do, do, do.
Yeah.
The attack
You might just need to, the attack. So you might just need to keep that high note and then do that on the counter melody bells.
Oh yeah, good idea. Good idea. That's why it's so fun having multiple producers in the room. Because sometimes
right, and it's
No, go
about
on.
being open for what's best for the project, right?
Yeah,
We
100%.
check egos at the door. We say like, oh, let's try that. This could sound horrible.
Yeah. I quite like the rhythm of it, but let me finesse this. Let's
There we
get
go.
in there.
Yeah.
Terrible, terrible.
Oop, there we go. There we go.
Now we're cooking.
Dig it.
And then what I can do is filter that so that it leaves a bit of space for that there. So if I make it feel a little bit more subdued as we get to this section, things can start to take a turn back to a more kind of low-key, softer.
Yeah, I love that idea.
setting.
Right, and Chris is just thinking about the evolution of this story, the evolution of the emotion, right? How are we going to get back to where we need to be? What's next?
Yeah. Sorry, let me just get this sorted. I got a bit too excited there. Okay, and gonna just bring this up a little bit.
Right. Again, just thinking about the balance, thinking about emotionally what needs to poke through in order to portray, in order to shine a light on what we're trying to do emotionally.
Yeah. Dum 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 dum. Maybe we can just add a little.
Yeah, yeah. There it is. Nice.
Make it a bit more of a like punch in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to zoom out now. We've been a bit granular. I just
Yeah.
want to hear how the pre and the chorus feels. And that's finite. That's the end of the song.
Right. And scene.
And scene. Okay, I'm not hating that. I think we could go at we could, finesse things a bit.
All right. All right.
See if this works. A bit more
Billy Phil.
Philly Phil. So I'm just doing some automation so that there's more contrast between this layer here, because it just pokes out too much in the context of this more sparse arrangement. But I want it to poke out, later on, because we've got a lot more layers, so we can afford to have more of that frequency energy that cuts through, right?
Right.
I'm
These
just thinking-
intentional decisions.
Let's get this way out here. Okay. Interesting that this snare is not being affected by that.
Oh.
How weird. It is routed to...
That is weird.
How
Wow.
very curious.
Huh.
It doesn't want to. It's like, I don't want to be filtered. Let me
Right,
shine.
Let me just be the snare. That's wild.
Yeah, that's really weird.
That
I'll just do it on the track. So I just want to do a little bit of tonal shaping on the drums in the verses so that there's a bit more, again, just contrast between the drums in the verse and the drums in the chorus. I want that much contrast.
Right. These small moves have such a big emotional impact.
Yeah. So I'll just do that with the... In fact, the easiest thing here is this can be my verse snare. Wow, he can't type. Okay, I think we could have a little bit of something, like a little rhythm that moves things forward.
Right. Objectively checking in, feeling what it needs, thinking about, okay, how can I help to enhance this? How can I help to elevate this a little bit?
There we go. Lovely. Exactly what I wanted.
There you go. Love it when a plan comes together.
Love it when, yeah, exactly. When the first thing is exactly what I could hear in my head. Wow. I don't even remember using one measly credit for this.
It's all worth it.
I'm going to swing this over and see if this is too much. Yeah, too much.
Giddy up!
Yeah, not quite. Let's bring this more into the realm of the 80s.
Right. And this is where, guys, great example. Chris is checking in, is remembering his North Star, the reference. What are the creative barriers, not barriers, what are the creative guidelines that he has that keep us in check? There we go. Right, a little hint of ear candy, yep. And notice how just with that move, right, putting on that flanger, now we feel like we're more drum machine-y, right? But we still get that groove and that movement that Chris was looking for.
That snare just doesn't want to behave.
Yeah, right? The face on Endless Smile just sums it up.
Right? Behave. No, I don't
No.
want to.
Uh,
Oh,
right. And
okay,
guys, Chris
okay.
is getting in the weeds and figuring this stuff out, not just to be granular because it's like, oh, this is kind of bothering him and he's got to find a way to fix it because it impacts the emotion. It impacts the overall vibe. It impacts what we're trying to accomplish, our creative intention. So it's you dive in and you work on it and you get it to where it feels right.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. And he's feeling, did I push it too far? Is it how can I dial this in so that it just feels right? And trust
Yeah,
your instincts.
100%. I'm also thinking, so I'm like thinking about this transition, right? So I know when I've got it right when the two just work so well together that there's no point that I'm jarred, right? Like it just very smoothly flows into the next section. Right now it's not doing that. So my job's not finished yet. I think I've taken this too far.
Yeah. Yeah, those crossfades. There we go.
Getting there. Way too far.
Yeah.
Got some volume things
We've got some moments.
for sure. Again with effects and stuff, like these things that more often than not you want to feel, you don't really want to hear them as much as
Yeah.
they don't want to be intrusive. Oh, this is this thing. Forgot about this. No, this is distracting. Line these up. There we go.
There we go.
can still
Nice.
come down a little bit.
Right? So just dialing all those in, and then I want you all to notice when we come back in after the fill, right? How it grounds us again. It feels more punchy. We're revisiting that energy with like new vigor because we're coming out of this super dreamy part, right? All cohesive, all built off of these initial ideas, but all of these really special moments.
Yeah, oftentimes I get asked, like in production feedback calls, how do I get my chorus to be as impactful as possible? And more often than not, it comes back to revisiting the section before the chorus. So if the chorus is just, like the pre or whatever, the build is just going nuts, right? And then you're trying to compete with this really high energy part, like there's so much you have to do to try and top that. Whereas if you just bring the energy down before the chorus, it's the easiest way to make things feel more impactful. When that downbeat hits, you go, whoa, like this is
Yeah.
huge, right? So sometimes it's just paying attention to what to remove from the part before the chorus. And then another thing that's like super common is you should have a dropout.
Yep.
We're just using silence to accentuate a moment and then have like full impact when that chorus comes in.
Totally.
Let me just make sure that my drums are not super, which they are. That would be 0 impact.
There we go. Open that filter up. Hey.
And then that would be where verse 2 would come in, or whatever the next section is.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to zoom out again. I'm going to have a listen from start to finish, see where we're at, and then just kind of see what we're cooking with.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, apart from those toms blowing my head off.
Yeah.
So the relationship between the tail and the clap, I've changed. So we've got more tail and less clap now.
Love it.
I think maybe we can split.
Right, but these are all just little tweaks that Chris is
Totally.
making. Again, dialing in the emotion, dialing in these transitions. And with sync specifically, the transitions between moments, how we frame them. Like Chris said earlier, such a great piece of advice. When we're thinking about how do we make our hooks impactful, we'll take a look at what's coming before it, right? How do we move from one part to the other? And when we think about it and do that with intention, we're able to dial this emotion in. We're really able to ratchet up the types of emotion and the kind of impact that we're looking to have.
Totally.
So, and when you get a second, Chris, if you want to, actually, you don't have to keep doing what you're doing. I'm just going to reread everybody kind of some of the notes from the brief while Chris tweaks some things, right? Again, let's remember, we're trying to capture the nostalgic essence of the 1980s with a modern twist. Think of lush synth pads, driving bass lines, punchy drum machines. The music should evoke a sense of nostalgia and energy, perfect for use in retro-themed media projects, video games, and commercials, right? So this all feels, especially with the mix and the type of sounds that we're using, all of the automation, all of these kind of, all the ear candy and pieces, moments that we're creating feel very modern, right? And it still's hitting this nostalgic vibe, the lush synth pads, the driving bass lines. We're checking off all of these marks, and we're doing it in a way that's unique and creative, right? Our moods are retro, dreamy, energetic. Are you guys hearing that? Are you guys feeling those specific moods? What jumps out most at you? What mood kind of pops out? Is it the retro, the dreamy, energetic? Retro, energetic, retro, energetic, right? All of the above. And that's really what we want, right? It has all of those pieces. Not one is overwhelming. One might resonate more with somebody, and that's the subjective piece of music. That's a subjective piece of how people experience it. But objectively, we're making sure that the production moves, and Chris is thinking about how can I objectively tick the boxes and make sure that I'm bringing energy by creating all of these moments, by using filters, by making things feel a little pushback, bringing them forward, using movement, right? How do I create this sense of a retro feel? Sound selection. What sounds am I going to be using? The synths, they've got to sound right? He's going through, listening to the fills. When he took that little percussive piece, putting a flanger on it, making it feel like a drum machine. And then dreamy. How is he playing with reverbs? Thinking about the tails, thinking about the space that he's creating, the depth, the width. All of these pieces play into it. Objective decisions to create this experience of listening to it that you can experience subjectively. The viewer, the listener, has their own, is obviously entitled to their own subjective experience of the music, right? But our jobs as sync composers, as artists, as producers, is to make sure that we're also thinking objectively about making sure that we create the best possible experience. So we allow people the opportunity to have their own subjective experience. We're not force feeding just one specific thing, or we're not just really narrow with the type of sounds we're using or the type of production, right? Create this really lush soundscape of versatile and exciting moments and sounds. Does that all make sense?
So well said, Mom.
Thanks. All right. Cool. So yeah, let's just put on some finishing touches. Maybe we can copy over a part and start to tie it up and finish up.
Yeah. So I'm just going to listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I'm just going to listen to the chorus, see where we're at, and then maybe do a little bit of pseudo kind of like character stuff on the mix bus, just for the sake of making it feel a little bit more retro.
Awesome.
And then we can just have a listen through. just going to do one thing here. It's just poking out to me a little bit when it comes in. A lot of things come in there, and it felt like it was a bit kind of choppy to me. So I just wanted to blend that in. I'd probably revisit all of these things.
Yep.
But, you know, for the sake of what I'm hearing now, I wanted to just attack that. Now I'm just going to put some tape saturation on there. You know, we could go mad, but I still want to keep the, you know, I could do something like this, right? Make it like super retro, but I think we could maybe split the difference, right? We could either do it in parallel, or we could just, you know, make that decision later on. It's adding some, you know, there's some modulation on there and stuff.
Yeah.
I'd have to check the, what that's doing to our, you know, our correlation and stuff. So, you know, we could leave that on for now as a kind of character piece.
I like it. Right. Also, but like Chris said, you know, dialing it into taste, making sure that we have the idea here is not to make it sound old. It's to have that retro feel and nostalgia, but still make it feel modern.
Yeah, totally. So what should we do, guys? Should we add some bits here to give it a rough, make it more of a song, or do we want to? What do you think is best, Rob?
Yeah, I think, you know, what would be great to show, like, let's copy and paste over the verse back into a chorus, double the chorus. And what I want to show everyone, something that I like to do with the second verse, right? If you just bring in what you have and start playing around with mutes, like, let's just mute out some of the elements and notice what we notice as far as the emotion is concerned, right? Like, what happens if we just drop the bottom out of it, right? Take the bass out, take the
100%, yeah.
Right, just like what I like to do, and this is a trick you guys can use. I like to say, like, what part of the song am I most attached to and I feel like is the most important part of the song, and then I mute it and take it out.
Yeah.
So, like, I want to see if this thing falls apart or what happens.
Yeah.
And normally what happens is like, oh, wow, that's really cool. So just like we'll mute some stuff out, and I just want you to listen to the emotion.
Yeah.
Right. And what I love about going into this halftime part is, like, it teases that end counter melody that we had, and then kind of drops us into this place, and then we dip back into the verse, and then maybe we can revisit that counter melody in the second chorus, the second hook, where we're going to double it and we have that extended piece. Whoa.
What on earth is that?
Whoa, 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 whoa. There you go. I really like that.
We could maybe try this, see if this helps, if this adds anything. No, don't like it.
You could drop that down an octave if you bring that back in.
I was thinking either do that or just add the bass note to the chords. Okay. But yeah, let's bring it down and see. Same thing again here. I'm just gonna do an old filter thing here, so it doesn't feel like it abruptly arises from nowhere. Crazy how that Atmos was not there in the second part, and I was like, "Oh, this just feels so bare. Like, what's happened? What's missing?" It's like, what?
So yeah, I would end it before that that chord change at the end. Right, then we could have kind of repeat that chord, but before we have that turnaround again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Or we could cut it out and see what happens if we just have the counter melody, what that feels like ending on that.
Yeah, let's try it.
Lose all those melodic elements, see what happens.
Do, 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 do. That could go into like a bridge, right? Where like obviously we don't have to do that now. But I'm
Yeah.
thinking if we cut this and then we brought that up in volume and then had that trail into a more kind of like subdued kind of thing, but with drums. So we've got a little bit more. And then bring in this kind of melody again, and then have maybe. The possibilities are endless, Rob.
Endless. Well, the nice thing, with sync in general, here's a little tidbit for everybody. You want to end on a punctuation, right? So you want to end like that little dun 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 is very mnemonic, very Sonic ID feeling. So like that's a good way to go out. If you have vocals in a song, right? Like really ending on like what the words of the hook are or what the core concept of the song is. You want to end on a punctuation. You don't want to have it just kind of like fade out. You don't want it to just drift away, especially with sync. Punctuate it. Have it just like, yeah.
Let's do that. Where's those claps?
Yeah, there you go. There's a nice little washout reverb. Held it, right? Okay.
See if this works. Quite sucking me into it.
Yep. Good use of the word sucking you into it. Right?
That kind of works.
Yeah.
Or we just shorten it. Maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe. Do you have a riser going into the end? Is that
I've got a riser here, but I can bring it so that it punctuates that instead.
Yeah, let's
and then
do
let me
that.
swing over. I've got loads of risers.
Hey, right. From our splice pillaging earlier.
Yeah.
What's up, party people?
Hey,
hello.
I know you.
How's it going here?
It's going.
We're in 80s retro modern dreamland.
I've actually been listening, but getting a few things done for all you members in the membership platform, getting a few things ready to put out for you guys. But I've been listening.
Sweet.
It's sounding awesome.
Oh, thanks.
You're killing it, man.
Bum 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 bum.
Freeze frame.
That's the part.
Yeah.
That's the part that'll get used too.
Yeah.
Right.
Just that little
Bum bum
tag.
bum bum.
Can't tell you how many times people have used just like stuff like that.
Totally. Yep. And some questions were popping up earlier. How long should it be? Listen, better to give them more and them not need it because they're going to find those little moments that they like. You don't need to have it unnecessarily long, but make it a full fleshed out idea when you can. That's what I always say.
Yeah, it turns one piece of work into like 6 because you can cut it down
Totally.
into 30-second, 60-second bits, and then those are all different pieces of content that you can put out for people.
Totally.
100%.
What's the runtime on this one, Chris?
154. So
154.
we'd wanna
Yeah.
maybe add a bridge and something.
Right. Well, 2 minutes feels complete to me.
It's a good, yeah, it's good.
Good. Good enough for who it's
good.
for.
Good enough for it's for.
Couple of last touches.
Yeah, just I thought, oh, maybe we can introduce that art in the final chorus.
Oh, sweet.
See? Bring it up. Octave. No, bring it down. I would just play around with automating stuff so that things get out of the way of that and then bring that forward. Congratulations on reaching the final lesson of this course. By now, you've covered the essential building blocks of music production, from composition and arranging to refining your tracks and adding those finishing touches. You're equipped with the knowledge and tools needed to create and improve your music. But as you'll soon discover, this is just the beginning of your journey. First, let's talk about mindset. One of the most important things to remember as you move forward is that music production is a lifelong learning process. So stay curious and be open to exploring new techniques, genres, and technologies. And every day is an opportunity for you to push the envelope of how far you can grow and learn something new. Remember that mistakes are part of the journey, so embrace them as opportunities to grow and learn. And every misstep you make is an investment in your future skills. So patience is totally key here. Your production skills will evolve with the consistent effort and practice that you put in. So now that you have got this solid foundation, here's how to deepen your skills moving forward. First of all, practice regularly. It goes without saying that you've got to dedicate time to working on your craft and your music, even if it's just for a short period each day. The more you produce, the more you'll discover what works for you and deepen your understanding of the craft overall. Secondly, finish more projects. Completing projects is one of the best ways to learn. Each finished track will teach you something new, from mixing challenges to arrangement ideas. All of that's going to inform how you approach the next project moving forward. Thirdly, you want to seek feedback. So don't hesitate to share your work with mentors and professionals within the music industry. Constructive feedback is invaluable for seeing your music from a different perspective and to get clarity on where your strengths and pitfalls are. So as you keep learning and growing in your skills, there's a few different resources that you can tap into to keep learning. So first off, you can check out production tutorials on YouTube and consider platforms like Skillshare or Udemy for in-depth lessons. There are also books like The Mixing Engineer's Handbook if you want to dive more into that realm by Bobby Osinski, and Music Theory for Computer Musicians by Michael Hewitt, which can help to build upon what we have spoken about in this course. There are also some great podcasts like Song Exploder and The Sound Table. But with that being said, let's talk about some more actionable things that you can do here. So first off, we can create a learning plan. So list the areas that you want to focus on, be that mixing, sound design, or arrangement, and set some achievable goals for each. Also, it's great to participate in challenges, so joining beat making or remix contests to push your creativity and help you to actually finish songs, because there are deadlines that you have to meet. Also consider collaborating with other people. Working with other producers or musicians can open up your eyes to new techniques and workflows that you didn't think of before. And finally, embrace experimentation. Don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone. As you grow, your comfort zone will expand. So you can try many different things to stretch that comfort zone. You can produce a different genre that you're not familiar with. You can pull up tools that you don't know how to use and then dive into figuring those out. And you can also play with instruments or effects that you're not familiar with when starting out a song. So to make the most of your time, set up a routine and allocate some time each day for you to focus on the music creation process. And you can divvy out time on different days to work on different skills. For instance, Monday could be studying song arrangements, Tuesday could be working on your drums, Wednesday could be a sound design day, and so on and so forth. And as this becomes a habit, you'll allocate more and more time for each of these skills, and you will very rapidly see yourself excelling at each one of those different skill sets within production as a whole. And again, going back to section 1, keep your files, templates, and samples organized so that it's easy to recall them and access them when you want to work and rework certain songs. And finally, just stay balanced, take breaks, don't forget to rest. A fresh mind is just as important as practice. And sometimes the easiest way for you to start making better music is to get up, walk around, get in nature, and have a breather and actually live and let that inform your art of making music. Finally, I want to reflect on how far you've come. Even if you're not where you want to be just yet, every step you've taken is progress, and you can celebrate the growth that you have learned so far by actually sticking with this course and showing how much passion for your music you have. So remember that just doing this and making the commitment to create what excites you and what brings you joy in music is already a huge win. That being said, if you're serious about taking your skills to the next level and you want to produce, mix, and master to a top tier standard, consider booking a call with our team at mastering.com to learn about our reverse engineer program. This program is designed to guide you through achieving professional quality results in your productions, mixes, and masters. So I can tell you wholeheartedly that my experience of actually going through the program as a student was transformative. And I can't stress enough how important it was for me to go through that process and really start to understand the tools and concepts that really move the needle in terms of how professional you can make things sound. And if you would love to be in a community of like-minded people and have mentors available like myself, who's available every week to give you feedback on your productions, and you want to be able to have that accountability and actually sit with people who are working in the industry on songs with real artists and real musicians on a day-to-day basis, I highly encourage you to chat to our admissions team. You can go to mastering.com and book a call, and either way you will come away with some clarity on what the next best steps are for you. But that is it for this course. Thank you for sticking with us, for trusting us to guide you through the beginning of this music production journey. And we're super excited to see what you do moving forward with the skills that you've acquired in this course. And until next time, happy producing.